kilogram success penalty, second place a 10 kilo success penalty, and third place a 5 kilo success penalty, but they don't carry them in qualifying. Look at the scars there on the BMW, the number 20 car, which is going to be qualified by Nikki Katzberg this morning. That only tells part of the story, the amount of wrecked bodywork out in the pit lane as teams rebuild the cars. None more so than Drago Racing Team ZVO. Poor old Jan Marschalkowski had yet another nightmare race, was running fairly solidly in the upper part of the points, and then an incident at the absolute end of the race saw a lot of damage to that Mercedes. The team have been working overnight on it, haven't they?
They've been working very, very hard indeed. I think it was on Jan Marschalkowski's Instagram story about 10 o'clock last night. They were still hammering away at the car. He and Mick Wieshofer having a collision out of turn 7 after a slight error from Marschalkowski. Major damage to both cars. We are expecting both of them back out. Spoke to Jan this morning in the paddock, and he said, you know what, I did break a mirror on lap 1 during that race, so maybe that goes some way to explaining it. He's had a rough run of form in the 2022 season. Let's see if he can now rectify that in this qualifying session.
When I looked in on the garage last night, they were modifying the back of that pink Mercedes with a very large sledgehammer. I'm like, precision engineering at its best. But clearly they've got it all together, because that car is out in the pit lane, second one on the track there. The teammate to that car being driven by Jules Gounon, and he had a bit of a rubbish day yesterday. Awful days. Not often you see Jules Gounon rotating in the wrong direction, but he came home in 17th place along with co-pilot Fabian Schiller. A lot of drivers with a lot of work to do today. It is a busy track straight off, so many cars getting out nice and early. Just while the cars are getting up to temperature, to update you on driver changes since Nürburgring, which was 2 weeks ago, it's Daniel Juncadella who jumps from the pink Mercedes alongside Jan Marschalkowski and is now alongside Raffaele Marciello, another teammate for Marciello. He seems to be getting through them quicker than I get through socks. Replacing him in the number 8 Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes is Marvin Dienst, whom we welcome back, and he is a very successful racer. Marvin Dienst did a great job yesterday in qualifying and in the race. We welcome a new team, ADAC Motorsport, who are well known to many GT followers, but they are new. That car there, the green and black Porsche, is the dynamic Porsche. Guesting here in the GT Masters with Klaus Bachler and Adrian Delina at the wheel. Bachler doing the qualifying in this particular session. Great to have them here, hoping that they will return in 2023. We also welcome Juuso Puhaka, who is in at Mad Panda Motorsport alongside Ezequiel Perez-Companc, the Finnish driver, bringing youth and vigour into that team and doing a great job for them. It will be Juuso who's qualifying the car this morning. To remind you, every car has 2 pilots, and one pilot qualifies on the Saturday, the other qualifies on the Sunday. This is the qualifying session for race 10 of a 14-race season, so we are getting to the business end of the championship. Points are awarded for 1, 2 and 3 on the grid. 3 points for pole, 2 points for second, 1 point for third. It is a short, sharp qualifying session, 20 minutes in total. We've already had 2.5 minutes of that, so the time is ticking away. This is going to be an intriguing 17.5 minutes.
Certainly will be. I think a few of the teams maybe just sending their driver out on slick rubber to see if it's possible. I think the answer for now is a firm no, particularly at sections such as here, turn 6, which seems to stay greasy for longer than other sections. Thank you for the demo there, Klaus Bachler, in the dynamic Porsche, the team that is making its GT Masters debut this weekend. A team that is very, very decorated in the likes of World Challenge and Italian national competition. Great to have them with us here. Some tyre activity going on down at Rutronic there.
The problem with these tyres are, unlike some series, they're not colour-coded, so we can't tell. It would be really useful if they had colour on the outside of them so we could see what they're running. A little suggestion, please, for next year. Can we see what the tyres are? Because we're not sure who's running slicks and who's running wets. As suggested, it is a brave man who would go out on slicks at this stage. However, you can see from the camera shots there are dry patches on the track. I think there may be cars out on slicks before this qualifying session is over, personally, but hey, what do I know? Lap times yesterday. Now, what was the pole position lap time yesterday?
Was a 1:35, mid 1:35, so I think it was 35.5 actually ultimately.
So we should eclipse that very easily in these conditions.
Yes, I think given how torrential it was yesterday morning, I think we will probably be well into the low 30s. Elias Seppänen would very much like that. He is a Finnish driver. They do come with built-in traction control, car control, anti-slip brakes, so on and so forth. The Finnish drivers, and Seppänen has been impressive so far this year. He's really brought the 84, the junior Mamba, well up to pace in qualifying on occasion. Let's see if he's the early benchmark. Certainly he'll be close to the time of Bäckler, close but not quite superior, just on a quarter of a second back from Bäckler. Elias Seppänen on his first proper attempt.
To explain the graphics that you are seeing, if the track is divided into 3 sections, section 1, 2 and 3. The little boxes are coloured to represent the driver's time within those sectors. If the box is green, it means it's a personal best for them. Obviously, all the drivers that are out on their first lap, it's going to be a personal best. If it's purple, it means they are fastest overall. If it's red, it means they're probably not going to want to think about that for too long. So drivers looking to go purple as soon as possible. At the moment, Sven Muller is purple in sector 1, as you can see, but as we've already mentioned, the driver's still very much getting heat into the tyres. Tyre warmers not allowed in GT Masters, so getting heat into those tyres to get up to speed.
Sven Muller looking very, very brave indeed on this lap. He's 1.3 seconds up on Bäckler in the first 2 sectors alone. As you allude to, we doubt that we're at the very peak of performance that we'll see in the session just yet, but Sven Muller clearly has uncorked the bottle a little more than everyone else at this stage, a bit more generous with his portions. Sven Muller out.
Portions.
Oh, terrible. 1:35.3, already beating yesterday's pole time, is Sven Muller. So he, for now, is the fastest man on track. We've also seen Danny Juncadea and Marco Mappelli best Klaus Bäckler in the last few moments.
Keep an eye on Sven Muller's teammate Joel Sturm when he steps into the car later on this afternoon. The oncoming storm of Joel Sturm, very impressive in his debut year in a GT Masters as Muller weaves his way through the traffic. Allied Racing's Jan Kasperlik, a bit of a legend himself, who has recruiting across many series and many talented drivers, and he spotted Joel Sturm from a distance and recruited him. And Jan saying very much that he's doing his own thing. He's not copying other teams. He says if you copy other teams, you're only ever going to be second best. We are doing it our way and we are going to win. I love that attitude from Jan Kasperlik. He is a complete legend, and Allied Racing, really great to welcome them to GT Masters in 2022.
Word must go out to the Mad Panda team as we see Puhaka coming across the line now. This young Finn came up through the Northern European single-seater scene, taking on wonderful little circuits such as Avanisto, which I recommend you take a look at onboard of after this session. But they had to work very, very hard indeed on Friday after an engine let go. Worked into the evening, got 1 lap of installation on Friday night before yesterday's qualifying, but the car stayed underneath both Puhaka and Ezequiel Perez Companc yesterday. Milena, the Mercedes, seemingly in good form.
In very good form indeed. Didn't have the result that they wanted yesterday, but definitely will be reveling in these conditions. You've just seen Sven Muller be the first driver into the 34s, a 1:34.432. So now Sven Muller really starting to turn the wicker. We are still in the early stages, just 8 minutes into this qualifying session, as we look at Daniel Juncadea, as already mentioned, sharing driving duties with Raffaele Marciello, and has moved across from the Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes. Mick Wieshofer, the next driver to go purple, the best of anybody in Sector 1, so we'll keep an eye on him. He's currently 5th overall, but looking to improve on that. But it is still tricky out there, and you put one wheel wrong, hit a puddle, hit a wet patch, put it in the gravel trap, your day is pretty well over, because starting from the back of the grid here at the Lausitzring, you haven't got opportunities to move forwards.
Got a good example there from Danny Juncadella, as a matter of fact, as we were on board with him briefly in the Mamba. He was waiting and waiting to get the power down, and eventually he realised as he was coming out of turn 7, I just went into the corner too quickly, he never really got the power down, ended up kicking up a little bit of dirt. That will have compromised his lap quite badly. You can see that he had a red middle sector. Red means that it's off his personal best. Sven Muller clearly happy with his work so far. He's just trickled back into pit lane.
This is the Lausitzring. It is the shortest circuit that we visit in the GT Masters season. It is just 3.478 kilometers around, a little over 2 miles. It has 12 turns, 7 to the left, 5 to the right. You will have noticed the cars circulate in an anti-clockwise direction, which is quite unusual, and is a new discipline for many of the drivers. Obviously, many circuits we run in a clockwise direction. Finding space on this track is important. The Lausitzring, originally a big tri-oval, and we use parts of that tri-oval. You see the cars coming onto sections of the tri-oval and then back onto the infield. Best overtaking opportunity is along the pit straight out of turn 12 and down into turn 1, but turn 1 is very tricky. We have seen so many cars coming to grief into turn 1 this weekend. So cars just finding a little bit of space, getting ready to do a lap. Nothing too spectacular at the moment. Mick Wieshofer is purple in Sector 1, a personal best in Sector 2, so we're keeping an eye on the number 14 Emil Frey Racing Lamborghini.
Yeah, here we are now with Wieshofer heading into turn 10, 11. Good to see that car in fine fettle again. If you were watching the race yesterday, you'll have seen how the race ended. The car had a rather stoved-in front end, but the car looking good at the moment. Juncadella also on a good lap there in the 48 car, so both Wieshofer and Juncadella very much of interest as they approach the start-finish line. Wieshofer, the Austrian driver, breaking the timing beam now to 34.952 to go second fastest. What can Juncadella do? It's going to be another 34 or 34.6. Neither man able to reach Sven Muller's pace, but both drivers looking promising.
So the times are starting to tumble. Interesting to see the Mercedes on a whole are towards the front of the pack at the moment. Jan Marschalkowski in the repaired Drago Racing Mercedes was running in 3rd for a while. He's down to 5th at the moment as Juncadella jumps up to that 2nd spot ahead of Wieshofer and Elias Seppänen. Jules Gounon up there as well. Also good to see Juuso Puhaka up in P8.
This lap's going to be a very quick one indeed. Oh, not quite. I thought that was a comfortable provisional pole for Jules Gounon there based on his middle sector, but not quite able to do it. Jules, as you alluded to earlier on, had a poor time of it yesterday in the race. He had a very uncharacteristic spin, but he will be looking to amend that. Ayhan Guven, we saw him just getting a bit blocked, I think, out on track by Nikki Katzberg, but he currently 3rd fastest on our timing screens. Of course, we'll be looking for a 2nd consecutive win after yesterday's result.
Well, up in 3rd at the moment is Ayhan Guven, still weaving his way through the traffic, as we see on the screens that Gounon has done a best of anybody in Sector 1 again. We'll keep an eye on that one, but look at this traffic jam. Nikki Katzberg in there as well behind Ayhan Guven. So this is not a great scenario for setting a quick lap. Guven needs to qualify as far up the grid as he can, because remember, he'll have that weight penalty for the race later on today. We're looking at the defending champion, one of the defending champions in GT Masters, Christopher Mies, in the orange and black Audi. And there is the number 71, Marco Mappelli, in the pits. And now what tyres has he got on in the Paul Motorsport Lamborghini? Really hard to see from this angle. I think somebody is going to be going for some slicks before too long. I really do.
I'm wondering if those are slicks, because there were a used set of wets just there beside the car in the garage. I'm wondering if he might be braving it there. Certainly there were wets stood beside the car. Whether or not those were slicks or not on the rims as he left, I'm not certain, but certainly it would be a brave move. Mappelli, though, a driver with the experience to maybe try and go for that rather brave option.
And you can see Jules Gounon caught up in traffic. That lap where he started with a purple in Sector 1, Sector 2 and 3 were not spectacular at all. Look how close to the wall Katzberg goes just to make space for Gounon. But if the drivers impede each other, the stewards will get involved and penalties might be incoming. But Jules Gounon is not really getting a clear lap at the moment on this short circuit. He's finding it difficult to get the space to do that lap that he needs to do. And of course, tyres are limited, and he needs to find the space and do it while he's got good rubber on the tyres. We're looking at Dennis Marschall in the number 27 Rutronic Racing Audi. There's an onboard of Dennis Marschall. Best of anybody in Sector 1, personal best in Sector 2. Let's see what he can do. This will almost certainly be well into the 134s as he crosses the line. Let's see what Marschall can come up with. And it is a pole position, provisional pole for Dennis Marschall in the Audi. So great job there. Audi suddenly coming alive, by far the best of all the Audis. Next across the line, Elias Seppänen, P7 for him. So he will continue to truck around to try and improve on that time.
That was a great lap from Marschall. The middle sector, while it wasn't purple, was very competitive, strong in the first sector, but he must have made up a good 5 or 6 tenths in the final sector alone. And I'm just wondering, with that level of pace, whether or not he has been brave enough to move on to the slicks. Let's see what the car collection team are going for. That was a set of slicks on the ground. But I don't think it was a set of slicks on the car, as you say, Brian.
No, I saw some tread there from the camera angle. Currently the 33 car. Marschall into the gravel. He keeps it rolling. Pleased for him on that front, but that lap is going to count for nothing.
That might be yet another sign that he's potentially on slicks then. That was just out of turn 7 there, where he seemingly had a bit of an off. Make sure they're looking firmly in the mirrors to make sure he doesn't hinder anyone else's progress, and not just anyone else's. In fact, the car that was going past him was the sister Rutronic Racing Audi. Definitely don't want to tangle with him.
No, you really don't. Marschall was the only driver into the 133s and well into the 133s, a 33.654, which would indicate to me he might be on something different to everybody else, i.e. slicks. This is the view on board with Jules Gounon. He is currently 3rd on the timing screens and has yet to improve on that. This is the view of Marschall going off, and you saw the back end. He just got a wheel out onto the dirt. He lost traction. The back end steps out. The gravel traps here at the Lausitzring, well, they're not as deep as Zandvoort, which is great news for drivers, because at Zandvoort, you get that far into the gravel trap, you're not coming out again. So he keeps the power on, rejoins, but it'll take him a little while to get those tyres cleaned up. The team will have a little pile of gravel in the garage when they service that car later on today. Very
interesting. Christopher Haase was just in the pit lane for Land Motorsport. His best time so far, 1:45.540. He's done 5 flying laps so far. Why is this interesting? Well, slicks came off the car.
Yeah, so maybe there are drivers who have tried slicks and decided that they are not the way to go. Daniel Nkadea continues to improve up to P3 with a 134.314, but 2 cars now into the 33s, because Jules Gounon has jumped up into 2nd, a 133.997. That is still 3.5 tenths slower than Dennis Marschall, but just 2 cars into the 33s. The pace is picking up. Look at the clock. It is less than 3 minutes already. This is short, sharp qualifying. Suddenly, anybody who hasn't got their act together really needs to get weaving. I'm just looking at any significance. We've got Jack Aitken all the way down in 15th at the moment. Christopher Mies, defending champion, down in 19th. Franck Pereira is 22nd and last. So quite a few notable drivers with a lot of work to do in the next 2.5 minutes.
I reckon Mies may have also been on slicks, because he and Haase were having simultaneous services down at the Montplas by Land Audi garages. So let's see whether both Haase and Mies can move up the order. They're currently on the bottom row, 21st and 22nd. Not what we'd expect. Top Dennis Marschall once again improving, a 33.2, really stamping his authority on the session right now.
Well, you can't blame the car, because there's an Audi bracketing the timing screen. One at the top and one at the bottom is Dennis Marschall with 2 minutes to go, who's on provisional pole position, a 133.202, so he's improved on that. Gounon, the only other driver in the 33s at the moment. He is currently 2nd. 3rd, Daniel Nkadea in the Mercedes, a 134.297. A minute and 40 seconds left on this session. To remind you, when the checkered flag comes out, the clock strikes 0. Any drivers who are on a lap are able to complete that lap and it will count. But it is now getting to the business end of this qualifying session. Dennis Marschall still trying to improve. He knows that pole position is always under threat, especially in the GT Masters.
Only a few corners left on this lap then. Purple in the first sector, 4/10 off of the fastest middle sector time. But in these kind of conditions, that doesn't mean all hope is lost. Nikki Katzberg on a very strong lap as well, as is Christopher Mies. So let's keep an eye on those time deltas on our screen. Marschall across the line now. Can he dip below a 33? Not quite. Doesn't actually improve on his time. Where is Mies? There he is. Nikki Katzberg will follow across the line. What can Christopher Mies do? Surely he can get off the bottom row. He gets the front row. Second place, but only briefly, because there comes Nikki Katzberg for Schubert BMW.
So the track is evolving very, very quickly now. Look at all those purples that keep popping up. Look at that drift from Nikki Katzberg. There is drifting on this weekend. We don't want it in this session, though, do we, Nikki? Is Marschall from Katzberg at the moment. Audi from BMW, the other BMW, in the hands of Ben Green, currently loitering down in 16th place. And he is not really putting in any quick sector times at the moment. Katzberg continues to press on. Sven Muller also once again turning the wick up. Christopher Mies also purple in sector 1. The clock is about to strike 0, so any drivers who are on a lap now will be able to continue. So the first of the drivers across the line to finish will be car number 11. That is Klaus Bachler, and the best he is going to get today is down in 20th place. Oh no, he's just jumped up. The timing screen's updated as he crossed the line. 14th is the best that Klaus Bachler can get today.
Let's see then what Katzberg can do. He's been on a mighty lap so far. Ayan Guven, purple in the first sector, only briefly because Mick Wieselfer has just beaten his time in the first sector. Brian, I think it's about to become very thick and fast here at the start-finish line as everyone's scrambling for a lap.
Oh, this is not the race, this is qualifying. The Allied Racing Sven Muller car is caught up with Ben Green. Checkered flag is out, but neither of the drivers would have benefited from coming together like that. It is Katzberg who goes to the top of the screens. Nikki Katzberg at 1:31.569. Where did that come from?
And here comes Guven. Let's see if Guven can beat it. He's been on a decent lap. No, he cannot beat it. He goes 5th fastest for now. Other cars coming across the line. Wieselfer as well, looking quick. Let's see what happens here.
Sven Muller up into second at 1:32.851. That lap from Katzberg was mighty. For a moment, he was a second and a half quicker than anybody. Here comes Mick Wieselfer. Not a great sector 2, but it was purple in sector 1. Where will Mick Wieselfer come on the timing screens? The answer is 11th at the moment, and Aitken has now jumped up into P3 as well. So Jack Aitken in the final throws of this qualifying session up into P3 with a 1:32.963. He'll be very useful from there. With the checkered flag out, what a finish to the session. Nikki Katzberg, 1:31.569, ahead of Sven Muller, Jack Aitken, Christopher Mies, Dennis Marschall, who looked like he'd got poles sewn up, down in P5.
Feller and Winkelhock having a little bit of a tap together in the braking zone for turn 1. Oh, not turn 3 again, Marcus. You had a bit of a moment there yesterday. Yeah, very close quarters between the two Audis. You can tell they're from separate teams. It kept going all lap. They were side by side throughout the first sector, and I think it ended in contact at turn 6. Oh dear, oh dear. But Nikki Katzberg with a sensational lap. I believe that is the biggest margin for pole position all year. I don't want to root through my record book, but it's probably in several years.
I should think it probably is. Normally it's a second covering the entire field, not a second covering first to second. 1.282 to be precise. I mean, Katzberg, whatever he had for breakfast this morning, he should market that, because his teammate, his fellow BMW, Ben Green, was only down in 16th place with a 1:34.798. So something spectacular going on with that Katzberg car. At the end of this qualifying session, Nikki Katzberg steals the headlines. He steals the headlines in absolute style, and taking that pole position ahead of Sven Muller, Jack Aitken, Christopher Mies, Dennis Marschall, Ayan Guven, yesterday's race winner, down in 6th. Christopher Haas 7th, Matthias Drudy 8th. Luca Engster 9th and Jules Gounon down in 10th. And also, look at Daniel Juncadella down in 13th. Marciello will be steaming about that one again. Just looking at other drivers that are a bit out of position. Ricardo Feller, defending champion in GT Masters, down in 21st position. He is going to have a real struggle from there. You can hear.
This was the right decision.
You can hear the celebrations. I'm kind of pleased that's not in English, really.
Oh no, that was in English.
Was it?
What was interesting there is the mechanic said that was the right decision, mate. I wonder if that refers to slick tyres.
Yes, indeed. I thought it was in German. I need to go get the hearing check first thing tomorrow morning.
And Marcus Finkelhock is on the warpath, I think. He was having those side-by-side moments, wasn't he? I think it was with Ricardo Feller. As you alluded to, the two drivers on the back row of the grid are about to have a meeting.
Yeah, and the camera's following. Yes, Marcus Finkelhock, he's not well chuffed, is he? He probably just needs to go and have a little sit down at the back. Someone grab him a coffee, just put your feet up for a couple of minutes, and it'll pass. But yes, qualifying absolute last as a result of that, and it is under investigation, as you can see. There's a surprise. I wonder if the stewards will have something else to say about that. So both cars ended up at the bottom of the timing screens. We can see here again, Winkelhock just taking that line into the corner, Feller on the outside into turn 1. So that all looks fine there. And Feller coming back. They're not meant to be side-by-side racing during the qualifying session. It's not quick for anybody, that. But there was a little bit of a bump into the corner, but that wasn't where it all kicked off, really, was it?
No, it was turn 6 where things really started to go horribly wrong. The pair into each other, and the end result was a spin. As we can just see, as they go out of shot, they were getting too close for comfort, and then they were sliding off circuit in tandem. I think we can add up the rest.
Well, this circuit, as I've said several times already, is the shortest circuit of the season. Finding space out on the track to put in a hot lap is difficult. And these kind of incidents do happen. It's a good indication of how bumpy it is there as well. But that is Marcus Winkelhock. Probably not in the best of moods at the moment. He will no doubt go back to the motorhome and weigh that one up. The car collection team, well, they've got a lot of work to do to prepare that car for a charge, hopefully, through the field. The car that will be seeing an open track in front of him will be the Nikki Katzberg car, Schubert Motorsport BMW M4, which takes pole position for race 2 of the weekend, ahead of Sven Muller and Jack Aitken, Christopher Mies, Dennis Marschall, Arndt Guven. Good qualifying for Christopher Haase ahead of Matthias Drudy. And then it's Luca Engster, solid performance from him. Jules Gounon, long way back by his standards, from Mick Wieshofer, Frank Pereira, Daniel Juncadella, Yusuf Puhaka, and the rest of the names scrolling through your screens. It is a very spaced out grid in terms of times. The conditions are the great leveler. We're expecting a dry track later on. The race will be this afternoon, and it'll be one not to miss. It is race 10 of a 14 race season, and it's all to play for. We'll see you this afternoon. Bye-bye. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Lausitzring for day 2 of round 5 of the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. Their championship is getting to the business end. It is the penultimate round. There are now only 2 drivers in the running for the ADAC Formula 4 Championship title. The driver that's leading the championship, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, is not here this weekend. So this is a great opportunity for second place Taylor Barnard to make hay while the sun shines. And that's what we're pleased to say is happening today. The sun has come through after the water and rain and mist of yesterday. And Taylor Barnard is getting that assault on the championship title off to the best possible start by starting this race on pole position. So, to remind you, Antonelli is not here, but he does lead the championship by 84 points. That is a massive amount to be leading the championship by. There are potential 50 points remaining on the table just this weekend. Taylor Barnard really needs a couple of first places because that man there, who's just on your screen, Nikita Bedrin, beat him off the line yesterday, taking the top step of the podium, and Taylor Barnard had to settle for second place. And that 7 points difference between first and second may make all the difference when this season comes to a close. It is the penultimate round here at the Lausitzring. We have one more left in October. That is at the Nürburgring, where the new champion for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany will be crowned. But our focus is on the first of 2 races here today, here at the Lausitzring. Race 1, which we are just starting the formation lap for now, and then race 2, which takes place this afternoon at 25 minutes to 4 local time. And the top 8 finishers from this race will determine the grid for race 3, but those 8 places will be reversed. So whoever finishes in 8th place will start race 3 of the weekend on pole position. As already mentioned, the rain appears to be gone and there is none forecast. As is also mentioned, Kimi Antonelli leads by 84 points from Taylor Barnard. There are still 125 points available this season, but with Kamara Larson not here this weekend and Nikita Bedrin now out of the running mathematically as well, it is down to just Taylor Barnard to reel in Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and wherever Andrea is watching this from, he will be looking to see whether he still can hold on to that lead. Here is the grid. It's Taylor Barnard on pole position with Kasper Stuker alongside. Nikita Bedrin is 3rd on the grid with Rasmus Simmies alongside. He's looking for the rookie title. Zach David, we welcome him, and Valentin Klus on row 3. And Jonas Reed and Ricky Lee on row 4 of the grid, another debutant. Now David Birnbachdi is alongside Mikhail Sauter on row 5, and on row 6 it's Samir Ben on his own. It is a small field, but size isn't everything. It is quality, not quantity, and these drivers provide some great racing. We mentioned Zach David. He is a Filipino driver based in Malta, just turned 15 years old. He's part of the Sauber karting team, a driver with a great future ahead of him, and we welcome him to the grid for his debut this weekend, as indeed we do Ricky Lee, who is a Chinese driver who's also come from karting, and if he's signed up for Us Racing, he must be pretty reasonable because Us Racing are very good at spotting the talent. As you can see, cars have completed their formation lap. It will be 30 minutes of racing. It's a timed race, and the cars are now a bit of heat into the tyres, not a great deal. Temperature here, 18.6 degrees centigrade. So not exactly tropical, which is what it has been all week long. But of course, this week starts and suddenly it's been raining. But it's dry now. We have indication that all is good. The green lights come on, the red lights are off, and away we go for race 14 of an 18-race season. This time, Taylor Barnard is not caught napping. He leads into turn 1, taking a very wide line as he sweeps across and down that tricky little section. It's a bit of a pinch point on this circuit, and it's Nikita Bedrin, his teammate, who slots into second place. Now, yesterday, we saw Nikita Bedrin really mastering these conditions and disappearing off into the distance. And that's exactly what Taylor Barnard doesn't need to happen today, because he needs every single point that he can get if he is to catch the Andrea Kimi Antonelli for the top of the championship standings. He's not going to get to the top today, of course, because there aren't enough points available. But if he can max out today and get a good score at the Nürburgring next time around, he could still win this title of the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. The rest of the field coming through now, and they've all made it through the first few corners. It's Taylor Barnard who leads from Nikita Bedrin and Kasper Stuka. Rasmus Utsimi's in 4th place, Jonas Reed, Valentin Kloos, another driver who's just turned 15 this year at the end of May and is old enough to join the field, another driver who is one of the real superstars that are coming up through, and many of the senior drivers will be looking over their shoulders at some of this talent that is coming through the ADAC Formula 4 Germany at the moment. Of course, Valentin Kloos is one of 2 German drivers in this series. It is a series that attracts talent from across the world, not more so than Taylor Barnard from the UK, who currently leads the way in this race from Nikita Bedrin, the driver who is registered Italian this year, and in 3rd place, Kasper Stuka from Poland. So we are at the Lausitzring. We're using the short course. It is a circuit that is 3.478 kilometers around, as we look again at the start of this race. And there was a driver who did not get away at all at the start. And fortunate that nobody collected him, but was all good. And finally gets the thing rolling, gets off the grid, and it looks like no harm done, albeit losing a load of places. So the rest of the field make it into turn 1. A great start from Taylor Barnard, and not the problems that he had yesterday when he was completely mugged off the line by Nikita Bedrin. Finally, the car that didn't get away gets rolling and joins the back of the pack. You can see the track is still greasy, and it still has the ability to bite and catch these drivers out. I was telling you that it was 3.478 kilometers around. It is also 12 turns, 7 to the left and 5 to the right. It's one of the shortest tracks that these cars visit. The best overtaking opportunity is what you see at the top of your screen there, at the end of the pit straight into turn 1. The drivers can pick up a slipstream under braking into turn 1, into the little downhill section, and try and make a move there. The rest of the cars, not much challenging going on at the moment, but this can all change very, very quickly. And to remind you, the top 8 at the moment, the reverse of that will form the grid for the second race this afternoon. So Michael Sauter may well be wanting to stay in that 8th position. It was Nan David Birenbachti who's moving forwards. Behind him, Ricky Lee and Zach David, 2 of the newcomers into this formula. Barnard currently leading by 1.578 seconds from his teammate Nikita Bedrin. Kasper Stuka in 3rd place, there he is there, and just before him Rasmus Utsimi's. Now Rasmus Utsimi's is closing in on the title of rookie champion, because the current rookie championship leader is Rafael Kamara, another of the drivers who is not here this weekend. And Rasmus Utsimi's is about just over 30 points behind, so he has great opportunity to close in on the rookie title and potentially take the lead of it by the end of race 3 today. Here's Michael Sauter making a challenge on Samir Ben. So Sauter through now into 7th place. So that theory about him holding on for pole in the reverse grid race, well, it shows what I know, doesn't it? Racing drivers are trained to go forwards and pick up every point possible. And Michael Sauter, a driver who continues to improve every time you see him, an independent driver and he is part of a father and son team. His father, Stefan, should I say, owns the team, and his great-grandfather, Kurt, also raced. He raced sports cars. So Michael Sauter, he has it in the genes, as they say. And I remember when we saw him last year, he was on a very steep learning curve, but he has learnt, and he is one of the real talents, and it's been so exciting to watch his progress as he works his way up through the pack in many races. Michael Sauter in the number 21 car, currently in 7th place, ahead of Samir Ben, the number 25 car there of Samir Ben, the Swiss driver for Genza Motorsport. So the car's using part of the tri-oval, and you can see the pit straight there, the big wide pit straight, a very unforgiving wall at the side of it. Drivers have to be very careful in these conditions because there is a dry line and a definite dryness appearing around the circuit. There are still some wet patches, and if the drivers get onto those or get onto the dirt or onto the grass, what's left of it after the heat wave that's been here, then it gets very slippery and it can catch these drivers out and they can end up in a gravel trap, or worse still, in the wall. Taylor Barnard extending his legs at the front. 1.862 is the gap, and it's an almost identical gap back to Kasper Stuka as well, and 1.86 seconds. So fairly evenly spaced on the 1, 2, 3, but still plenty going on further behind. You see Valentin Kloos in the background closing in on Jonas Reed. So the two German drivers are likely to be challenging each other before too long, and in front of them, Rasmus Utsimies, who needs all the points that he can get as he fights for that title of rookie champion. Out onto the wide banked corner once again and onto the pit straight. The drivers using two sections of the big tri-oval here at the Lausitzring. And that's out of turn 12 towards turn 1, where we're looking at here, and they're back onto the tri-oval on the exit of turn 5, and then off it again at turn 6. And a fairly windy section in the middle. Not a lot of overtaking opportunities during this little windy section. It's mainly on and off the tri-oval that creates the best opportunities, and particularly turns 11 and 12 and turn 1. So, oh dear, Michael Sauter, having picked him up, said how well he's doing, he's dropped the car, it's into the gravel trap, and that looks like it's going nowhere, and that is such a shame. So Michael Sauter is stranded. That is almost certainly going to get us a safety car, because he is not going to go anywhere quickly, and he has made fairly heavy contact with the barrier as well. So the Sauter team can have a bit of work to do to ready that car in time for race 3. That is such a shame. So Michael Sauter stranded. Here comes the aforementioned safety car, and we did say this track had the potential to bite, and that's exactly what's happened. Just peering out to see what part of the track that Michael Sauter is in. I think it's out somewhere near turn 6. So the safety car is out, and that big lead that Taylor Barnard had built up, which, by the way, had grown to 2.479 seconds. So Barnard had done all the right things. That will now be whittled away to nothing, and he will have Nikita Bedrin on his rear wing when we go back to green flag racing. And I have to tell you, Nikita Bedrin does not settle for second. A real entertainer, and he will fight, and he will have his eyes on the top step. So Taylor Barnard, his best laid plans are suddenly put on hold as the race is also put on hold. Let's have a look again. Let's see if we can see what happened. That's Valentin Kloos having a bit of a wobble, and at this point Sauter has already lost it. He's going backwards across the grass, and the moment you're onto the grass, you're a passenger, and you've just got to hold on and hope you don't hit anything. And he has made contact with that barrier. We've got a few hours between this and the next race, so hopefully the team led by his father, Team Sauter Engineering and Design, can get that car back together, and he will be out for that third race. But certainly His race 2 is done and dusted. He looks on. It really is a steep learning curve, but it is great to see the little independent teams alongside the big teams. And it's great that we have PHM and Us Racing, and we often have Prema and Van Amersfoort, but you also need these little independent teams as well. And they do it the hard way. They do it without the big budget, and every penny counts. And the Sauter team have been a real inspiration over the last couple of years. Michael Sauter had a massive accident at Sachsenring last year, and it was lovely to see the rest of the teams gathering around to rebuild the car with Stefan Sauter lending parts, lending talent. And it's great when they gather around and support the independent teams, the small teams. The car has been removed, so we're expecting notification that the safety car will be in very shortly. The car is just weaving to keep heat into the temperature, heat into the tyres, keep temperature into the tyres. Got there in the end. Behind the safety car, but very shortly the lights will go off on the safety car, and Taylor Barnard will become the effective safety car of this race. He will be controlling the pace, and it will be his decision when to go. Nikita Bedrin will attempt to anticipate that and will attempt to jump in. Right, safety car will be in on this lap, so those lights will go off very shortly. We look in at Ron Dobmeyer, who drives the safety car. He is a fireman in his part-time, well, this is his part-time job, really. His full-time job is he's a fireman. There you go, didn't you know that? And does a great job, often very busy on an ADAC weekend. And he, along with, I can't tell you the name of his assistant, I'm afraid, I'm really sorry. But Ron Dobmeyer, get there in the end. We thank you for your hard work driving the safety car for the ADAC. The lights are off. The safety car now pulls away from the rest of the pack. Taylor Barnard backing the pack up, keeping the heat in the tyres. He wants to trick his teammate Nikita Bedrin into thinking that he's still weaving, when in fact he's about to hit the accelerator. Bedrin's having none of it. He's there. He's monstering Barnard. Of course, he cannot overtake until they cross the line, but he is having none of it. And he is there on the back bumper. Barnard goes, no, I'm not going yet. I'm still warming my tyres. Honest, mate. And now he hits the accelerator. The gap opens up. But Nikita Bedrin, well, we knew he was going to anticipate that well, didn't we? Along the pit straight they come. And this is the best opportunity that Bedrin has had and probably will have to get the lead of this race. The rest of the cars fan out along the pit straight. You see that Bedrin just locking up a wheel into turn 1, not the quickest way around there, and that has dropped him back slightly. So Taylor Barnard gets a little bit of a reprieve and opens up the gap at the front. Some great racing further back. The remaining 10 cars all fighting for position, being careful not to make contact with each other. It's Taylor Barnard leading Nikita Bedrin, Kasper Stuka in third ahead of Rasmus Utsimi's, Jonas Reed, Valentin Klus, Nandavid Birnbachti, Samir Ben, Zach David, and Riki Lee, who rounds out the top 10. And you can see all the cars there pretty well in the same shot. And you can see that Taylor Barnard has opened up a good gap. Valentin Klus just taking a little look on the inside of Jonas Reed. And ahead of them is Rasmus Utsimis. We're approaching the halfway point of the race, 30 minutes total. So when the clock strikes 0, that will be the end of the race. Well, at the end of that lap anyway. And Taylor Barnard now working hard to rebuild that gap that he had before the safety car came out. The driver's still tiptoeing around some of the damp spots here at the Lausitzring. We're on the short course, and you can hear just squealing tyres into turn 1. Quite a steep drop, that is, more than you can appreciate looking at a TV screen. And if you get offline and get a wheel onto the dirt, it really is a big problem, because we've seen many cars coming to grief on that corner. We saw Samir Ben just doing a little bit of a slide as he came out of the corner, but he keeps it pointing in the right direction. Now, Valentin Klus is the driver that looks most likely to make a challenge here, the two PHM drivers. running with each other. It's Jonas Reed who's in front of him. And of course, PHM, who came from the ashes of Muka Motorsport. A very talented team with talented drivers. Still Jonas Reed holding on to that 5th position. Valentin Kloos holding on to the spot behind at the moment, 6th place, but looking to improve. Nandarid Birnbakti has found a route past Samir Ben, and Zach David has also moved up into 9th place. So still fighting for positions all along the track. As they cross the line, let's see how much of a gap Barnard has built. That is 1.479 seconds. So Barnard continuing the progress that he was making in the first half of this race. We are in the second half now. Nikita Bedrin is still tracking every move of Taylor Barnard, but clearly doesn't have anything that he can bring to the table at the moment. Of course, it's not just all about going hell for leather for half an hour. These drivers need to look after the tyres, look after the brakes, because it's the second part of the race that counts, because that's when the points are paid out. Continuing to look at Kasper Stuka, who closes in on Nikita Bedrin. So this is the 1-2-3, and Kasper Stuka clearly has his eyes on the second step of the podium. This is great news for Taylor Barnard, because if Nikita Bedrin has to start driving defensively, which is exactly what he's doing now, that allows Taylor Barnard to stretch his legs at the front and open up that gap once more. It was 1.5 seconds last time across the line, and I reckon it's going to be more than that when they cross the line this time. Out of turn 12 they come, onto the tri-oval, being careful of that very solid concrete wall, keeping well clear of that. Right, they cross the line, let's see what the gap is. And now Barnard, 1.8, so he continues to open up that gap. And now Nikita Bedrin is driving with his mirrors, with Kasper Stuka monstering him and following his every move. Then a gap back to Rasmus Utsimi's, who's closely followed by Jonas Reed, Valentin Kloos, and David Birnbakti, and Samir Ben also in there as well. So there's your 1-2-3 out of turn 5 and into turn 6, and just a little bit of a belt along the tri-oval. A wonderful bit of track. Walked around it last night, and just very sad we don't see more oval racing on the big ovals anyway, particularly here in Germany at the Lausitzring. A superb facility, not used enough by my reckoning. Now there's a car in the background who looked to be going wide. Didn't see anybody leaving the track, but we're watching Rasmus Utsimi's and Jonas Reed. Jonas Reed is just turning the heat up because Valentin Kloos is behind him. Now looking to the inside, and Jonas Reed starting to challenge. Rasmus Utsimi's needs to finish this race. He needs the points, because with Rafael Camara not here this weekend, he has the opportunity to get to the top of the Rookie Championship. Across the line, they come once more. Our leader, Taylor Barnard, he's opened it up to 2.4, but the battle for second is now raging on. Nikita Bedrin fighting off Kasper Stuka, and a lovely slide by Kasper Stuka into turn 1. The back end sliding out is not the quickest way around there, but it's very entertaining. We've had drifting here this weekend as part of the ADAC Family Festival, and that's actually been on that corner as well, but this is not the quickest way in ADAC Formula 4. It is race 14 of an 18-race season for the ADAC Formula 4. And after this, the final round at the Nürburgring. So every point counts, and Taylor Barnard needs a win. He needs it very, very urgently. He needs to make hay while the sun shines, and with Andrea Kimi Antonelli and the entire Prema team elsewhere this weekend, this is his great opportunity. This fight continues to rage on. So Rasmus Utsimi's appearing to be something of a cork in the bottle, with Jonas Reed and Valentin Kloos now starting to look a little impatient. And behind them, David Burimbakti is also closing in. He wants a bit of the action as well. So Rasmus Utsimies is going to have to do all that he can in the last 10 minutes of this race to keep those cars behind. Barnard has opened up the gap, 3.2 seconds. He is on another level today. Right, a challenge now to Rasmus Utsimies. To the inside goes Jonas Reed. Utsimies, to his credit, knowing that this is not a battle that he needs to fight today. One of his main challenges in the Rookie Championship is the car that's now behind him. That is Valentin Kloos, but I think Kloos is mathematically probably not in the running of the rookie title. Utsimies needs to bring it home and score points, and that is his priority. And letting Jonas Reed to go past without too much of a fight, actually some very wise driving from Rasmus Utsimies. And Jonas Reed now up into that 4th place. We look again into turn 1. Jonas Reed just sees that gap on the inside and he is through. And Valentin Kloos very nearly following through on his shirt tails. So Taylor Barnard still very much in control of this race. Nikita Bedrin still very much under pressure from Kasper Stuka. And then it is Jonas Reed in the number 41 car ahead of Rasmus Utsimies, Valentin Kloos, and David Burimbakti. He's been an entertainer in the short time that he's been in Formula 4, and he is going to be on the back bumper of Rasmus Utsimies before too long. Across the line we come. Here is Valentin Kloos. So he moves to the inside under braking. Into turn 1. Again, Utsimies not putting up too much of a fight, but he does now come back into turn 2. Valentin Kloos shuts the door, says, I'll be having that, thank you very much. And Rasmus Utsimies is relegated another place and into the clutches of David Burimbakti. Behind them, Zach David making a very solid debut in ADAC Formula 4 Germany. Samir Ben, Riki Lee, and of course we've lost Michael Sauter after that incident. 7 3/4 minutes remaining. It's all to play for still here, isn't it? There's the leader, and there is 2nd and 3rd running very much together. Nikita Bedrin not showing the sort of pace he did yesterday. He really enjoyed the slippery, wet conditions of race 1 yesterday. Today, not quite having the legs as he continues to fend off Kasper Stuka. Jonas Reed up into that 4th place, and Rasmus Utsimies in 5th. So this is the fight that occupies us. Our leader, Taylor Barnard, well clear at the moment. It was 3.1 seconds the last time they crossed the start-finish line. Now, Nikita Bedrin coming under pressure from Kasper Stuka. Stuka has a little look to the outside. And still, Nikita Bedrin holding on. He is a driver who is not scared to get his elbows out to defend a position. In his 2nd year of ADAC Formula 4 Germany. And Kasper Stuka, this is his 1st year in ADAC Formula 4 Germany. And again, Kasper running for US Racing, the team that's run by Gerhard Ungar and Ralf Schumacher. They know talent when they see it, real talent spotters. And if a driver is in an US Racing seat, you know they are good. And Kasper Stuka certainly proving his worth as he challenges Nikita Bedrin for the 2nd step of the podium. This, of course, is Christmas for Taylor Barnard, the English driver, continuing to pull away at the front. Taylor Barnard looking for what will be his potentially 3rd win of the season if he can bring it home where it is. And more importantly to him, a big haul of points as he closes in on Antonelli's championship lead. Across the start-finish line they come again. And let's have a look at the gap. It was just over 3 seconds last time, and it is still just over 3 seconds. Right, this challenge for 2nd place still rages on. Get the feeling this is going to carry on for the next 5 minutes. It is Nikita Bedrin from Kasper Stuka. And this just allows Taylor Barnard to open up that gap at the front and then just maintain a gap. And a 3-second gap is a nice, healthy distance. He's not taking too much out of the car. He's not putting too much pressure on himself, but he's clear enough of this fight for second place. Let him get on with it, he says. And I will take the top step of the podium if I can possibly do that. Into the last 5 minutes of this race. Race 2 of the weekend. One more still to come. At the moment, for the reverse grid race, if things stay as they are, it will be Zach David. And that will be a baptism of fire on his debut in ADAC Formula 4. But he is currently in 8th place. And if things stay as they are, the outside front row for race 3 will be Nandavid Birumbakti. The reverse grid principle that is used in Formula 4, a great way of getting drivers to experience driving in traffic. And if Taylor Barnard does go on to win this race, then he will start in 8th position with Nikita Bedrin in 7th. But we've still got another 4 minutes of this race remaining before that is decided. And Valentin Kloos has caught up with Jonas Reed and is now pressuring him. The two PHM cars fighting for position. Being very careful not to take each other out. That would be awkward over lunch, wouldn't it? But good, clean racing from these young drivers, the stars of tomorrow, showing what they're worth here at the Lausitzring. And Valentin Kloos is a driver who is being watched for several years now as he comes up through the ranks, tipped to be a real superstar of the future. He's the current ADAC Kart Masters champion, and has taken to Formula 4 as we expected him to, like a duck to water. Samir Ben in the number 25 car, and there is the number 24 car of Rasmus Utsimi's with Nandavid Birumbakti still pressuring him. So Rasmus Utsimi's in 6th place, and he is 2nd in the rookie standings within this race. So Valentin Kloos, having made his way past now the leading rookie, Rasmus Utsimi's 2nd in the rookie category, and Nandavid Birumbakti 3rd. Right, challenge for position here to the inside of Jonas Reed. It goes Valentin Kloos. We said he was good, didn't we? So Valentin Kloos hanging it out, and he's driving with great maturity. It's Valentin Kloos who moves up into 4th place. Great stuff from Valentin Kloos. He's worked his way up from towards the back of the grid and is now up into 4th place. So Valentin Kloos continuing his march forwards, but with just 2 minutes of this race remaining, he is going to struggle to catch Kasper Stuka and get himself on the podium. Valentin Kloos, who had a dreadful day yesterday, mechanical issues that they could not solve, robbing him of a race finish, and eventually they did sort it overnight. As we look again at this move, ducking to the outside into turn 1, then cutting back to the inside, and that is a great move. So this is the move we're talking about between Jonas Reed and Valentin Kloos, not the previous one we were looking at. So turn 1 providing lots of entertainment and lots of action. Right, this is the battle now for 2nd place. It's Nikita Bedrin and Kasper Stuka running side by side in towards turn 1. And it looks like Stuka has found a route past. Is Nikita Bedrin going to come back at him? He tries, he's glued to the rear wing, but it's Kasper Stuka with a minute of the race remaining. We're into the final lap. Kasper Stuka, who sneaks into 2nd place. Nikita Bedrin is going to struggle to get back past Kasper Stuka unless he can force him into a mistake in the closing stages of this lap. He's trying to do that. He looks to the inside. Kasper Stuka holding on to the 2nd place. And Nikita Bedrin, having been in 2nd for so long, is now relegated to 3rd place. In the meantime, Taylor Barnard is heading up towards the last series of corners. You see him there at the bottom of your screen. He's just flashed through. Then it's Kasper Stuka. Then Nikita Bedrin. Great driver from Kasper Stuka as he comes through into that 2nd place and now breaks clear of Nikita Bedrin And he must be wondering what he might have done had he got past sooner, because he might have done something about the giant lead that Taylor Barnard built up. It was a lead that he held from beginning to end. It's going to be a lights to flag victory for the number 77 car, Taylor Barnard from the UK for PHM Racing, winning race 14 of the season, race 2 of the weekend. Second across the line, Kasper Stuka. Third, Nikita Bedrin. Fourth is going to be Valentin Kloos with the drive of the race ahead of Jonas Ries. Rasmus Simmies, who is second in category in the Rookie Championship. And then Nan-David Bernbakti, Zach David, Ricky Lee, Samir Ben coming home in 10th place. And it will be Zach David then who starts on a pole position for race 3, which will come later on this afternoon. But Taylor Barnard stealing the headlines. Here's another look of that move for second place. Kasper Stuka to the inside of Nikita Bedrin. Along the pit straight they came. And Bedrin tried to give him a bit of a squeeze, but that's about as much as he can do. Then ducks out to the outside to try and get a wider run into turn 1. But Kasper Stuka is through. Bedrin carrying a lot of speed, but not enough to find a route past. It is the checkered flag, though, for Taylor Barnard, who takes the win. Rest of the field came through, and it was a good, solid drive from these young pilots. And I think drive of the race, Valentin Kloos up into P4, and Taylor Barnard, well, he just disappeared from the front. He had that safety car to cope with midway through. It did nothing to faze him, eventually winning by nearly 4.5 seconds from Kasper Stuka, ahead of Nikita Bedrin, Valentin Kloos, Jonas Ries, Rasmus Simmies, Nan-David Bernbakti, and Zach David finishing in 8th place. Ricky Lee was in 9th ahead of Samir Ben. I'm sure we'll get confirmation of that shortly. And it was Mikael Sauter who had that incident which saw him into the fence and a non-finisher. Hopefully they can get that together and he will be back out for race 3 of the weekend, which takes place, may I remind you again, at 15:35 local time. If you're watching in the UK, that will be 14:35. And Taylor Barnard UK fans will be delighted with that. More points. That's exactly what they said, because Taylor Barnard is mathematically the only driver who can catch Andrea Kimi Antonelli at the top of the standings. This weekend is a great opportunity for him to reel in the current points leader.
Don't let him go to the wall. Close the inside as much.
Always listening in. That's what we try to do. Yeah. So congratulations all around. Kasper Stuka, great move into second place. Nikita Bedrin will be frustrated. He held on for so long to that second place, finally losing it. But there is Taylor Barnard. And there is the points situation. So you can see 59 points in it. So it really is very close. Well, it will be if Barnard can do it all again this afternoon. 59 points, and there are still 100 points available this season. But may I repeat to myself, with Andrea Kimi Antonelli not here, it is all for Taylor Barnard to score.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So the rest of the classification scrolling through. And the focus in this afternoon's race will be from that man there who starts 8th on the grid. The problem is, if he wants to pick up the maximum 25 points, he will have to pass the likes of Nikita Bedrin, Kasper Stuka, and Valentin Kloos. No mean feat. There is Nikita Bedrin, who finishes in 3rd place, yesterday's winner. 2nd, going to Kasper Stuka. Great to have us racing here this weekend. But the winner for PHM Racing. It's a 1-3 for PHM. Top step going to the number 77 of Taylor Barnard. So with the skies brightening up, we are optimistic that it's going to stay dry all day. And I think Taylor Barnard will be pleased about that. He wasn't especially happy in the slippery conditions yesterday. I should think Nikita Bedrin might be doing a rain dance between now and race 3 this afternoon. As we look down the pit straight here at the Lausitzring, which is waiting for the drivers to make their way to the podium. Great perspective of the giant grandstand. There's a pretty big crowd here today. You wouldn't believe it looking at that. It is just such a big facility. The wonderful tri-oval of the Lausitzring and the great course that we use that incorporates part of it. So from here, we have quite a big break. Our next round is the 14th to the 16th of October at the legendary Nürburgring. And that is where the championship will be decided. Taylor Barnard, of course, cannot pass Antonelli in the championship today, but he can close right on up. If he can get a good score in race 3, this will be critical. And race 3, he is going to be pushing as hard as he possibly can. So we look on at Nikita Bedrin, who's not looking especially delighted with his 3rd place. As his teammate utterly dominates that particular race. We wait on just for the drivers to appear on the podium, and yes, indeed, Taylor Barnard for PHM. A name that we will be talking about for many years to come. Of that, there is no doubt. One of the real rising stars in open wheel racing. And when you look at the likes of Théo Pourchaire at the moment, currently knocking on the door of a Formula 1 seat. And of course, he was the 2019 champion in ADAC Formula 4. We look at Johnny Edgar. And we look at Oliver Biermann. All previous champions in ADAC Formula 4, all making their way up the ladder now in open wheel racing. Not just open wheel racing, number of drivers in GT racing. We've been watching Marvin Dienst doing really well in GT Masters this weekend. Of course, he was a previous champion in the ADAC Formula 4 series. We even had the likes of Lando Norris, who came through the ADAC ranks as well. So a great training ground for these young drivers, and the likes of Taylor Barnard, Kasper Stuka, Nikita Bedrin, and especially Kloos as well, Valentin Kloos, drivers that will be appearing in the more senior formulas as the years progress. So just that gap as we wait, and the pit lane is open to many spectators here who get to be up close and personal with the cars and the drivers here at the Lausitzring, part of the ADAC Family Festival this weekend, which has been a real festival, not just of motorsport, but of just being family. Everything from face painting to drifting and everything in between. A bit of a gap as we're just waiting for this podium presentation. And then hopefully we can bring you the 1, 2, 3 before we go off air. The driver that won the rookie race was Valentin Kloos. He finished 4th on the road. Rasmus Utsimies was 2nd. And David Burenbachti was 3rd. And those are the cars in the pit lane. Right, here we go. Clearly someone had to stop for a bathroom break on the way up, but now we are here. So, Nikki Katzberg not looking especially ecstatic with a third place, but he was out of the championship hunt before this race started. Second, Kasper Stuka, and taking the top step for the third time this year, it's Taylor Barnard. Valentin Kloos, the highest finishing rookie, also gets a trophy for his trouble. And a representative from PHM, their trophy cabinet, is growing by the second. And now we await the national anthem. Four absolute superstars in Formula 4. Four drivers that you will be seeing plenty of for years to come. First place trophy is awarded. And there's the second, Kasper Stuka. Nikki Katzberg, almost a veteran of Formula 4, will no doubt be moving up to something else next year, I would have no doubt. And Valentin Kloos, a driver, would expect to see him next year back in Formula 4. And PHM, the team that came from the remnants of Muka Motorsport and are proving to be a force to be reckoned with in the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. The drivers pose for photos. We will go and freshen up because we will be back at 15:35 local time, 14:35 if you're watching in the UK. It will be race 3 of the weekend, race 15 of an 18-race season, the penultimate round of this 2022 season. There are just 2 drivers in the championship. There is Andrea Kimi Antonelli and there is Taylor Barnard. Antonelli isn't here. He needs to look over his shoulder because Barnard is closing. He's on his way. Let's see how he does in race 3. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Race 2 of the weekend for ADAC TCR Germany here at the mighty Lausitzring, one of the most imposing and foreboding facilities in Germany, with the giant US-style grandstands overlooking the tri-oval and indeed the road course that we use here today. The TCR Germany race yesterday could prove to be a critical one at the end of the championship. It was a full haul of points, pole position and race win for Team Engstler's Martin Andersson, who we see here. Andersson in that 19 car, starting from second on the grid for this one. He is behind Jessica Bachmann on the grid. Now Jessica, the next best driver in the championship, she did not score in yesterday's race. She ended up in the gravel in the damp conditions. The only driver to not be classified during yesterday's race, and that could be a major turning point in the championship. Andersson has been consistent all year long, scoring points, scoring podiums in every single race of the 2022 ADAC TCR Germany season. So Jessica Bachmann dropping those points could prove to be a very, very poor day in the office for her. However, a chance at retribution from pole position. If Bachmann can get points on the board here and beat Martin Andersson to the flag, then at least the championship hopes of the Swede can continue on to the Sachsenring and possibly to Hockenheim, our remaining 2 rounds of the season. We are 5 races from the end of the championship here at the moment in the 2022 season. And certainly Andersson with quite a comfortable championship advantage at the moment, over 50 points to the good. But anything can happen over 5 races in touring car competition. There is the championship advantage, 54 points. The gap slightly narrowed courtesy of Jessica Bachmann's pole position in yesterday's qualifying 2 session. We see the points continuing to tick through. A close battle it was up front as of the Nürburgring. The very few points between Bachmann and Andersson at the Nürburgring, but Jessica didn't quite seem to have the car hooked up last time out at the Nürburgring. However, she and ADAC Motorsport have got the pole position for today's race. Martin Andersson there in second place. Simon Ladniak and Jonas Karklees on row 2 of the grid. Row 3, René Kirscher and Roland Hertner. Youth meets experience on row 3. Robin Jarre and Patrick Singh on row 4 of the grid. Row 5 sees Vincent Rademacher joined by Max Grun. And in 11th place, rounding out the order, Michael Maurer of Maurer Motorsport. But Bachmann did not have a great time at the Nürburgring. The non-finish yesterday, another blow to her championship hopes. But Jessica Bachmann and ADAC Motorsport have been working hard here this weekend to get the car together. ADAC Motorsport by ASL Lichtblau, of course, running 3 cars on this grid, 2 Hyundai Velosters and a Hyundai i30N. The i30N, of course, the car driven by René Kirscher. We've also got 3 cars from Liqui Team Engstler. Of course, Engstler themselves ran Hyundais in 2021. These days, though, they are very much a Honda team. And it is the Honda Civic Type R Generation 2, the FK7, that the Danish driver Martin Andersson currently leads the championship with. And indeed, Simon Ladniak is currently having a very good campaign in the junior class with his Civic. And Roland Hertner, the 3rd of the Honda Civics from the Engstler stable, currently heading the way in the trophy class as well. So Engstler looking to have a very decorated season here in ADAC TCR Germany. We have a 30-minute race ahead of us here. Yesterday, Jessica Bachmann didn't get off the line well. She dropped down the order in the early going. She was second on the grid then. Let's see if pole position tells a different story for the Swedish driver. It's Bachmann versus Andersson in the championship, and on the drag race down to turn 1 from the front row of the grid. The lights will go out. They are out, and we are underway and racing at the Lausitzring. And Martin Andersson has got a fabulous start. Jessica Bachmann again hasn't got off the line too well. It looks as though it could be Ladniak or Karklees in second place. Bachmann trying to hold on around the outside, but it is once again an Engstler Honda 1-2. Simon Ladniak slots himself into second place. Jonas Karklees up into third position in the early stages. Fourth place there for Jessica Bachmann. She's leading an ASL Lichtblau Roha Motorsport 3-car train there for 4th through 6th place. Not where she would want to be in the early stages of this race. She's got Robin Char and Rene Kirscher just behind at this stage. But Jessica Bachmann down to 4th place and falling off the back of Jonas Karklees already. It was wet conditions yesterday in the qualifying session where Jessica Bachmann scored her pole position, but nonetheless would expect her to be able to fight for victory in this race. However, that start is going to make things a little harder. Andersson with Simon Ladniak behind. Jonas Karklees looking to play the spoiler from 3rd place, and Roland Hertner there looked like he might have been a little bit slow. Took a different line than everyone else there in the Civic, but continues on. No visit to the pit lane, so that's okay then, hopefully. No issues for the number 9 car, the 3rd of the Engstler Civics. He is just behind Vincent Rademacher, who's just got past Patrick Singh there on the turn 12 banking, the final corner of both the road course and indeed the tri-oval here at the Lausitzring. Rademacher now going defensive as Patrick Singh tries to get back around him. Rademacher in the Holden Astra. Both the colour scheme and indeed our geographic location makes you want to say Opel, but it is running under a Holden livery and a Holden badge here. There you see Martin Andersson leading the way then in the early stages. You see the Danish flag on his wing end plates. The driver who came up through series like the Danish Thundercar series, various saloon car categories. He got another great start in this one. Jessica Bachmann just didn't seem to have the traction off the line. Maybe a bit too ginger on the throttle or something like that, because it just seemed like everyone else launched away quicker. Big shame that Jessica Bachmann hasn't been able to capitalize on this pole position, but I'm sure she isn't going to give up yet. We've seen her have some fabulous fights through the order, including at Oschersleben and the Nürburgring. Jessica, always a prolific overtaker when that's what she needs to do. They come across the line now as we continue to look at replays of the start. This is Jonas Karklees' perspective. You see there, Jessica Bachmann ran out of room on the outside of turn 1, and that's how Jonas Karklees made it up into 3rd place. Go back to live pictures now. There is Karklees in 3rd, Jessica Bachmann behind. Has closed back in on the i30N. 2 Hyundais of slightly differing spec for Bachmann and Karklees, the more coupe-esque Hyundai Veloster, the i30N, the more traditional hatchback model. Of course, there is also the Hyundai Elantra Saloon available for TCR competition. We've got 2 out of 3 Hyundai TCR variants on the grid. There's Max Gruen in the Sol Audi, just behind Roland Hertner. Max running in the junior classification, along with the likes of Simon Ladniak and Rene Kirscher, but currently down in 10th place, just behind Roland Hertner. Hertner, a former ADAC Pro Car champion, has been very successful within the trophy class of ADAC TCR Germany. And there's Patrick Singh and Max Gruen there, side by side through 12. I think some grass was kicked up there by Gruen on the outside of the corner, and Patrick Singh has dropped now right down to 10th place. It's a couple of laps in a row now that we've seen Patrick Singh seemingly lose time, particularly out of the final corner. I'm just wondering if he's struggling for low speed grip or traction. Car doesn't look like it's inherently slow, but seemingly he is struggling a little bit at the moment in another of the Hyundais. So we'll keep an eye on Patrick Singh. As they go through turn 6 of this 12-corner layout. It is a 3.478 kilometre circuit, the Lausitzring short course. Uses parts of the tri-oval here at the Lausitzring, formerly the Eurospeedway Lausitz. Patrick Singh to the inside at turn 8, can't quite get the car alongside Max Gruen, but still on the offensive here. Into the braking zone at turn 10 and 11, the final chicane. Practically a double hairpin before they go out onto the oval once more. Once again, Patrick Singh not quite able to get the run out of the last corner by the looks of it, although he is closer to Max Gruen in the back of shot. There he is once again. And a look at the front end of the order there. Ladniak has now fallen 1.4 seconds back from Anderson. So the gap between the two extending ever so slightly. 0.3 faster practically on that last lap was Martin Anderson. So then Ladniak leading the junior class from second position overall, of course. René Kirscher all the way down in 6th place at the moment, his closest junior class competitor. There is Jessica Bachmann, who will surely be feeling the pressure. Moreover, she will be desperate to get around Jonas Karklees, Ladniak, and perhaps even Anderson if she possibly can. We did see at the Nürburgring that the Hondas seemed to slow up towards the end of the race. Whether that was to do with tyre life or whether that was simply car preservation, we're uncertain. But we'll have to see in the dry conditions whether or not that manifests itself again. Could it leave an option for Karklees and Bachmann in the Hyundais to attack Ladniak and Anderson later in the race? Certainly at the Nürburgring, the Hondas seemed to ever so slightly fade towards the end of the race. There is René Kirscher, coming under increasing pressure, perhaps from Rademacher behind. I think Rademacher lapping quicker at the moment, indeed, 0.3 faster than René Kirscher on the last lap. So Kirscher and Roger Motorsport teammate Robin Jarre, who we see there in the 22 car, could be coming under pressure from the Astra behind in the not too distant future. They've gone with non-matching wheels on the 22 for today's race. Looks like they've got a sole yellow wheel. Not quite sure what that represents or signifies, but I'm sure fans of symmetry aren't too pleased with that. Looks like they've got headlights out as well. René Kirscher closing in on Robin Jarre then. A little bit of bodywork hanging loose there from the front fender. A bit of damage to the left front quarter panel and the wheel arch, but doesn't seem to be causing him any performance hindrances at this stage. The top 4 firmly pulling away from the rest of the pack. Anderson maintaining a gap of about 1.5 seconds at the moment over Ladniak. Ladniak, the Polish driver, who was born in February of 2003, just 19 years of age. Had his first full season in TCR Germany last year, having graduated from the World of Clio Cup competition. Simon Ladniak. Certainly a young star who could be a championship winner in this series and other TCR competition in the future. Karklees, though, certainly maintaining the pressure on Ladniak at this stage. Karklees, who also came from Clio Cup competition. He took a win in the very final race of the year in 2021 at the Nürburgring. Karklees' best finish of this year so far is a P2. He's done that on 2 occasions. Currently there in 3rd place. Could he match or best his optimal result of 2022 today? Has to get around Ladniak before he gets to 2nd, and then he'll have to pursue Anderson if he wants that first win of the 2022 season. But Jonas Karklees has looked quick pretty much every weekend. When Jessica Bachmann hasn't been top Hyundai, it has often been Jonas Karklees that has picked up the flag for the Korean manufacturer. Of course, Hyundai and Kia largely operated under the same umbrella. Seen very little of Kia in TCR, aside from a independently built Seed. Hyundai, though, firmly invested in TCR and indeed WRC competition. Jonas Karklees continues to pressure then Simon Ladniak. Taking a wider berth there through turn 11 into the banking of turn 12. Doesn't look like he quite got the run that I was anticipating he'd get there. You could hear there the cars hesitating on the throttle a little bit there. I think that's the sound of them going over the bump at turn 12. There is quite a nasty bump there. And on a few other parts of the circuit, doesn't affect the touring cars or indeed the GTs too much. We do, however, have the Prototype Cup Germany here this weekend at Lausitz, and it's looking very bumpy for those all-carbon LMP3 machines. There's Jessica Bachmann. We ride on board with her into turn 6. Slightly narrower approach to the corner. You see that narrow turn-in approach from a few drivers in touring cars. Matt Neal in the British Championship was famously of the opinion that the narrower approach into a corner was sometimes best, particularly in the days of the Dynamics built Integras and so on. There is Jonas Karklees then, keeping half an eye on the rear view mirror with Jessica Bachmann behind, and also keeping an eye on Ladniak, who seemingly has just started to eke away a tenth or so from Karklees. The gap between them has gone up fractionally on that last lap. You see them hopping that curb at turn 1, the turtle curb. Oh, Robin Jarr in particular, with a disregard for his spinal cord. 2 wheels firmly off the ground as he hopped over the curbs at turn 1. We discussed earlier on that Vincent Rademacher was closing in on Rene Kirscher, and he is doing so. Just saw it in the back of shot there for a split second that Vincent Rademacher is now close behind the 8 car of Rene Kirscher for 6th place. Rademacher equaled his best result of the season last time out with a 5th place finish. He's going to have to work quite hard to match or surpass that today, after a slightly poor qualifying for this race yesterday. There is Jonas Karklees. Still there in third place. Interesting, you can see the different lines taken by each driver. Looks like this time by, Karklees may have closed the gap once again. It was out to 9/10 of a second last time. When they're in a pack this close, it is all rather irrelevant, the exact gaps, but it has gone down again in favour of Karklees on this lap. There is Rademacher behind René Kirscher, as discussed. Then you have Hurtner, Grun and Patrick Singh, who again, Patrick Singh does not look like he has the pace we'd normally expect from him today. Quite a way off of Max Grun at this stage of the race. Is René Kirscher under pressure then from Rademacher. Kirscher, a 22-year-old racer. This is his 4th season in TCR. Vincent Rademacher's career far exceeds the TCR rulebook, which was introduced for the 2014 season, if memory serves me correctly, 14 or 15. I'm sure that be informed by Phil Kinch in due course which one it is. But Vincent Rademacher has been involved in touring car competition for a very, very long time indeed. A factory driver in the British Championship, a race winner in the prestigious British Touring Car Championship, and a champion in both Belgium and Germany. A lap record holder as well at the Nürburgring for production saloon cars in Jaguar Project 8 XE. See if Rademacher can challenge Kirscher. Certainly he's still close by. Ladniak, Karklees and Jessica Bachmann still at close quarters in the scrap for second place, and this time by, it seems as though Jessica Bachmann is closer to Karklees than she has been for some time, and I can tell you that Karklees just locked up a little bit there at turn 6. We didn't catch that on camera, but he did lock up on turn in at 6. Missed the apex as a result, and Jessica Bachmann drew a bit closer because of it. Hopefully he hasn't caused any undue damage to his right front handcook. There's Michael Maurer allowing our race leaders through. A lap off the lead at this stage, and he has to be careful here to not compromise this battle for second place. Heads up driving there from Maurer to stay out of the way there. The Swiss, who is still on a learning curve here in TCR competition. The Maurer family, long-term saloon car racers. Michael's still very much learning the ropes. Robin Jarre gets past him as well. There's René Kirscher still under pressure from Rademacher in the sister Maurer Sport Holden Astra. Back wheel in the air. Would it be a hot hatch if it didn't cock a rear wheel? Great to see those slow motion shots at T11 and 12. Simon Ladniak coming under increasing pressure from the Hyundais, the Nordpass-backed car of Jonas Karklees, and Roger Motorsports' leading lady, Jessica Bachmann. Jessica, such an impressive driver. She had podiums to her name in TCR Germany prior to this year, but she has taken numerous race victories in 2022, 4 victories so far in 2022 for Jessica Bachmann. Doesn't look like a victory is forthcoming today, with Martin Andersson continuing to drive away as we hit the 2/3 distance mark. Jonas Karklees, though, feeling the need to go defensive. Jessica Backman will sense a podium. And she needs all the points she can get to stay in the title hunt here. Up against Martin Andersson. Realistically, with Andersson outscoring Jessica Backman here today, or at least looking like he's going to, it is going to be an uphill struggle for this point onwards for Jessica Backman. Just 4 more points paying round to the championship to come. 2 at the Sachsenring and 2 at Hockenheim. Jessica Backman really needs to capitalise on this pole position today. Unfortunately, she's found herself off the podium for the time being, but that is something she's looking to rectify as she continues to pressure Jonas Karklees. A bit of oversteer on turn-in, though, at 8, and that has sent her back a couple of car lengths. Jessica clearly pushing on. Less than 8.5 minutes of racing left to go then, just hitting that 8.5-minute marker now. We do add 1 lap at the end of the race as well. So once we hit the 0:00, we will add 1 more lap to the race distance. Martin Andersson with a controlled drive at the sharp end of the order. Slight lock up there from Robin Jarre on entry into T1. He's closed up rather handily on the pack headed by Ladniak, hasn't he? Robin Jarre. They're in 5th place. One would suspect that ADAC Motorsport would not particularly like to see Robin Jarre challenge Jessica Backman. She needs all of the points she can get in this championship scrap, and a teammate getting past is not going to help. Jessica, though, closing in once more on Jonas Karklees. Even with that error at this point in the lap last time by, Backman is once again all over the back of Jonas Karklees. She clearly has the pace advantage. She just needs to find a way through. She had a little look to the inside, out of the penultimate corner. Now she'll have the slipstream around the bank T12 and onto the main straight. In the shadow of the magnificent main grandstand here at the Lausitzring, Jessica Backman is closing in the slipstream of Jonas Karklees, but not close enough for a move into turn 1. Up over the curbs goes Jonas Karklees. Backman not quite close enough on that occasion, but she's clearly showing her statement of intent. Another nose to the inside, coming back onto the oval at road course turn 5. And diving to the inside at 6, again not quite close enough. Jonas Karklees locking up slightly there onto corner entry. We've seen him do that at turn 6 on a couple of occasions. See that Jessica had the pace last time by over Jonas Karklees. Karklees a bit wider through turn 8 than Jessica Backman on that occasion. Doesn't seem to have made any substantial difference. Here comes Karklees out of T11. Last time Backman had a look to the inside. She does so again there, but once more, not quite getting the nose to the inside of Karklees' quarter panel. Backman again in the slip. You hear them over the bumps there, out of oval turn 3. Of course, only 3 corners on this tri-oval layout for the speedway at Lausitz. Closes right up to Karklees once again, but can't quite do it at T1. You get the feeling, though, that it's just a matter of time before Jessica Bachmann finds her way through into third place. Jonas Karklees, though, the Lithuanian driver, doing an admirable job of holding off Jessica Bachmann, who is very experienced in TCR competition. Of course, used to race a Volkswagen Golf for West Coast Racing. Has moved over to the Hyundai and Roja Motorsport and is doing a great job at the wheel. However, she needs this podium. She needs those points. It's already very much suboptimal that Martin Andersson looks to be in the pound seat for a race victory here. But it'll be worse still if Jessica Bachmann can't get herself onto the podium. Of course, it was a fabulous weekend at Oschersleben where Jessica Bachmann took her first victory of the TCR season, 1 week removed from Jessica Hawkins doing the same at TCR UK. And Jessica has gone on to a fabulous season in TCR Germany. She needs a podium today, and she's scrapping with Karklees every inch of the way. Oh, contact between René Kirscher and Vincent Rademacher at turn 1. So Rademacher still on the back of René Kirscher and trying some of those old touring car driver tricks to find his way through. Nothing doing just yet for Rademacher. Continues to pressure René Kirscher. Kirscher tried to get to the apex of the corner. Slightly clumsy there. Rademacher had a nose on the inside. I don't think he was ever going to pull out of the maneuver. Lights ablaze for Vincent Rademacher then, as he continues to hustle. Young René Kirscher in the third Roja Motorsport Hyundai. This is a battle for 6th overall. Rademacher comfortably leading the trophy class over Roland Hurtner. The incident between these two cars is now listed as under investigation. Have to wait and see what comes of that. Yeah, rapidly approaching the final 2 minutes of the race. And what's going on here? Ladniak suddenly under pressure from Jonas Karklees. It was a bad lap last time from Ladniak, some 7/10 slower than Jonas Karklees, and suddenly Jessica Bachmann, while she is still hounding Jonas Karklees, Karklees could well end up with 2nd place here. A big snake and wobble there into turn 1 as he tried to avoid the slowing Simon Ladniak. As we continue to see replays of this, I can tell you that Ladniak is still under huge pressure as they go through turn 7. Here we go now. Jonas Karklees has the inside line. Contact between himself and Ladniak as they fight for the apex. It'll be a drag race down towards turn 8. Karklees has a nose ahead, but Ladniak has the inside. Jessica Bachmann clipped the gravel out of T7 and got a poor run down the straight. As a result, Ladniak holds on to 2nd place for now, but Jonas Karklees is putting the pressure on. Just over a minute of racing left to go. This time by, they will cross the line to begin the penultimate lap. And here comes Jonas Karklees. Ladniak just about gets the Honda in front of the Hyundai as they go around turn 11. And here comes Jessica Bachmann. The door is open. Karklees did not get the run off the corner, and Jessica Bachmann capitalizes and moves into an all-important 3rd place. Or does she? Because Karklees has the slipstream from Ladniak, and Robin Jarre is getting involved. Oh, he hits his own teammate. Oh no, we spoke about this exact incident. We said that Jessica Bachmann and the Roja Motorsport team would not want to see Robin Jarre go on the offensive against Jessica Bachmann. I said that I didn't think they'd want to see him take points away. They certainly didn't want to see him make contact with the sister Hyundai Veloster, but that's exactly what happened. Robin Jarre dove up the inside at turn 1. Major contact. We've seen that the suspension is damaged on Robin Jarre's Hyundai. Surely Jessica Bachmann's car can't be A1 either, but either way, she has dropped down the order. Is she moving again? The car is no longer at turn 1. So I think Jessica Bachmann is back underway somewhere, but she's somewhere. And just heard the scream there from Jessica. Oh, goodness me, you have to feel for Jessica Bachmann. That's Robin Jarre out of the car. The suspension badly damaged. But we're back now to live pictures. Jonas Karklees has fallen off the back of Ladniak once again. In amongst all of that, so the top 3 is exactly what it was. Jessica Bachmann is still circulating, I believe. But she is doing so just behind Max Grun. So she is down, I believe, in 7th place now. If my math serves me correctly, it doesn't. It's 8th place for Jessica Bachmann. That is a gutting blow for Jessica Bachmann. You heard her scream of discontentment as Robin Jarre tried to dive up the inside, tried to find a gap that simply wasn't there, and all of this has played handily to the benefit of Martin Andersson, who has had a perfect, a nigh-on perfect weekend. He didn't get the pole position for this race, but he will have both victories in the books for this weekend. He's just a couple of corners away for Honda Liqui-Moly Team Engstler. Martin Andersson draws a significant step closer to a championship win in ADAC TCR Germany with a 2nd consecutive victory at the Lausitzring. That makes it 4 wins in 4 races for Martin Andersson, who is surging in the late stages of this championship. Ladniak takes 2nd in the junior class win. Jonas Karklees rounds out the podium. Rene Kirscher takes 4th place. Vincent Rademacher ultimately does match his best result of the season with another 5th place. His best weekend of the year so far then. And in 6th place, Roland Hurtner crosses the line. Max Grun in 7th. There is the recovering Jessica Bachmann, who has not been able to secure any luck this weekend at the Lausitzring. A really unfortunate error in damp conditions yesterday. And contact with a teammate, where you'd have to argue she was little more than a passenger in today's race. That is a significant blow to her championship chances. She will still mathematically be in the championship, but the contact with that man, Robin Jarre, has put all signs pointing towards a Martin Andersson championship win in ADAC TCR Germany. He's reflecting there, sat at the banking at turn 1 of the oval, looking upon his tattered Hyundai after this incident of contact between the two. Gonna fall silent here. We heard Jessica. And there you heard it, the sheer anger from Jessica Bachmann at that incident. And I think Robin, regardless of whether he's attributing blame to himself or Jessica, you can see that he clearly has a lot on his mind. I'm sure it's going to be an intense debrief down at Roja Motorsport No such worries for Liquid Moly Team Engstler. Another 1-2, courtesy of Martin Andersson and Simon Ladniak. Jonas Karklees rounds out the podium ahead of Rene Kirscher for Roger Hyundai. Vincent Rademacher rounds out the top 5 and takes the trophy win ahead of Roland Hurtner, Max Grun and Jessica Bachmann rounding out the top 10. Patrick Singh with what seemed to be a slightly ailing Hyundai taking 9th place. Michael Maurer 10th and final finisher. Robin Jarre looking unconsolable on the banking at turn 1. Well, certainly, I said yesterday that race 1 at the Lausitzring could be a turning point in the championship. I think it's going to be hard to argue that that race 2 at Lausitzring has definitely been a turning point in the championship. Andersson has had great form this weekend. And 2 weeks ago at the Nürburgring as well. August has been a mighty successful month for Martin Andersson, but Jessica Bachmann's weekend at the Lausitzring has been one to forget, unfortunately. Now, that point standing, I believe, is a little bit out of date. That was the points before the most recent race. This was the points at the start of this race. The gap now will be out to 79 points between Andersson and Bachmann. In fact, no, it'll be out to about 70 points. My apologies, my math's a little bit off there, but it was 54 points the advantage before this race. It's now gone out significantly more, courtesy of this success for Martin Andersson and his minions. Banana. Martin Andersson, the young Dane, who was runner-up last year in ADAC TCR Germany, of course, behind their rather updated points. So thankfully I wasn't imagining things. The points have changed. And there is the confirmation, 71 points between Andersson and Bachmann. You have to feel for Jessica Bachmann. She has certainly put a foot or two wrong in the last couple of weekends. But that collision with Robin Jarre may not have been all that necessary. And certainly the debrief at Roger Motorsport is going to be one possibly with few words spoken. Any words that are spoken unlikely to be broadly positive. Martin Andersson, though, with a huge step towards taking his first ADAC TCR Germany Championship. Was really solid in last year's championship. Was the runner-up in Danish TCR back in 2020 as well. Certainly a touring car star in the offing is Martin Andersson. He's on the up and up. I'm curious to see what he does with his 2023. He still has to secure this championship, but he could do so before the end of the Sachsenring weekend on the 24th and 25th of September. Certainly Jessica Bachmann is going to need to rely on misfortunes now for Martin Andersson. With a 71-point gap and just over 100 points left available in the 4 races and qualifying sessions. It's going to be an upward battle now for Jessica Bachmann. She really could have done with that podium today. It was a podium she almost had. She was side by side with Jonas Karklees for 3rd place at the time of that collision. Of course, they went 3 wide, the 3 Hyundais, and it was Robin Jarre, Bachmann's own teammate, that struck the blow to the inside of Jessica Bachmann and sent her tumbling down the order. Andersson and Ladniak then making it another 1-2 for Liqui Moly Team Engstler. Martin Andersson with a supreme weekend. And 71 points could well be an unassailable gap. It will be celebrations for the Engstler team. Absolutely no strangers to championship victories here in ADAC TCR competition. There's Jonas Karklees. Another podium for Jonas. Hasn't quite matched his best result of the season. He's had a couple of second places so far this year, but it is his 4th podium of the 2022 season. And there is Martin Andersson greeting teammate Simon Ladniak and taking to the top step of the podium. Martin Andersson will hear his national anthem once more. There's a representative from Liqui Team Engstler. The look of an optimistic man, I think that for Martin Andersson. He knows how good this weekend has been for him. 2 more victories in the books. Heinz-Peter Freiberg handing over the trophy to Martin Andersson there. Norbert Kohlenbrenner, one of the key figures here at Lausitzring, presenting the 2nd place trophy to Simon Ladniak. And Jonas Karklees takes the 3rd place trophy. The team's trophy once again goes to Honda Liqui Team Engstler. Much to the delight of the Engstler crew. Up onto the podium they go. Vincent Rademacher, in due course, will also receive a trophy, of course, for his efforts in the trophy class today. But coming out of the Lausitzring, it's advantage Liqui Team Engstler. It's advantage Martin Andersson in the championship battle. They will be racing again on the 24th and 25th of September at the Sachsenring. But a 71-point lead for Martin Andersson surely puts him in prime position for the championship. He sips the sparkling wine and slightly douses his crew member as well for good measure, as we reflect upon what has been an interesting pair of races in ADAC TCR Germany. If Nürburgring was the turning point in the championship, Lausitzring could retroactively prove to be the decider. Until next time, have a good afternoon and join us again very soon.
clouds are breaking. The rain has cleared away. Summer returns to the Lausitzring for race 2 of the weekend, for round 5 of the season for the ADAC GT Masters. We are enjoying the Family and Friends Festival here at the Lausitzring. It has been a fabulous weekend. Despite the fact that yesterday was very wet, it gave us a very dramatic race. Race 1 of the weekend, race 9 of the season in the ADAC GT Masters. We saw a debut win for Team U Sportwagen Technique and a debut win for Sven Muller in the Porsche. Christian Engelhardt, well, he's used to all this winning, really, isn't he? He's the 2020 champion, but he was very grateful for that, as well as they took the top step of the podium yesterday. Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa, both recovering from a spin in the slippery conditions, came home in second, ahead of a debut podium for Max Paul and Marco Mapelli. Today, the track is dry, but in qualifying this morning, it was greasy, and that man there, Nikki Katzberg, just proved why he is an absolute legend in GT3 racing. He put in an extraordinary lap to put the Schubert Motorsport BMW on pole position. Sven Muller, another vastly experienced pilot, also doing very well in the drying conditions to score a second place on the grid. And yesterday's spinners, Jack Aitken, along with co-driver Albert Costa Balboa, they line up third on the grid, and it was Jack Aitken who qualified the Emil Racing Lamborghini Huracan on third place on the grid. You can see him there alongside Albert Costa Balboa talking to the great and good of Emil Racing, and great spirit between them. Albert Costa Balboa said after yesterday's race, if you'd have told me that having spun twice that we would finish on the podium, I would not have believed you. There's the defending champion in the ADAC GT Masters, Christopher Mies, having one of his best qualifying sessions of the season, and he lines up 4th on the grid. This morning's qualifying was something quite special, was it, Adam Weller?
It really was, Brian. It was something very intriguing indeed. I believe this man, Christopher Mies, was the fastest of those that diligently stuck to the treaded wet tyres. Nikki Katzberg, however, spent the entire 20-minute session on slicks in defiance of all logic in the early stages when it was still very greasy indeed. But he had that reliable data, not data through a laptop, data through a foot, data through a slightly lower body part, just letting him know what the grip was, lap on lap on lap. And so when it came to that last push, he knew exactly where the grip was, and that gave him the biggest qualifying margin we've seen in a long time, 1.2 seconds between the two cars on the front row. But by that, no means does that mean that Nick Katzberg is going to drive away. Now that we're in the dry conditions, everyone's on a level playing field, this race is going to be very compelling.
It is indeed. There's yesterday's winner, Sven Muller in the Team U Sportwagen Technique Porsche. I should think they've got some sore heads after last night. As mentioned, the track is now bone dry, so the wet conditions have gone away. We're not expecting any rain during this race. There is still a little bit of cloud around, but the temperature is rising, nearly 22 degrees centigrade. And as you said already, Adam, it was Nikki Katzberg, that pole position. He was just trucking around non-stop during qualifying. He just kept going and going and going, getting more and more heat into those tyres, and eventually putting in that epic lap that at the time was 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else. In GT Masters, we so often see the entire field covered by around a second, just over a second. That is not the case today. It was all about that strategy in qualifying.
It definitely was. I'll say the Audi teams in particular have done a good job in this quali. We've got 5 Audis in the top 10. We saw Christopher Haase, I believe, with his highest starting position of the year. Mattia Drudi there in the 33 car, the Verstappen liveried machine that he shares with Thierry Vermeulen. There's Luca Engstler, 9th place in the Retronic 15 car. But 5 Audis in the top 10, that's by far, I think, the highest quantity of those that we've had at the sharp end so far this year.
And talking of the sharp end of the grid, there are 2 drivers that are not at the sharp end, and one of them is that car there, Jules Gounon. He's quite a long way down in the pack. Jules Gounon not having the best of times in qualifying. He's on row 5 of the grid, but his main championship rival Raffaele Marciello is even further back on row 7. The Mercedes not really enjoying the dry conditions. In fact, Jules Gounon is the highest placed Mercedes in the field. So all of the Mercedes towards the back part of the grid.
It's something I heard in the paddock on Friday, that a few people are expecting the Mercedes to not be as strong here as it was at the Nürburgring a fortnight ago, where they took the clean sweep of qualifying pole positions and race victories. I wasn't quite expecting it to be this severe of a drop in form, though. We'll have to see what Juncadella can do, of course, from 13th place. He is in the hot seat alongside Raffaele Marciello, having transferred over from Drago ZVO. Of course, Raffaele Marciello currently our points leader, only 7 points clear from the car that starts 6th on the grid. An uphill task for his new Spanish teammate and Raffaele.
Yes, so it's a new livery for Daniel Juncadella for this race. He was, of course, in the Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes for much of the season alongside Jan Marschalkowski. He's jumped across to join Raffaele Marciello, who has got through a fair few teammates this year. He started off with Jonathan Aberdeen at Oschersleben and Red Bull, then Lorenzo Ferrari at Zandvoort. Great partnership with Mauro Engel at the Nürburgring. Now there's a controversial race. And now Daniel Juncadella. We believe Juncadella is going to be alongside him for the rest of the season. And Jan Marschalkowski gets Marvin Dienst alongside him, which is great to welcome Marvin Dienst back to the grid of ADAC GT Masters. He's a previous winner. He did a great job yesterday in the wet. Poor old Jan Marschalkowski had a little bit of a slip up in the absolute latter stages of the race, which robbed him of a good result. The Drago Racing Team ZVO crew were working through the night. They were attacking the back of that Mercedes with a sledgehammer when I dropped into the garage. There is the other of the Schubert Motorsport BMWs. That has got Ben Green at the wheel. He has had a qualifying that was nowhere near as successful as Nikki Katzberg. He's down on row 8. You had a chat to Ben this morning, didn't you?
I did. He was rather subdued by the fact that he hadn't been on the slicks as long as Katzberg had. Of course, very much high risk, high reward for Nikki Katzberg being on the slicks all session long, but Ben Green didn't feel he quite had that foot data, that information he needed to know exactly where the grip was by the end of the session. Ben will be looking to capitalise and move up the order, as Nicholas Cruton did yesterday. They started well down the order, but they did work their way back up to the fringes of the top dozen.
There is the refurbished Jan Marschalkowski car that's been worked on. It's got traces of Lamborghini in the back of it. You saw briefly a Porsche with green and black livery just now. It is the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche guesting here at the Lausitzring this weekend. It's great to welcome Dynamic Motorsport to the grid. Hopefully, we're going to see them campaigning a full season in 2023. So we wish them good luck. They have two very strong drivers in Klaus Bachler, who started the season off for ID Racing, and Adrian Delina. We welcome him back to the grid. Between them, they have 150 GT Masters races, so they know their way around. You saw a quick picture then of Marcus Winkelhock and Ricardo Feller.
Yes, we spoke about the strength of the Audis, 5 in the top 10, but 2 on the back row of the grid. Ricardo Feller and Marcus Winkelhock colliding 3 times in about 5 corners in qualifying earlier today towards the end of the session. They both ended up in a spin, and drama ensued. They will have to do a lot of work to get a good result today.
So the cars are running, the grid is formed. Let's take a look. It's Nikki Katzberg on pole position. Great qualifying from Sven Muller alongside Jack Aitken and Christopher Mies on row 2. As we saw before, Dennis Marshall and yesterday's winner, Ian Chen Guven on row 3. Whilst on row 4 we have Christopher Haase and Matthias Drudy, an all Audi row. Row 5 of the grid, Luca Ensler and Jules Gounon. That's a long way back for him. And on row 6, Mick Wiesofer and Frank Pereira make it an all Lamborghini Emilfrey racing row. Daniel Juncadella and Juuso Puhaka, we welcome him to the grid for Mad Panda Racing, with Elias Seppänen and Ben Green in the BMW occupying row 8. Row 9, Norbert Siedler and Klaus Bachler. Hello, Klaus. Good to have you back on the grid. Jan Marschalkowski in the Mercedes alongside Marco Mappelli. And then at the back, on the naughty step, Ricardo Feller and Marcus Winkelhock. both have been to see the stewards, and both have had a talking to. We'll have no more of that kind of stuff in this race. Thank you very much.
Yes, I believe there was some kind of private discussion between the two as well, but hopefully that is all in the distant past at this stage. I don't know if private is necessarily the word. They were outdoors at the time.
From what I saw, no.
But, Nick Katzberg, far away from any of those dramas, on the pole position. It must be said that this year, the number 10 car, the so-called junior entry from Schubert, Ben Green and Nicholas Cruton, two drivers in the junior classification of ADAC GT Masters, has typically been the quicker car. That's been the one, of course, that took the 2 victories at the Red Bull Ring. This is a chance for Nick Katzberg and Jesse Krohn, two of the foremost drivers in the BMW Factory GT program, to finally get their win and stamp their authority on proceedings.
The engines are running. We are getting ready for the formation lap of this ADAC GT Masters, race 10 of a 14-race season. Just to remind you, we have a success penalty that is awarded to drivers. So if you win yesterday, you get a penalty today. Arjen Guven and Christian Engelhardt, for all their efforts, carrying an extra 20 kilos in the Team U-Sportwagen Technique Porsche. Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa carry an extra 10 kilos. And Max Paul and Marco Mapelli carry an extra 5 kilos. It's just for this race. They didn't have it in qualifying, but that will obviously affect their performance a little bit. So the championship is wide open. It is Raffaele Marciello who leads the championship, but only by 7 points. Back up into second place in the point standings is Christian Engelhardt and Arjen Guven. So there is so much to play for. We're getting to the business end of the season as the cars start in the now traditional Le Mans style from the home straight, the pit straight, and they start on their formation lap.
Formation lap underway then. Yesterday they had 2 formation laps because of the rain, and we had a slightly reduced 57-minute race duration as a result of that. Dry conditions today, no such concern, so we are going to have the full 1 hour plus 1 lap and just the 1 formation lap. Therefore, we are just a couple of minutes removed from these cars going into 2x2 formation and the race beginning in earnest. There you see that point situation. This man, Raffaele Marciello, is our points leader by just 7 over Engelhardt and Guven. Christian Engelhardt has taken a double win here before, back in 2012 with Nick Tandy. If he can do the same this year, he could leave the Lausitzring along with Arjen Guven as our points leader. That's a position they're somewhat familiar with.
Don't count out Jules Gounon and Fabian Schiller, neither Jack Aitken or Albert Costa Balboa. There are so many drivers still in the hunt here for the championship. We are at the Lausitzring. We are on the short course. It is a circuit that is 3.478 kilometers around with 12 turns, 7 of them to the left, 5 to the right, and rather unusually, the cars run in an anti-clockwise direction, which I'm told is quite a discipline for the drivers to get used to. We are on the latter part of the formation lap now, heading in towards turn 10, and soon the cars will take up onto part of the tri-oval, and that'll be turn 11, up onto the banking, and then they'll head out onto turn 12, ready to start this race 10 of a 14-race season. After this weekend, we are into the penultimate round. The championship is alive and kicking. It's a great sight. The cars side by side. The safety car is ducking off into the pit lane. This is the toughest GT3 category in the world. This is the ADAC GT Masters, and we are go. It's Nikki Katzberg who leads into turn 1, but here comes the challenge from Sven Muller on the outside. This is a real pinch point, but Katzberg squeezes Muller to the outside and holds on to that lead. The rest of the cars coming through. Christopher Mees up into 3rd place. He's got the jump on Jack Aitken. It looks like everybody's made it around turn 1, riding on board with Arjen Guven. There's a whole gaggle of cars behind. Overtaking on this windy section of the track is not easy, but it's Nikki Katzberg who's leading the way, coming under pressure though from Sven Muller.
Juuso Puhaka is having an education in ADAC GT Masters. The Mad Panda has fallen all the way to the back, one of the Emil Frey cars off on the grass at turn 6. I believe that might be Mick Wieshofer, who went off the circuit only momentarily. Everyone's still trying to find track position. Some of them are going rally crossing. Nick Katzberg continues to lead the way. One of the Emil Frey cars there went off the circuit quite majorly. I believe that was Frank Pereira losing places.
And Matthias Drudy, also another car that went off wide of the track, but it looks like they are all still in the race, everybody pointing in the right direction. Nikki Katzberg leading the way, so it is an hour of racing plus 1 lap for the ADAC GT Masters, coming round to complete lap number 1 into turn 11, turn 12, onto the pit straight. This is the best overtaking opportunity on the track in towards turn 1, and Nikki Katzberg under pressure from Sven Muller. Muller looks to the outside, under braking into turn 1. He's too far back to do anything about it. Trying to push Katzberg into a mistake. You've got to get up early in the morning to do that. Katzberg leading the way still in the mighty BMW, but now Muller coming under pressure from Christopher Mies. It's BMW versus Porsche versus Audi. Muller looks to the inside. He can't find a gap. Christopher Mies coming back in the 1, 2, 3, running together on the track. Now Muller takes to the inside line. Katzberg goes to shut the door, but Christopher Mies, he's there and ready to bounce. And now Jack Aitken also joining this battle. Here comes Christopher Mies round the outside of Sven Muller. Muller holding on to that second place. This is allowing Nikki Katzberg to draw away. So Muller suddenly having to defend heavily from the Audi behind him. Here comes Jack Aitken. Keep an eye on Checkered in the background as well.
Very exciting stuff at the sharp end of the order and indeed further down. I heard it from a couple of people that this is not a BMW track. Nick Katzberg, through sheer will, determination and just a little bravery, stuck the car on pole position, but a few paddock figures thought that perhaps once we got into the meat of the racing, he'd have to defend hard, and we're already seeing it on lap number 2. He's got a Porsche, he's got an Audi, and he's got a Lamborghini for company. Jack Aitken there in 4th place too.
Sven Muller taking an entirely different line down the straight as he tries to attack Nikki Katzberg. Of course, if he tries to make the move and it doesn't stick, Christopher Mies will be through. He does not need an invitation. Jack Aitken staying in contact, a bit of a gap back to Ian Chen-Guven, then it's Christopher Haase, Dennis Marschall, Zhu Gunon trying to make progress from mid-order, but Christopher Haase has already got past Dennis Marschall, so Haase is also moving forwards. That's the other of the yellow Mambas, that's Elias Zeppenant. He's a little bit further back to the leaders here though. Nikki Katzberg leading the way from Sven Muller, Christopher Mies and Jack Aitken. I don't think they're going to stay in this order for that long.
No, you get the feeling there's a whiff of inevitability about upheaval and change at the sharp end of the order as the race wears on. Sven Muller having to be preoccupied with the sight of Christopher Mies behind him. Mies, of course, one of our 2 defending champions, along with Ricardo Feller, who unfortunately is still down there in 20th place. There we see Feller in the 29 car through the shot. Hasn't really been his season to this point, but he is about to maybe challenge Marschalkowski for P19 as they run through T10 and 11.
So up high onto the banking they come. Katzberg just opening up a little bit of a lead from Sven Muller and Christopher Mies. The rest of the cars coming through at the moment. This is another look at the start. And it was a great start from Nikki Katzberg, but Sven Muller knew that his best opportunity to get past that big BMW was going to be into turn 1. You could see him going high up into the corner. Jack Aitken was just willing them to get together so that he could sneak through. But they went into turn 1 side by side. It was Katzberg who held on to that position. To remind you, this is an hour-long race, and during this race there will be a pit window that opens as we look at the view again of the start from the perspective of Ian Chen-Guven, and you can see how close they were into turn 1. You can see that Christopher Mies did actually give Jack Aitken a little bit of a love tap as he came through, and that was the view from Dennis Marschall. Yeah, contact, what contact? As I mentioned earlier, there is a pit window that will open 25 minutes into this race and close 35 minutes into this race. During that 10-minute window, every car will be required to visit the pits for a mandatory stop and a driver change. And all these drivers will be handing over to their co-drivers, and that is when the excitement really kicks off as we look back at Zhu Gunon. You can see how much rubbing there was, how many cars went wide, and that was the one that you spotted earlier, the Lamborghini going wide on that opening lap.
Yeah, V-Silver really did go rally crossing there. I was mistaken earlier on. It was V-Silver who went off at turn 7. The prior corner, turn 6, was when Frank Pereira had a moment. 2 out of 3 Emil Frey Lamborghinis having some dramas. Juncker Deyer, 3 wide and on the grass at one point on the first lap. Klaus Bachler did some rally crossing too in the dynamic Porsche. There's only so many cameras we can look at one time in the TV box, of course. And a first lap at the Lausitzring is always a very dramatic thing. There's an illustration of a highlight reel there. It
really is. Car 19, which is Frank Pereira, did receive a black and white flag. That is a warning from our race steward for forcing another car off the track. We have a safety car out. Now, I'm not entirely sure why that is. Peering out the window, we can't see anybody.
It has come out onto the circuit, so it is correct.
Safety car, I can only assume there must be some debris out on the course. There is Ron Dobmeyer, the safety car driver, who is a fireman as well as a safety car driver. Useless bit of information, and that is why there's a bit of debris in the middle of the track there. The car's just circulating around. That would be around turn 7, I think. So there's been a little bit of contact, and very wide. That looks like a bit of yellow mamba, or is it? Yeah, it looks like a bit of yellow mamba to me.
It's either yellow mamba or used Sportenwagen Porsche, I'd suggest. I would suggest the Mamba, though, because that was the point in the field where things were getting very intense. I think first thought, best thought from Brian there.
Identifying bits of debris on the track with Brian and Adam. There we go. So safety car is out, very wise, because if a car runs over that and cuts the tyre, that can cause all sorts of problems. There is a very solid concrete wall, especially around turn 5, 6, turns around turns 12 and towards turn 1, and we need to think of safety. So that debris will be removed. I don't think it'll be long before we're back under green flag conditions.
There's clearly some damage. Now that might explain it.
Oh.
Marcus Finkelhock.
Him again.
Yes. Well, he's managed to get himself up to 14th place from 22nd on the grid, so he's clearly had a good run of it in the opening stages of the race, but at the cost of some carbon fibre and a call to the Audi spares department.
One feels as though the red mist that descended yesterday has still not ascended again. So Marcus Finkelhock, well, he's making good progress anyway, starting from the back of the pack. Ricardo Fella still down in 19th, so he'll be happy about that. Matthias Drudy did get past Daniel Juncker-Deyer up into 10th place, so that is very significant in terms of the championship. Of course, Daniel Juncker-Deyer, who is sharing with championship leader Raffaele Marciello. Now you can see the safety car is in on this lap. The lights are off on the car. It means that it will be Nikki Katzberg who determines the pace. This is the moment. Anyone want an Audi front grille? It's out there on turn 7 somewhere, I think. The bits of car have now been retrieved. Safety car lights are off, and it is Katzberg who determines the pace. He will want to catch Sven Muller napping and open up as big a gap as possible. Muller will see this as his great opportunity to pick up a slipstream along the pit straight and get past, but Christopher Mies has got ideas on that as well. You can see Mies ducking to the inside, goes back high on the track. Is Nikki Katzberg who leads the way, and he's got a reasonable gap. He's far enough ahead of Sven Muller not to be challenged for that position. Ayhan Guven also going low into the corner. It looks like no change at the moment. Looking back at Christopher Haase from the perspective of Ayhan Guven. Haase, who is running in 6th place. Sven Muller, well, he's not looking especially rapid through those first couple of corners.
No, Christopher Mies and Jack Aitken giving him a lot to think about as we go back to green flag conditions. There's a bit of a gap back to 5th place Ayhan Guven, who is in his very first race weekend here at the Lausitzring. I gather he didn't get too many laps in on Thursday and Friday either, so he's running on limited experience, and he's running with the 28 car for company. Christopher Haase through into 5th place, the first ever ADAC GT Masters champion, showing one of this year's title contenders how it's done.
So that is significant. Remember, Ayhan Guven is carrying an extra 20 kilos than what he did yesterday. The success penalty, that'll teach you to win races, won't it? And doesn't have quite the grunt that he might have done yesterday as a result of that. The rest of the cars coming through, but it is still Katzberg who's pulled up that lead. But Christopher Haase, man on a move. as he takes up that 5th place. Next up the road from him is Jack Aitken. He might struggle to get past him too quickly. He's got to catch him first. The first 4 cars have broken away a little as we ride on board with Dennis Marschall, and we look ahead at Ian Changuven.
Top 4 then firmly breaking away after the first lap back under green flag conditions. Haase may try and go and join them. He is at the wheel of Joe Lean, one of 3 Land Motorsport Audis. They've named all of them, don't you know? The number 1 car's Valerie, the number 29 is Peggy Sue.
There are so many jokes and none of them repeatable. We're riding now with Jules Gounon. So Gounon in 8th place. He, coming into this weekend, was 2nd in the championship along with his teammate Fabian Schiller. He's dropped down to 3rd as a result of a bad day yesterday. We saw Jules Gounon actually spinning yesterday, and I can't remember the last time I saw him spinning in a car. But today hasn't been any more successful, really. P8 is not where he wants to be. He wants to be challenged for a podium and challenging for a win. He's got a lot of work to do to make his way forwards in this race, but there is a long way to go. We still got well over 45 minutes of this race, plus 1 lap. At the moment, Ian Changuven, with that extra 20 kilos, looks to be something of a cork in the bottle, and you wonder whether that success penalty is hindering him quite a lot.
He's just being pursued at the moment by Dennis Marschall, who was so good in the qualifying session today. He wasn't quite there when it counted at the end of the session, but for a long time, he was the form man out on the circuit in the 27 Rutronic Audi. Here's a replay of Christopher Haase getting around Ian Changuven at turn 7 just under 2 laps ago. To your point, Brian, yes, absolutely. I think that Porsche is being hindered by the ballast.
I've just seen that Marcus Winkelhock is dropping down the timing screen, so he's had some drama somewhere. Also, Jan Marschalkowski, we'll keep an eye on that. It might just be that he's gone out wide and lost a position. But the rest of the cars continue. We have all 22 cars still running. Marco Mappelli had made it past Winkelhock as the last one, and he is up to 15th place. There are challenges for position up and down the grid. The number 33 of Matthias Drudy has Luca Engstler for company. Luca Engstler, who makes his debut in ADAC GT Masters in 2022, the reigning ADAC TCR Germany champion, has taken to this like the proverbial duck to water, and has done very well as he challenges with Matthias Drudy. Now, one of the yellow mambas going very wide, that was Daniel Juncadella, picking up a little bit of dirt, but still carrying on. But Juncadella driving the wheels off that Mercedes, trying so hard. 11th place. Raffaele Marciello will not be happy about that. He wants to be fighting at the front. Remind you, he is the championship leader. He needs to be in front of Ian Changuven especially.
Yes, it wasn't exactly a stellar day's work from Raffaele Marciello yesterday either. Qualified on the fringes of the top 10. Juncadella could only manage 13th today on the qualifying grid. Let's see what he can do. Can he get it into the top 10? Certainly. He's right behind Luca Engstler at this stage, but the Mamba Manfilter Team Landgraf crew are going to be really doing the maths, I think, in the back of the garage to see where they're going to be relevant to that man, Ian Changuven, and indeed Christian Engelhardt by the end of the race. Engelhardt, though, under this pressure from Dennis Marschall. And, of course, when you've got a pack of cars like this behind you, if you lose one place, you're at risk of losing 3 or 4 in the next couple of corners.
Yes, we've seen that happen many times as well. Nikki Katzberg has built up a bit of a gap at the front, over a second. So the BMW is handling things very well indeed. Sven Muller continues to hold on to 2nd place. He's about 4 tenths ahead of Christopher Mies, who's in 3rd. The view from Jules Gounon, he will be very frustrated down in 8th place, trying to find that route past Dennis Marschall. He continues through some great shots as they head up onto the tri-oval and back out onto the pit straight. Here come the cars picking up slipstreams as they head towards turn 1. Doesn't look like anybody is challenging for position at the moment. That may well change. Of course, this race is not about just going flat out the whole distance. It might be a sprint, but the tyres have got to go the distance as well. And it may be that drivers have got to get to the pit stop, strategic pit stop, when to come in, when to get the car back out onto open track, and hopefully make up some places as a result.
It was interesting actually talking to some of the drivers, including Ben Green earlier today. Obviously, the BOP here in GT Masters is very much what you would find in SRO competition as well. There's a lot of unity between the two championships as to how that is organised. But of course, it is a different kettle of fish here, because unlike an hour-long race in, say, GT World Challenge Sprint Cup, these tyres have to go the full hour, and that is a complicating factor. And some cars are better than others at making the tyres last.
We're riding on board with Ben Green. Ahead of him is Norbert Siedler, who's having a good race, and he is challenging Daniel Juncadella. So the yellow Mamba looks to be under threat from the Audi behind. And Norbert Siedler, a great driver, but not one who has been challenging for wins this year. So quite significant that Daniel Juncadella looks to be struggling a little bit for pace at the moment. That Audi, to also Ben Green, who's behind. There's Franck Pereira there as well. Franck Pereira, he's always there somewhere along the way, and he's looking ready to pounce as well. Keep an eye on that particular battle, because it looks to me like Daniel Juncadella is struggling a little bit for pace.
Yes, it does seem as though he is not quite hooking it up. Luca Engstler is getting away from him. The gap now out over a second between Engstler in 10th and Juncadella in 11th, where previously it was just 6/10. Marginal, yes, but important also, yes, especially when you've got Norbert Siedler and indeed Ben Green chasing you down. Green having a little speculative look to the inside at turn 6, the routine showing of the nose. But with these young drivers, you never know whether the routine showing of the nose might become a mighty lunge.
Whilst we've been following this in the lead, Nikki Katzberg's gap has reduced. Well, Sven Muller has reduced the gap to Nikki Katzberg to about 0.8 of a second. So that battle is not over by any stretch of the imagination. But this is the one that is enthralling us at the moment. The 48 Yellow Mamba is in 11th place with Daniel Juncadella at the wheel, followed by Norbert Siedler and Ben Green. Now you can see him adjusting brake balance as he goes into the corner. Daniel Juncadella trying to find a little bit something extra to keep that Yellow Mamba in the top 11, and he's looking under threat, continuing to look under threat. And so is our leader, as I think that Sven Muller, no, well, he's opened up about another 10th, so that's that headline out the window. Katzberg has just stretched it again. Sven Muller 9/10 behind, ahead of Christopher Mies.
Although interestingly, all of that gap was gained in the first sector. The Porsche still strong in sectors 2 and 3, so whether it was just an off lap for Sven Muller, we'll have to wait and see. The steely-eyed focus of Ben Green as Markus Winkelhock comes into pit lane. The car collection Audi has been looking second-hand for a while and might end up in the garage a little early.
Back on the naughty step for Markus Winkelhock then. So looks like his race is over. We were looking at Ben Green on board just now, and you could see the determination in his eyes. You mentioned this morning he seemed a bit subdued. I just feel, looking at it now, that he has really got the bit between his teeth, and he really wants to prove a point. He is looking very eager in that BMW, but behind him, Franck Pereira is also challenging. So if Ben Green tries to make a move on Norbert Siedler, he might just lose a position to Franck Pereira, as Markus Winkelhock, an absolute legend in all sorts of motor racing, of course a one-time Formula 1 driver, comes from the car, and he walks away disconsolately, seat in hand, and probably going to the back of the garage to just try and forget all about Lausitzring and focus on Sachsenring.
A driver that knows what it feels like to be at the sharp end of a race. He hasn't achieved that in GT Masters for a little while. I get the feeling the frustration could be growing. Ian Chan-Guven then, not at the sharp end at the moment, but leading quite the train of cars, isn't he? Doing a great defensive job here. Guven didn't quite have the raw pace compared to Christian Engelhardt yesterday. It'll be interesting to see quite how Engelhardt does with the 20 kilos of ballast on board after the pit window. Of course, the pit window opening in just over 5 minutes' time.
So while we wait for that pit window to open, just to summarise, it's Nikki Katzberg who leads from Sven Muller by just over a second. Then it's Christopher Mies, Jack Aitken, Christopher Haase, and then Ian Chan-Guven, who we are riding on board with now. Looking back at Dennis Marschall, Jules Gounon, Matthias Drudy in the 9th, and Luca Engstler rounding out the top 10. And that is a great shot as we ride, and that is with Ian Chan-Guven, and you can see on the little inset at the side that he is weaving away at the wheel, but he's having to drive very defensively to stop that Audi getting past.
It's a 5-car train for the lead now, incidentally. Christopher Haase has firmly joined the back of Jack Aitken, was actually hustling Aitken through turn 10 and 11 on that lap. So Haase seems to be very, very much in the groove today. We'll see how Salmon Vega picks up that baton a little later on in the race. I was intrigued talking to Christopher Mies this morning. We spoke about changing the brake balance. In the case of Christopher, at least, he says, well, no, actually, I don't change the brake bias at all. I just changed the ABS setting corner on corner, which I didn't realise was quite how they did it. Maybe that's an Audi thing. Maybe that's a Mies thing. I don't know, but he told the commentator he must know it's going to go out on air. That is what Christopher Mies does. Can't argue. The man's probably done more miles in an Audi R8 GT3 car than anyone else on the planet. And look at the form he's got at the moment. They're in 3rd place, hauling the #1 car back to where it should be.
It's all I can do just to turn the flipping wheel round the corner and make sure it points in the right direction. So they are better than me, that's for sure. Ayhancan Guven under pressure. Dennis Marschall sailing up the inside. Guven coming back. There's a little bit of a bounce as the two cars get together, but Dennis Marschall stealing away 6th place from Ayhancan Guven. Guven carrying that success penalty. Is he going to have anything that he can bring back to the Audi? He's not dropping back that quickly, so maybe Ayhancan Guven is going to challenge, but if he does, Jules Gounon is ready to pounce. Gounon lining up Ayhancan Guven. Onto the pit straight they come. This is the view from Ayhancan Guven, from Jules Gounon. Ayhancan Guven ahead of him, and ahead of him is Dennis Marschall into the corner. Guven trying to come back at Marschall. Marschall saying, no, not today, thank you very much. Now, here comes Jules Gounon and Ayhancan Guven. He has to back out of it and almost back into the hands of Matthias Drudy.
Matthias Drudy trying to find a way around Jules Gounon here. Can he get the inside for T5? Not quite. He's squeezed out. Luca Engstler making contact there with Drudy. Engstler just about holds on to it and gains a position for his trouble. Engstler up to 9th place.
Brilliant stuff here. Fighting all the way through. It's Marschall in 6th place, and he has left Guven behind in his wake. Jules Gounon behind him. Here come the rest of the cars. Daniel Juncker still holding on to that 11th place, so he will be frustrated by that, although it does look like he's joining the back of that queue. But look how quickly Dennis Marschall left Ayhancan Guven behind. He really has pulled away incredibly quickly, so that Porsche was most certainly holding him up. You have a look at a replay here, and I think there might have been a little bit of a love tap between them at one point. And you can see Guven just coming back, a little bit of vibration, and they run side by side. But it was Dennis Marschall who took that position away. This is the view from Jules Gounon. He has the best view in the house of this battle, and he wanted to get involved. Good, clean racing from these drivers. Excellent stuff. And look how close to the wall the Lamborghini gets. Does he touch the wall? Well, not quite. I don't know whether he brushed it or not. It was very close.
There was a little bit of a stroke of the paintbrush there from Mattia Drudy, from Marco Mappelli there in the Paul Motorsports Lamborghini. There is the Audi battle, though, between the 33 and the 15. Luca Engstler moving up to 9th place for Retronic. Everything coming up Retronic Racing at the moment. Marschall up into 6th place. Engstler up into 9th. Elsewhere in the 4-ring camp, let's see if Christopher Mies can challenge Sven Muller.
Well, it looks like he's got him lined up. Now, we are about a minute away from the pit window opening. This is going to be strategically very important, because if the Motorsport by Land Motorsport team feel that Christopher Mies can't make a good, clean pass on the Allied Racing Porsche in front, they may choose to bring him in early and get him back out on open track. That's, of course, as long as Sven Muller doesn't pit early himself. So there'll be a lot of strategy here. It might be the cars pit early in the window, it might be the cars pit late in the window to try and make progress. Nikki Katzberg leading the way. I would suggest that he is going to be staying out quite late in the pit window. He's got a clear track in front of him. He's a vastly experienced driver, and he is well ahead of that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. Into turn 1 we come. There is Ayhancan Guven carrying that extra weight. There is Jules Gounon behind him, and Luca Engstler lined up as well, and Matthias Drudy and that looks like it's ready to explode anytime soon. Just to remind you what that graphic means on the corner of your screen, race laps for Wales in Africa. For every lap completed by a car in the ADAC GT Masters, €4 is donated to the BWT and to the ADAC GT Masters BWT water mission. Water mission got there in the end, and they are providing clean drinking water for many rural areas of the Gambia and Tanzania, and it's a wonderful cause. Last year, oh, there goes the camera.
I said that would happen on Twitter. It's finally happened.
Last year, we raised nearly over 60 grand for that cause, and it is a wonderful cause indeed. A great initiative from the GT Masters, the ADAC. You saw the camera go flying. You can also see the pit window is open. So there is a grey P next to the name of the driver. That grey P will go dark once they go into the pits. If it goes red, it means the driver has gone below the minimum pit stop time, which is 65 seconds. Here come the first stoppers. Luca Engstler is in. Jan Marschalkowski is in. This minimum pit stop time from pit entry to pit exit of 65 seconds is critical. If they go below it, even by a tenth, they will pick up a penalty. So a heavily regulated pit stop. Only 2 mechanics allowed to work on the car at any one time, and it adds a bit of spice to the racing.
It does, rather. One team that managed to absolutely ace it yesterday was the 22 Allied Racing Porsche crew. They hit 65 seconds on the nose yesterday. 0.0 was the margin of between success and failure in terms of getting the right pit stop length. We'll see when they come in. They used an early pit stop to their advantage last time at the Nürburgring, a mighty undercut, albeit in different circumstances. Ricardo Feller off track there as he challenges Franck Pereira. Pereira gets a tag from the rear there by Ricardo Feller. Does everyone stay on track miraculously? Yes.
Ricardo Feller has definitely got the gloves off this weekend, hasn't he? He likes to get involved, and Ricardo Feller continues off into the pit lane. The rest of the cars continue on their way. Pit's window is open, so we've only had 2 stoppers up until now, but here come more cars into the pits. So that's Vsofer in the next one.
Vsofer in the pits. I was just going to say, my apologies, it was Vsofer that got the rear end there from Ricardo Feller. One day I'll learn which Emil Frey car has the black bonnet, which one has the white. Not today, though, evidently. The battle for second place pressing on then. Only 2 cars pitting this time. Seems like everyone is favoring either a nice democratic middle ground, 5 minutes into the window, exactly half an hour each, or perhaps some of them pushing till the end of the stint.
Look at this fight for second place. Sven Muller is holding on for all he's worth from Christopher Mies. Mies, who will be handing over to Tim Zimmerman shortly. Muller, who will be handing over to Joel Sturm. And Christopher Mies would like to get in front of the Allied Racing Porsche before he hands it over. Clearly that is the case. Behind them, Jack Aitken, ready to get involved. His teammate Albert Costa Balboa is not scared to get stuck in. Look at Christopher Haase, also in 5th place. He'll be handing over to Salmon Ovega, who is getting better and better every time we see him. Was very impressive for much of the race yesterday, and he'll be taking control of that green and black Audi. Still, they stay out at the moment. Nobody else into the pits. A lot of drivers going quite late into the window.
Yes, as I was saying, I'm not sure whether they're just going to be very democratic and split the race exactly down the middle, or whether everyone's feeling a bit ungenerous and wanting to go to the full 35. 2 cars in once again this time. That is Franck Pereira. That is the black-bonneted car. I've got it. Jules Gounon, meanwhile, pressuring Ian Chan Guven. He's going to worry about Matthias Rudi behind as well.
So that's the 7th place that Ian Chan Guven is running at the moment. That success penalty really does look to be affecting them hard today. Jules Gounon looks to the inside, looks to the outside. As already mentioned, Matthias Rudi is there ready to pounce, as is Daniel Juncadella. He's up into 10th place as a result of pit stops so far, and I wonder whether they're going to bring him in soon and get Raffaele Marciello in. But finally, Gounon muscles his way past Gounon, past Ian Guven, and as suspected, almost opens the door for the rest of the cars to come through. So now Matthias Rudi also monstering Ian Guven. So, the view back from Iron Guven. This is Matthias Drudy. He looks to the inside, then to the outside. Look how quickly Jules Gounon has pulled away from that Porsche.
Yeah, Guven really struggling today. He's in the deep water. I wonder how long they're going to keep him out there. He does at least one more lap. Perhaps wisely, Matthias Drudy says, OK, no, I'm getting out of this queue, and hands over the 33 car to Thierry Vermeulen in the pits.
So into the pits he comes. Gounon still out on track. Iron Guven still there behind in the 8th place. The rest of the cars queued up behind Iron Guven. And I wonder whether we're going to see a challenge from Daniel Juncadella before he comes into the pits. Here's a replay. And Gounon sees that gap and then runs him out nice and wide to make sure he can't come back at him. There's an experienced pilot, Jules Gounon. A great move from him. Looking back from Iron Guven, that was the view, and that was the depressing sight for Guven of the Mercedes disappearing off into the distance. I should think Guven will be pleased when this race is over. Almost let Matthias Drudy through as well, but managed to shut the door. Here come our race leaders. Still, none of them have pitted yet. It's Nikki Katzberg, 1.3 seconds ahead of Sven Muller and Christopher Mies, with Jack Aitken also hanging in there in 4th place, ahead of Christopher Haase. Dennis Marshall, who is looking good. Now Jules Gounon into 7th ahead of Iron Guven. Matthias Drudy into the pits, as is Puhaka, who is handing over to Ezequiel Perez-Campagne in the Mad Panda. And this is the view from Ben Green.
Yeah, Ben Green still in the midst of battle here, just on the fringes of the top 10 for now, but we'll see where he comes out later on. This is among the pit stop cars. They're having a scrap. Oh, that was a nasty clunk, wasn't it? The 8 car of Marvin Dienst having a good scrap there with Frankie Bird. Bird losing a position there to Dienst, who has some experience from earlier on today, qualifying in Prototype Cup Germany. Guven in.
So, Iron Guven will be handing over to Christian Engelhardt. There's also Norbert Siedler there. He'll be handing over to Simon Riker. And also in there is Ricardo Feller. He's going to need a lie down. He's handing over to Yusuf Ovega. Into the pit stop they come, stopping on the marks. And this is a well-rehearsed routine as Christian Engelhardt helps Iron Guven out of the car. You can see there's a great height difference between them, which means they have to have a seat insert that is in for Iron Guven, taken out so that Christian Engelhardt can get in. Now the outgoing driver helps the incoming driver to get buckled up, plugged in, get the straps done up. Those are the 2 mechanics that are allowed to work on the car. Ricardo Feller does not look particularly ecstatic. Head down as he walks away from the car. We're looking at a replay of drama out on turn 12. And it looks like there is a Lamborghini and a Mercedes running side by side, and they kept it out of the wall. Look at this lot. It's a traffic jam.
Yeah, cost a lap of line and getting bullied out of it there, wasn't he, rather? That was what led to that move from Marvin Dienst. The top 6 come across the line again, meanwhile. Now, do they all stay out this time? I'm curious to see that. This is a scrap among those who have already pitted, but the top 6 are just running together, and finally 2 of them have pitted. Muller and Marshall from the sharp end of the order have come in. Meanwhile, Dienst is on the warpath, isn't he? Delina, the next target.
Marvin Dienst doesn't look like he's been away from GT Masters for very long at all. He's come back into this and has absolutely carried on from where he left off a couple of years ago. So Marvin Dienst in the pink Mercedes ahead of the dynamic guesting Porsche, the number 11 cars that has Adrian Delina at the wheel. Behind them is Frankie Bird. Right, this is the car that was running in 2nd place. And now Sven Muller hands over to Joel Sturm. The oncoming Storm rejoins the track. Out of the pit lane he comes, being careful to keep below that minimum pit stop time. They have a race logic device on the dashboard, so Sturm can see exactly when he has to hit the accelerator. He can't really be backing off in the pit lane. We saw that with this man last time out at the Nürburgring. Boy, was that controversial. Raffaele Marciello takes over from Daniel Juncadella, the championship leader, back out onto the track. He is going to be pushing as he tries to work his way forwards. Ben Green has handed over to Niklas Cruton as well. Pit window is going to be closing in just a few seconds as we look back at Christian Engelhardt.
And I think that there's been an error down at Schubert Motorsport, because with 30 seconds of the window left to go, Nikki Katzberg has just crossed the line again.
No.
He's not going to get back into the pit in time to serve the stop within the window.
And we've seen that before. That will be an absolute slam dunk drive-through penalty. Nikki Katzberg, who was looking to dominate this race along with Jesse Krohn, his co-driver, he's missed the pit window. And he is going to lose the lead of this race, surely, with a penalty.
I'm not even convinced that's the first time we've seen that happen. I think that happened at Zandvoort as well, with the very same car. Goodness me, what an error. You'd think it would be rudimentary. Meanwhile, Christian Engelhardt, in all of this, has come out behind Raffaele Marciello. Marciello just about got out ahead of him. And there's the scrum for what will be the lead. Tim Zimmermann rejoining the race. Where does this Joel Sturm car come out relevant to them? Relative to them.
Relative to them, indeed. Easy for you to say. There's Joel Sturm. Well, the answer is not especially well, because the number 1 car, Tim Zimmermann, is going to be the net leader of this race, because a penalty for Nikki Katzberg is guaranteed, and it won't be a minor penalty either. Missing the pit window, the stewards do not take kindly to that. It will be Tim Zimmermann from Albert Costa Balboa looking for a second place in this weekend. There is the number 22 car caught up behind the Lamborghini. Here comes Nikki Katzberg. Better late than never, but penalty incoming.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I double-checked the screen. I saw on the... we have a track map here that shows us where all the cars are. I saw it on the track map going around turn 12. I went, surely not. I got out of my seat. I saw the car cross the line, and I just kind of breathed a sigh of discontentment for Nikki Katzberg. After such a good qualifying, he slams the door.
He knows.
You can see how angry he is. He absolutely knows. And Jesse Krohn, no matter where he rejoins the race, I imagine he's not seen the last of the pit lane.
We saw this at the Red Bull Ring when Denis Bulatov in the GT4 race actually got a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty as a result of missing the pit window. That is the kind of penalty you're looking at. I think there is an incoming penalty for the Schubert Motorsport BMW that will see him drop potentially out of the points. That is the level of penalty that might be incoming. One thing is for sure, Tim Zimmermann is in the box seats, as indeed is Albert Costa Balboa, Joel Sturm, Yusuf Vega. Now, what a great drive. Now, Salman Vega, beg your pardon, brother of Yusuf, but what a great drive from the youngest driver in the field. Up into 4th place, ahead of Kim Louis Schramm and Patrick Niederhauser. Jesse Krohn is in 7th, and then Fabian Schiller, Raffaele Marciello down in 9th place, ahead of Max Paul.
Tim Zimmermann with quite a comfortable lead out there at the moment at the sharp end of the order. There's the car that's causing all the controversy at the moment. Jesse Krohn under quite the microscope at the moment. Unfortunately, the investigation that we've seen on screen is rather slam dunk. It is, though, a 1.5-second gap between Zimmermann and Costa Balboa at the front. It's more than that, actually, looking at it on screen.
They know. They know.
Yeah, the calculator's just been thrown into the incinerator.
A team as experienced as Schubert Motorsport, I mean, it's a rookie error, and they will be absolutely kicking themselves. They know what is coming. They know that that car there is taking over the lead and is going to stay there, because Jesse Krohn is not going to stay in the lead position once that penalty has been served. Just looking at our race laps of Worlds in Africa while we break away briefly, 32 grand is the total so far this season. The ADAC doing a great job in looking at the climate. Also, the ADAC, along with Shell, have developed the Blue Gasoline 98 GT Masters fuel, which consists of 50% renewable components. It's a new innovative fuel. We're all about looking after the planet as we enjoy our racing. We're on board with Kim Louis Schramm. Wham, bam, thank you, Schramm. He's trying to get through past Salman Vega.
Yes, he's trying very, very hard indeed, but that's so much easier said than done. The Retronic team will be willing him on, but willing him to keep the car in one piece as well. Lunges like that aren't often conducive to doing so. Patrick Niederhauser in the sister Retronic machine also looking to get involved. He's there in 6th place.
Interestingly, after the pit stop window, Jesse Krohn has dropped back into 7th place. So despite the fact they had that late stop, The pit hasn't worked out well. I wonder if they've just lost their mojo a little bit, to be quite honest, because they know that they are not going to get anywhere near a podium today. So it's Tim Zimmermann who's taken over the lead of the race from Albert Costa Balboa and Joel Sturm. And that has completely thrown the proverbial cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. We ride on board with Kim Louis Schramm, the number 27 car, in 5th place. This has the potential of being one of their best results of the season. They got a 2nd, and that was at Zandvoort, but certainly at the sharp end of the grid. But coming under pressure from the 2019 champion, Patrick Niederhauser. 3 Audis glued together, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, plenty of Audis at the sharp end of the order, including in the prime position. Tim Zimmermann leading the way for Land Motorsports at the moment. If he can hold on, that is win number 50 in GT Masters for Audi. And a car piloted by Christopher Mies taking the 50th win. Don't want to put the jinx on it, but that does feel right.
It feels very poetic, doesn't it? The Audi very strong here. 2.8 seconds is the gap between Zimmermann and Albert Costa Balboa. Now, Albert is a determined driver, but he is carrying an extra 10 kilos as a result of that 2nd place yesterday. So that Lamborghini will not be quite as rapid as he would like it to be. And so he is struggling to keep Zimmermann within range. He might have Joel Sturm. And here we go, a stop-and-go time penalty of 49 seconds. That is going to put Nikki Katzberg and Jesse Krohn to the back of the pack. That is a monstrous penalty for missing the pit stop window. Disaster for Schubert Motorsport.
If you're wondering why they've picked a number like 49, I think that's the exact amount of time they missed the window by, hence a 49-second stop-go. That is huge. That will put them down to last. That will put them the better part of a lap down, and it will end this car's day in all but literal terms.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they just park it up anyway after that. That is such an error when you look at what Nikki Katzberg did in qualifying, that epic pole position that he scored, and it was looking so good, and to lose it on a strategic error like that, well, I mean, it is just utter disaster for the team. There is still another Schubert Motorsport car in the race. It's Niklas Kruten, currently in 12th. Well, that will soon be 11th as a result of the penalty that is incoming to the sister car. The car that's leading the way, though, Tim Zimmermann, has come out of all of it. There is Christopher Mies looking on, and all of his hard work has been handed over to Tim Zimmermann, and both of them doing an epic job. Tim Zimmermann, who has been getting better and better. We saw in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany just a couple of years ago, moved across to GT Masters, has yet to finish on the podium this year, along with Christopher Mies. Christopher Mies, the defending champion in GT Masters, will be very keen to get back on the top step, a place that he's probably been missing.
Yeah, exactly right. We said earlier on the number 1 car back where it should be, with Mies challenging for podium positions earlier on. The tide has turned in their favour ever more now with a fairly comfortable lead. Must be said, Costa Balboa, he's not too far behind. He's a little way ahead of Joel Sturm, but he's not really challenging Zimmermann as I'd anticipated.
There's quite a scrum behind him as well, isn't there? Salman Vega, Kim Louis Schramm, Patrick Niederhauser are all in there fighting. The Audi certainly looking like the weapon of choice at the moment. It's Audi from Lamborghini from Porsche, then 3 Audis together before we reach the BMW of Jesse Krohn, which is due to have that drive-through penalty. But the Tim Zimmermann Audi looking very dialed in here at the Lausitzring. This is race 10 of a 14-race season for the ADAC GT Masters. After this, it's the penultimate round at the undulating Sachsenring. The championship is still wide open because Raffaele Marciello, who leads the points, is down in 9th place. The 2nd place car in the championship, the number 91 car of Christian Eckhardt, is in 11th. And the Jules Gounon Fabian Schiller car is in 8th. So the points very much tight as we head into the penultimate round, if things stay as they are now.
BMW in, Jesse Krohn in to serve the stop-and-go time penalty now. So that promotes Fabian Schiller up to 7th place there in the back of shots in the number 4 Drago ZVO Mercedes. the longest drive of Jesse Krohn's life, I imagine, and that 49 seconds is going to feel like 49 minutes, a good half of football he's going to spend in his own head waiting to get back out onto the circuit.
I'd say it's the longest drive of his life. It'll be the longest stop-and-go penalty of his life. And yeah, as we suspected, they're like, well, there's little point in risking damaging the car. Now, who is this into the pits? It is Frankie Bird. So the other of the yellow Mambas, that is not a scheduled stop. It looks like he might have a problem. It's not a penalty. So the 84 car, he took over from Elias Seppänen. This duo of drivers who have been getting so much better with every race. At Oschersleben, it was a baptism of fire, but they came so close to a podium at the Nürburgring last time out. But looks like a mechanical issue, and this is going to tell us what it was. He went wide onto the gravel, and it looks like he's done a bit of damage to that Mercedes AMG. They're made to drive along the tarmac, not fly through the air. And that yellow Mamba looks to be retiring to the garage.
Nothing is going to shake up the electrics and the mechanicals, quite like trying to replicate a Duke of Hazzard's jump in a GT3 Mercedes. That was not a comfortable ride, I'm sure. A big shame that their race has ended in that manner. The other Mamba is in 8th place. That's Raffaele Marciello. But here comes the Rutronic racing car of Niederhauser. It's Rutronic warfare, and it is Niederhauser that comes out on top.
So Kim Louis Schramm giving way to Patrick Niederhauser. We are into the last quarter of this race, and it is still all to play for. 3.426 seconds is the gap between first and second, but there is an awful lot happening behind. It's Albert Costa Balboa in second, looking for his second of the weekend in the second race. We look at a replay of Niederhauser and Schramm going at it, hammer and tongs, and there is the view from Schramm as he sees Niederhauser going sailing past.
I really like how you described that. Could I have some seconds?
Not like you have seconds.
I couldn't help it. Costa Balboa, incidentally, still gaining the advantage over Joel Sturm. 1-1 firmly in the commentary box. Let's see if it can be a double podium, of course, for Land Motorsport. Zimmerman doing a good job out front. Salmano Vega, who, to your point, the youngest man on the grid, is looking solid there in 4th place. Can he challenge Sturm?
He was so disappointed yesterday because he had made up so many places, and then in those horrible slippery conditions dropped the ball a little and had a non-score. But Salmano Vega looking for what will be his best result of the season if he can bring it home in 4th place. Now look at this, the fight between Fabian Schiller and Raffaele Marciello. This is personal because this is the championship. 3rd in the championship, leading 1st in the championship. Raffaele Marciello, he is impatient. He knows nothing other than podium finishes. Anything less than the top step is a fail in his books. And he is trying to monster Fabian Schiller into a mistake. They are in identical cars. Well, identical brands anyway. Marciello, driver with so much experience. Fabian Schiller, not quite so much, but doing a good job holding off the yellow Mamba. And behind them, Max Paul, local driver who took his first podium yesterday in the race here, looking to pounce if these two cars get together. The fight for 7th place continues.
And into the pits comes Ezequiel Perez Companc. I'm very much hoping that this isn't a further engine issues after losing an engine in practice on Friday. Looks like this car is going no further. Of course, an important point for Marciello, as annoyed as he'll be with this non-podium finish, as you say. I've seen him nearly leave 3rd place trophies in a airport lounge before. He discards the ones that aren't victories. But what I will say is that he is ahead of Christian Engelhardt and Ian Changuven on the circuit, so that will help his championship chances. And in fact, if he can get past that number 4 Mercedes ahead of him, he's beating both of his foremost championship rivals.
If he's leaving trophies behind at the airport, I'm going on the same flight as him, I tell you. So, yeah, looking like a dodgy stalker. Right, there it is, the 22 car, Joel Sturm. This is the fight for the last of the podium positions. It is Joel Sturm in 3rd, Salmano Vega. This guy is getting better and better. 2 drivers that have come into GT Masters this year, 2 young drivers. The oncoming Storm is currently defending from Salmano Vega, who is looking very eager. The wise old Patrick Niederhauser, the 2019 champion, is there as well. Audi fighting Audi, but there's a Porsche in front of them.
They say that storm chasing is a young man's game. Rather appropriate that Salmano Vega is hunting down Joel Sturm then for third position. I'm sure that the Land Motorsports garage right now is on fire as they try and will on their young man from inside the garage. He's got to be careful though, because Niederhauser, a widely experienced GT racer, waits in the wings for Rutronic Racing, and I would not want to be Joel Sturm right now.
He is waiting to pounce, is Patrick Niederhauser. The Allied Racing boss is Jan Kasperlik, an absolute legend. He runs the team, and he has approached the GT Masters with a refreshing new attitude. He wants to do things differently. He says, I'm going to go my own way. If you do the same as everybody else, you're only ever going to come second. And that mentality has seen them featuring on the podium several times this year with Joel Sturm and Sven Muller. But at the moment, having to fight hard because Salmano Vega has got a whiff of his first ever podium. He has the master, Christopher Haase, as his mentor. He's taken it over from him, all the hard work that Haase did, and now he looks to the inside of the Allied Racing Porsche. He still can't find a spot through, but they will be through on to the pit straight before too long. Can it be that Salmano Vega will be able to pick up a slipstream and get past, or will Patrick Niederhauser mug both of them? Kim Louis-Schramm closing in on the battle as well.
Great scrap this, the three Audis making themselves known to Joel Sturm in the Porsche from Allied Racing. Sturm has been great value for money all year. He's done a lot of diving. Salmano Vega almost setting himself up for a dive all of his own on Joel Sturm. Does he get a good run out of turn 11 for my money? Yes, he very much does.
He looks to the outside as they come out onto 12 and along to the pit straight. This is the opportunity. Salmano Vega, surely the young charger, is going to try and take it, but Joel Sturm, he does not give up. He has been so impressive since joining this series. He holds on to that position. Salmano Vega practically pushing him into turn 1. Patrick Niederhauser now challenging Salmano Vega. Kim Louis-Schramm in the background as well. Patrick Niederhauser has the experience to get past the young driver in front of him, but Salmano Vega just placing the Audi exactly where it needs to be on the track.
Don't think anyone's in the background anymore. All four cars in the foreground of this scrap now as they head towards turn 6, and there goes Niederhauser having a little speculative look to the inside. We're flailing our limbs in this commentary box on behalf of Land Motorsport as they watch this scrap unfold. Great run out of turn 7 from Salmano Vega. Can he stay in the slipstream and challenge into turn 8?
Joel Sturm doing all that he can. I think Jan Kasperlik is watching from behind a pillar at the moment because the Allied Racing Porsche is coming under a triple attack from the cars behind him. 3 Audis lining up to try and get past. Salmano Vega has dropped back a bit there. Now Kim Louis-Schramm closing in on this battle. He can smell the potential of even a podium here. Now Salmano Vega coming under pressure from Patrick Niederhauser. Just 8 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining. Onto the pit straight we come once again, and Sturm has broken free.
This is an absolutely fabulous race. We've been treated to 2 marvellous displays, one in the wet, one in the dry. There won't be a dry eye in the house if there's a collision here. Niederhauser looks to the inside and doesn't make the move on that occasion. He is an experienced racer. He knows when the move isn't on, and Niederhauser remains in 5th for now. This, though, is a critical battle further back between Schiller, Marciello, and indeed Max Paul. Max Paul can play the spoiler, but Marciello gets past Schiller and cements some more points in the championship over Schiller himself.
And don't write off for Christian Engelhardt, who's in the background in 10th place as well. He's looking to pounce, but that is very significant. Not as significant as this at the moment. This is a battle that is enthralling us. And of course, while they are all fighting over 3rd place, 1st and 2nd are disappearing off into the distance. It's 2.8 seconds between Tim Zimmerman and Albert Costa Balboa, and another 8 seconds back to this fight here that you're looking at. So this really is fighting over the last of the podium positions, but it could go to any one of these 4 cars. It's Joel Sturm winning this fight at the moment. Salmano Vega looks to have the bit between his teeth, but now he's having to defend from Patrick Niederhauser, who in turn is having to defend from Kim Louis-Schramm.
What a great scrap this is. Schramm in the slipstream. Don't think he got the best run out of 11 into 12 on this occasion. But of course, they do pick up a lot of speed before they get to the braking zone for turn 1. Rutronic will be wincing, but I actually think that was choreographed. Niederhauser lifted off there, quite obviously. Kim Louis Schramm gifted 5th place.
Well, that's an interesting strategy, and I'd like to understand the thinking behind that. But Kim Louis Schramm certainly looked to be handed that position by Patrick Niederhauser from his teammate, fellow team driver. So maybe they think that Kim Louis Schramm could do something about Salmon Vega, who is in front. So we're looking again at that moment, and Niederhauser clearly lifting off.
Yes, I'm not quite sure of the logic behind it myself either. Perhaps they've just said, right, well, let Schramm have a go. If Niederhauser can't do it, let's see what Kim Louis can do. Engstler and Niederhauser have been competitive all year, so it's not as if there's much of a deficit between the two of them in championship standings or anything like that. Sturm very late on the brakes at turn 8 on that occasion, and that was rather wince-worthy. I thought he'd gone straight on there for a moment.
So the race continues as we look at this fight for 3rd place. Still Joe Sturm doing all that he can. He's had that Porsche in that position for what feels like an eternity. Yeah. Salmon Vega is getting fed up with the sight of Porsches. He wants to see open road in front of him. He can see that there is a potential podium and a potential trophy lying ahead of him. The thing that stands in the way is a green and blue Porsche, which is proving to be very stubborn to get past. Now, can Kim Louis Schramm close in on Vega, who's in front? Well, it doesn't look like he's doing it at the moment, and still the oncoming storm is holding off Salmon Vega. They continue, and Vega again lining him up, getting really close as they head up towards turn 6 and out onto the tri-oval. And still Joe Sturm holding on to that 3rd place. What can Salmon Vega do in the last, can you believe it, less than 4.5 minutes of this race plus 1 lap? Joe Sturm still holding on. I'm wondering if the tyres are a little bit shot on that Porsche as well, because he has been driving so hard, defending. But now Salmon Vega again in that 4th place, putting the heat on.
Yeah, Vega looking lively at every single braking zone, riding on board in the little inset of screen there with Max Paul as well, who's all over the back of Raffaele Marciello. Don't really know where to look. There's so many exciting battles going on circuit. Salmon Vega with the youth and ambition, looking for a way past Joel Sturm, but equally Max Paul, himself a very ambitious young man, could get in amongst it with the championship leader Marciello.
39 laps in the book for race leader Tim Zimmerman, Albert Costa Balboa in 2nd, then Joel Sturm. You can see the gaps there popping up on your screen. So the 1-2 looking pretty solid, unless there's something dramatic that happens in the next 3.5 minutes. The fight for 3rd is by no means over, though. We look further back once again. Fabian Schiller, Raffaele Marciello. This time it's personal. Max Paul, local driver, and he is still on a high from his 1st ever podium yesterday for Paul Motorsport. Behind them is the 2nd place in the championship, Christian Engelhardt, running 10th on the track at the moment. That Porsche with the success penalty, just to remind you, struggling a little bit for pace. Will be quite pleased to dump that penalty in a hedge somewhere.
Niederhauser has got back past Kim Louis Schramm out there on circuit. The number 15 Rutronic car is back through. Wonder what is going on down at Rutronic.
I mean, maybe Rutronic said, well, you have a go. And look at this, Salmon Vega goes to the inside of Joel Sturm. They make contact, and Salmon Vega off into the gravel trap. All that hard work, come on, keep the power on. The Montsplatz by Land Audi rejoins, but he's lost a whole load of places. He will be gutted about that. It was such a brave, maybe a slightly audacious move, but Joel Sturm holds on to that 3rd place.
He went for 3rd, he ends up in 9th. So unfortunate for Salmon Vega. That incident instantly under investigation, and Sturm very much being investigated now by Patrick Niederhauser. He retook 5th place on that lap, and then he was gifted 4th. Can he make it a podium?
Patrick Niederhauser and Luca Engstler looking for their 2nd podium of the year. They got the year off to a great start with a 2nd place at Oschersleben. Now he's got a sniff of a podium, and Patrick Niederhauser, he is so experienced, a wise old pilot. Joel Sturm is going to have his work cut out to keep the Audi behind him for the next minute and 3/4, plus 1 lap. So Patrick Niederhauser knows the opportunity is there. Sturm goes to shut the door. The two cars get together, and Sturm goes straight on. There's bodywork that goes flying, and is there damage? There is damage to Niederhauser's car. There's smoke coming from it. Sturm is dropping because Kim Louis Schramm is through as well. So Patrick Niederhauser, the car is ailing. Surely he's not going to hold on to that position.
That tyre rub looks very dangerous indeed. Kim Louis Schramm up the inside and into 3rd place. They push on. Contact, further contact between Sturm and Niederhauser. Niederhauser ran over his own headlights a couple of corners ago, and now he's stuck in the gravel trap. Penultimate lap of the race is about to start. I don't think the drama's over though.
I think that this has been waiting to explode for some time. We also have a challenge for position. Raffaele Marciello past Fabian Schiller, and Max Paul also in there as well. So Fabian Schiller, who is 3rd in the championship, being overtaken by the championship leader and losing other places as well. Meanwhile, the fight for 3rd place, it's Kim Louis Schramm, and also damage to Joel Sturm. Smoke coming from the Porsche.
Yeah, that smoke has been there since the contact with Niederhauser down at turn 6. Not quite as severe as what was going on with the Patrick's car itself, but still looking less than A1. And there goes Marciello. That was a big dive. Not a successful one yet, but I fancy he's going to give it another go at turn 6.
The Sturm car is clearly ailing. He's going to struggle to get to the end, but suddenly Raffaele Marciello is in 4th place. And now Schramm's gone as well. Kim Louis Schramm's gone. Suddenly Marciello is into a podium position. How did that happen? Schramm's got a problem.
Yeah, and Sturm's fighting Marciello every inch of the way. They were side by side through turn 7. Sturm now under threat off camera from Schiller. Here we get a look at it now. Schiller getting up to Sturm's side. Here comes Max Paul as well. It's all kicking off here at the Lausitzring. Kim Louis Schramm is back up to speed. It seemed as though the engine just died for a second there.
What a time for the engine to die. Raffaele Marciello up into the podium position. There goes Joel Sturm. He spins in front of Christian Engelhardt. Engelhardt takes avoiding action.
Salvador Vega got into the side of one of the other cars as well. It's all kicked off. 4 cars having contact in one fell swoop. Sturm decides turn 11. What turn 11? He rejoins the race, and Christian Engelhardt is now involved in this as well. He's with Fabian Schiller. I make that for 4th place now. Yes, it is. Engelhardt up into 4th place.
We're into the final lap of the race. Tim Zimmermann, Albert Costa Balboa there in the distance somewhere. This is the fight. 3rd place, Marciello. Christian Engelhardt up into 4th. Fabian Schiller trying to come back. Max Paul, he still has an idea on the podium.
That Schramm in the background there, he's missed his braking zone at turn 1 and is doing a lap of the oval for reasons apparent only to him. The gap between the top 2 has come down. Costa Balboa has been pushing, but this man, Tim Zimmermann, just a few corners away from Audi's 50th win.
Zimmermann going deep into the corner there, giving everyone a little heart attack, especially in the Multiplus by Lag Garage. We are into the closing stages of what has been an extraordinary ending to this race. The stewards are going to be burning the midnight oil looking at this one. I dare say, as we see Sturm going off in the background, a little bit of rallycross. The car is ailing, and he really has got all sorts of problems. Across the finish line comes Tim Zimmermann to win race 10 of the season ahead of Albert Costa Balboa. What an extraordinary last few laps. Raffaele Marciello, you would not have had good odds on him getting a podium just 5 minutes ago. Raffaele Marciello into 3rd.
Yes, sorry, Raffaele Marciello on the fringes of the top 10 moments ago. Who's going to be in 5th place, though? Because look at Max Paul. He's trying to get around Fabian Schiller. It's a drag race to the line in Schiller's favour, but that was very close indeed. That top 10 just decided, you know what, musical chairs in the last 5 minutes, and it was great entertainment. Sturm does cross the line, but he finishes 11th.
Wow. What an ending to the race.
Wow.
We just knew this was going to kick off, didn't we? Tim Zimmermann, well, he's just taken a first win in ADAC GT Masters, and that's not necessarily the headline, would you believe? Because Albert Costa Balboa 2nd, Marciello to 3rd, Engelhardt in 4th, Fabian Schiller with Jules Gounon in 5th, Max Paul, Marco Mabelli in 6th, Kim Louis Schramm along with Dennis Marshall are in 7th. 8th is the eventual finishing position for Patrick Niederhauser and Luca Engstler. That's quite a good recovery. 9th place for Marvin Dietz and Jan Marschalkowski. So that is a result for them as they pick up some points. And 10th place to a BMW, Niklas Kruten and Ben Green, rounding out the top 10. I would say that is all subject to confirmation. Once the stewards have had a good look at some videos, it might be about Wednesday by the time we get a result.
Yes, well, here's what triggered this crazy final few minutes of the race. It was a mighty move, an ambitious move from Samuel Vega, who incidentally never took the checkered flag after all of this, ultimately. And Vega went off circuit. That left the door open to this man, Patrick Niederhauser. Well, it wasn't actually open, but he kicked it down, lost his headlight in the process, and then it only got worse from there. This contact, as you see, triggered many other incidents to follow. Kim Louis Schramm, of course, got himself up into 3rd place, and then the engine inexplicably said, "Is the race over?" And he said, "No!" And, well, there were so many incidents in that final 5 minutes. I dread to think how long this replay sequence is going to go.
I mean, what a time for your engine to let go. I mean, I'm wondering whether there was contact that actually caused the problem for Kim Louis Schramm to have that problem. That was the replay of Patrick Niederhauser spinning round into the gravel. Just listening on board with Schramm.
This was a lap before. This is just showing the Niederhauser incident.
That was you.
Yeah.
Well, anybody got any spare Audi parts going? Some body panels in particular?
Now, that's interesting. I didn't pick up on that at the time. Schiller actually got into the back of Sturm, which ricocheted into Niederhauser. I didn't pick up on that at the time. Marciello capitalizing in a big way there. The various broken cars wheeling their ways into the garage. We are back to live pictures now, despite it saying replay on the screen. Live pictures of Christopher Mies, the most jubilant man in the paddock. I think not many jubilant faces in the paddock after that. There's going to be a lot of arguing.
There could be some long faces. I believe this is Tim Zimmerman's first ever win in ADAC GT Masters. Of course, Christopher Mies, defending champion. He also won the championship in 2016. He became a father just 2 weeks ago. And what a way to celebrate by taking a win just a couple of weeks later. Tim Zimmerman, what a great drive from him. Albert Costa Balboa and Jack Aitken. At the risk of repeating myself from yesterday, Jack Aitken said to me on Friday, "Oh, I think we're out of the championship hunt now. We're too far back." And they come here and they take 2 second places. Jack, can I just tell you, you are back in the championship hunt.
Although I must say that last 5 minutes will have gone against them somewhat, because all the other championship rivals were outside the top 5 minutes before the end of the race. It all kicked off, and then suddenly Marciello finishes 3rd.
It's still very much all to play for with 4 races remaining.
He's coming with me.
Albert, yes, says bring it on. Gosh, I don't know how to take that all in. I'm going to be watching the replays just to take it all in. A solid drive from Jack Aitken, Albert Costa Balboa. We were saying only earlier on today what a great addition to the ranks of GT Masters being Jack Aitken and Albert Costa Balboa.
In the space of 8 minutes, 8 investigations have appeared on our timing screen. As you say, I think the midnight oil will be burnt, and then they'll go into the reserves from there.
Here is the classification, definitely subject to confirmation. It's Tim Zimmerman, Christopher Mies, ahead of Albert Costa Balboa, Jack Aitken, Raffaele Marciello, Daniel Juncadella, then Christian Engelhardt, Einstein Guben, Fabian Schiller, and Jules Gunon ahead of Max Paul, Marco Mapelli, Kim Louis Schramm and Dennis Marshall, Patrick Niederhauser and Luca Engstler somehow making it into the top 8. Banger racing, what banger racing? And then into 9th, just a few moments, that'll scroll up and that will show us that Marvin Dienst and Jan Marschalkowski came home to score points as well. But we're still just reeling as we look at the top 8. What an incredible race. We completed 43 laps here in the ADAC GT Masters. Right, here come the rest, and there is Dienst and Marschalkowski ahead. Niklas Kruten and Ben Green, a little bit of a subdued day for them in 10th place. Joel Sturm and Sven Muller somehow clawed it back to 11th ahead of Simon Riker, Norbert Siedler, Yusufa Vega and Ricardo Feller in 13th ahead of Arthur Rouget and Franck Pereira. Thierry Vermeulen and Matthias Drudy rounding out the point-paying positions. There are the remaining places. There were officially 5 non-finishers. If the race had gone another lap, there would have been a lot more than that. There was a lot of damage in those last couple of laps.
I tell you what, until about halfway through the race, that seemed not subdued, but somewhat calm. Then Katzberg missed the pit window, and it all went crazy from there. Here's another one of the many Joel Sturm incidents that happened in the last few minutes of the race. And we also saw the collision between Salman Ovega and Fabian Schiller. That put Ovega into a spin. Schiller miraculously managed to keep the car in the right direction. Of course, it was Schiller that forced Sturm out onto the grass in the first place. There's about 4 different incidents going on in one replay there, and this is exactly why I don't want to be a steward.
Indeed, yes, and I have to say Sturm was very lucky that he didn't actually get collected when he spun there. There is Christopher Mies in the Monteplas by Land garage celebrating a victory, and he is absolutely jubilant, and that is a well-deserved victory. I should say out front was probably the safest place to be because it was all kicking off behind, wasn't it?
Yeah, and of course, as we alluded to, victory number 50 for Audi in ADAC GT Masters. Victory number 1 came at Assen in 2009. Abt Motorsport, Christian Abt and Jan Seifert some 13 years ago, and they've had quite the history in GT Masters since then.
We've been looking to tick that box for a very long time now. Finally, the monkey is off the back and the 50 wins are in the book. Lots of post-race analysis will be taking place. And keep your eyes on all the various social media and news feeds of any penalties. I don't think there's any issues with the first 3. Not that I'm the steward, my word is merely opinion. But I think the first 3 are not likely to incur any wrath of the stewards. That's more than we said for the bunch behind them. There they are, climbing up onto the podium. We haven't seen Marciello nor Juncadea. Now, we said that Raffaele Marciello is never satisfied with anything other than a top step of the podium. He's got to be happy with that because a podium seemed out of the question just 5 minutes before the end of that race.
Well, I was sat there 10 minutes from the end softening the blow of him finishing in 8th. I didn't expect him to come home 3rd after that. He would have been in a decent position in the championship had he finished where he was going to finish before everyone decided, you know what, we haven't got to use the car again for a month, so let's just go for it.
Oh, dear. Lots of damaged cars in the pit lane as the Land Motorsport team and Wolfgang Land looks on, and here comes the 3rd place drivers. Raffaele Marciello, cool as a cucumber. He's like, yeah, it was nothing, mate. That's what I do. Daniel Juncadea, what a great debut he has made into the Landgraf team. Now 2nd comes Albert Costa Balboa and Jack Aitken. Yet another trophy for Emil Frey Racing. They are really enjoying their debut year in the ADAC GT Masters as they pick up yet more silverware. But taking not only their first podium, but their first win of the season and the first win of the career of Tim Zimmermann in ADAC GT Masters. For Motorsport by Land Motorsport, it is Christopher Mies and Tim Zimmermann to the top step of the podium. Here comes a representative from Monteplas by Land Motorsport, who will pick up a trophy as well. And now we will stand a moment for the national anthem. Go. The anthem rings out, I think, not just for Mies and Zimmermann today, but also Land and Audi on such a momentous occasion as the trophies get presented. Brian, I have to ask you, you've been in this paddock much longer than I have. Do you remember a weekend this crazy? Wow, well, that's a question. I don't. I really don't. I've seen many GT Masters races, and there has been a lot of drama over the years. I've not seen anything like we saw both yesterday and today. And if you missed yesterday's race, I would strongly recommend you have a look at that as well. It has been drama from beginning to end in both races. I cannot remember a weekend like it.
Herman Tomczyk and Uwe Buchart have done some trophy presentations while we've been dissecting that. Those are two people who've been around a few paddocks over the years. I don't think they've been here for certainly a more damaging weekend. There you go. We've got some gold medalists on the podium as well. Christopher Gretner, skeleton gold medalist at the Beijing Winter Olympics this year, presents third place to Raffaele Marciello.
It's great to see Herman Tomczyk. Of course, he is the former ADAC Sports president, always ever present in the paddock here, even though he is no longer the sports president of the ADAC. Great to see him presenting the trophies. Great to see the spectators back after difficult years, and they have been thoroughly entertained. Look at the point situation. 10 points between Martial and Eberhard and Guman. Kostebaum, Barrett, Aitken, just 25 points. That's a race win away from the top of the points. Gunon and Schiller still in there as well. Cruson and Green, well, it's going to be a stretch, but they can still do it mathematically. There are still well over 100 points available this season, because we move to the Sachsenring at the end of September for the penultimate round of the ADAC GT Masters. It will be races 11 and 12. The undulating Sachsenring, it couldn't be any more different than the Lausitzring, and it will be dramatic.
You always expect the unexpected at ADAC GT Masters. We expect that 2 or 3 times over at the Sachsenring, a circuit with so much undulation and so many specific quirks that the teams have to prepare for. Lausitzring, though, has been a sensational stop on the 2022 calendar. Can we come back next week?
I don't think we can afford it. They've got to get all the body panels back to repair the cars. It has been an extraordinary weekend. Races 9 and 10. That's round 5 of the ADAC GT Masters, fighting for the title of German GT champion. We've got 2 more rounds of this to go. That's 4 more races. Who knows what Sachsenring is going to bring? Do not miss it for any reason. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. It's the final race of the penultimate round of the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. And Taylor Barnard has an open goal because championship leader Andrea Kimi Antonelli is not here, and he has a chance to score points. Another driver who would like to score points on his debut would be Zach David. You saw him just now. What pressure on his shoulders, because Zach David is making his debut in Formula 4 this weekend, and he's starting this race from pole position. You saw Nan-David Bernbachti alongside and Rasmus Utsimies, the driver who is looking for the title of rookie champion. And without his nearest rivals here, that is Rafael Kamara and James Wharton, he too has something of an open goal as he tries to score points in the rookie standings. It is race 15 of an 18-race season. Welcome along to the Lausitzring. The rain of yesterday has long since gone. The sun has been shining. Heaven forbid this August day is getting better and better as we see the cars lining up on the grid getting ready for this race. And it is still very much all to play for, because coming into this weekend, Andrea Kimi Antonelli had a monstrous lead in the Drivers' Championship. But on account of the fact that Prema Racing are not here this weekend, Taylor Barnard is grabbing it with both hands. He got a second place in race 1 of the weekend. He got a win in the race that we witnessed this morning here at the Lausitzring, and he would dearly love to do it again. But that win that he earned means that he starts this race all the way back in 8th position on the grid. So he's going to have to work the traffic. Between him and the top step of the podium are such names as Nikita Bedrin, the impassable Nikita Bedrin at times, and Valentin Klus, who is making an outstanding debut in this series here in 2022. We are at the Lausitzring, and we are looking at the starting grid for this, the 3rd race of the weekend. Is Zach David on his debut for us racing with Nan-David Bernbachti alongside Rasmus Utsimies looking for that rookie title, and Jonas Reed for PHM Racing alongside him on row 2. Valentin Klus and Nikita Bedrin, all PHM Racing row 3. Row 4, Kasper Stuka, he came 2nd earlier on today, and Taylor Barnard, the winner of the last race. Ricky Lee, we welcome him alongside Samir Ben on row 5. And Mikael Sauter, great to see that the team got that car back together after a collision with the barrier. He did a great drive, but dropped it in the mid part of the race, damaging the number 21 car. The team have got it back together. You can see the points there. Taylor Barnard, 59 points adrift. There are still 100 points available this season, and Antonelli is not here. Neither is Kamara. So Bedrin also looking to move up, although Bedrin is now mathematically out of the championship hunt. This circuit is the shortest on the F4 calendar, at just 3.478 kilometers around, a little over 2 miles. Has 12 turns, 7 to the left, 5 to the right. Bit of a new discipline for these drivers because they're running in an anti-clockwise direction. Of course, most circuits run in a clockwise direction, so it gives the drivers' necks something else to think about throughout the half-hour race. It is 30 minutes of racing that is ahead of us. The formation lap is done. Not the biggest field of cars you've ever seen, but you don't need lots of cars for a good race. You only need 2 cars for a great race, and we have seen some great racing from the ADAC Formula 4 Germany throughout this year. And without the Prema cars here, maybe some of the other names have had a chance to shine and to show how good they can be. Now, Mikael Sauter is itching to get in front of Ricky Lee, who is not in position on the grid. Now, I wonder if he's stalled that. You can see the lights are flashing, so we're not going to get clearance to get this race going at the moment, because I believe that Ricky Lee, on his debut in the ADAC Formula 4 Germany, has got a problem there on the grid. So Sauter just trying to get back into his grid box. The flashing has stopped. Oh, it started again. We got a yellow flag waving to the side of us. And it looks like we're going to get a second formation lap. So it is Zach David who once again leads the cars away. And the stricken Ricky Lee car will be corrected in one way or another. They've got it running, or he's got it running, so away they go again. So the race may well be shortened as a result of that little moment. So around we go again for formation lap 2. Well, we had 2 formation laps yesterday, didn't we? Because of the iffy conditions. The iffy condition today is that Ricky Lee couldn't get the thing onto the grid properly, but he has now. And we're very excited to see what Lee can do. He is from China. He comes from karting. It is his debut in the ADAC Formula 4 Germany, and he is in the US Racing team. So he's got to be pretty reasonable, because US Racing do not use their time up with anything other than excellent up-and-coming drivers. We did mention Zach David, who joins us, the Filipino who is based in Malta. He's just turned 15 years old. He's part of the Sauber Academy, and there's a sign if ever you needed one. He's a Sauber karting team driver at the moment, and another one to keep an eye on. We welcomed Valentin Kloos to the ranks. This is his 3rd weekend in Formula 4 racing, the ADAC Kart Masters champion, who's now joining this series now that he's old enough. He's just turned 15, and he is one of the many up-and-coming superstars. The likes of Teo Porcher, Johnny Edgar, and Oliver Bierman, who won the ADAC Formula 4 Championship in previous years, are looking over their shoulders, because these young upstarts are coming to steal their thunder as quickly as possible. So, 2nd formation lap looks to be complete. Let's see if we can get away. The race time has been reduced by 3 minutes, as we thought might be the case. So this will now be a 27-minute race. It is Zach David with all that pressure on his debut weekend, with Nandavid Birambakti and Rasmus Utsimies, Jonas Reed. And that is the front 2 rows. And it looks like we've lost Ricky Lee as a result of whatever happened there. And there is a gap in front of Mikhail Sauter now. We wait for the red light to go off. It does. The cars are running. And it's Nandavid Birambakti, who looked like he was going to get the jump. But look at that from Zach David leading into turn 1. But here comes Rasmus Utsimies looking to the outside. But great job by Zach David leading the way into turn 1. In fact, Nandavid Birambakti dropping back through the order. So, not quite the start he wanted. There's a car getting a little bit wide out of the corner. The rest of the field comes through. They've all made it around turn 1. But Zach David leading the way at the moment for US Racing. And that is Utsimies, Rasmus Utsimies in 2nd place. And that's Valentin Kloos, who was the driver that we saw go out onto the dirt. Nandavid Birambakti, from that front row start, is back down into 4th place. Now keep an eye on Taylor Barnard. Barnard is looking to move his way through the field from that 8th place start. And Nikita Bedrin is looking to stop him. But look at the jostling for positions. That's Jonas Reed in the background, also fighting for position. Zach David, this is such a test for him. An awful lot of pressure on his young shoulders as he leads this field of cars away. And in at the deep end is the expression that springs to mind. He loses the back end a little. Rasmus Utsimies looking to pounce, but doesn't quite make anything stick. Mikhail Sauter also working his way from the back, but here comes Utsimies out of turn 12 to the inside of Zach David. Along the pit straight they come. Zach David, he ain't giving up, is he? He's on the outside, almost 3 abreast into turn 1. Valentin Kloos trying to get a bit of the action as well, but it is Rasmus Utsimies who leads the way now, taking over the lead from Zach David. Valentin Kloos in there as well. Nandavid Birambakti joining that fight. And here come the rest of the PHM cars. So that's Nikita Bedrin and Taylor Barnard there. So Barnard is already up with the lead back. Now, this will be interesting to see how he can do. So he's already made up 2 places. His biggest rival, I would say, is probably Nikita Bedrin. So he'll be wanting to get past him as soon as possible. Nandavid Birambakti coming under pressure now from Nikita Bedrin and still holding him off. So Bedrin drops back. But here comes Taylor Barnard as well. They're using up every bit of the track that they can. Look at Taylor Barnard to the side of Nikita Bedrin. He looks to the outside. They need to not make contact under braking. I dare say that in the team briefing, they were being told, do not drive into each other, because, of course, they are in the same team. But it is Taylor Barnard who comes out on top in that particular battle, as we also keep an eye on Mikael Sauter working his way forwards. Valentin Kloos, he is taking no prisoners in third place, looking very good indeed, as it's Nan-David Bernbakti. Here comes Mikael Sauter. And out onto the pit straight they come, across the line. And it is Bedrin who's back in front of Taylor Barnard, and getting it all wrong under braking. I thought he was going in the wall. Valentin Kloos having a big moment there. He collects it all up, but I should think he'll probably need a couple of corners just to regather himself after that. So Valentin Kloos drops back. Taylor Barnard back in front of Nikita Bedrin. And it is Rasmus Utsimiz who's leading the way from Zach David, who is coping with the pressure very well. Look here again at Valentin Kloos. He goes to the inside, locks up under braking, and that was a big moment for that young driver. He is able to run wide. Fortunately, there's nothing too concrete directly in front of him. We're looking again at that. He takes a look to the inside, ducks back to the outside. They're just overdoing it under braking. And it is Rasmus Utsimiz who leads the way from Zach David. And look at that lead that Utsimiz is able to open up. So that is Nan-David Bernbakti, who's found a route past Zach David. And Zach David now down into third place, out onto the tri-oval, out of the final corner, and onto the pit straight. Rasmus Utsimiz leading the way. Nan-David Bernbakti, our pole sitter. Zach David still doing well in third. And now Taylor Barnard is up into fourth place from that 8th place start. So Taylor Barnard moving forwards. Valentin Kloos has regathered it together into 5th place. And Nikita Bedrin, a fairly quiet show from him at the moment, in 6th. So Nan-David Bernbakti in 2nd place, fending off Zach David. But in there is Taylor Barnard. Barnard knows he has to make hay while the sun shines. While Antonelli is not here, he has the opportunity to pick up points. He moves to the inside of Zach David. David giving him plenty of space, but now fighting back. Taylor Barnard having a look at the outside. Will he cut back to the inside? Zach David has got him covered up well for his debut race. Zach David doing a great job. But look at Valentin Kloos. What an impressive display from him. Taylor Barnard looking to the inside of Zach David. He cannot afford to lose a front wing. So Taylor Barnard is through and up into a podium position. Now Zach David fighting back. Valentin Kloos in there as well. Nikita Bedrin fancies part of the action. He looks to the outside and then to the inside of Valentin Kloos. The two cars running together, both teammates again for PHM. Across the line we come once more. It's Rasmus Utsimiz leading the way, Nan-David Bernbakti. And then Taylor Barnard making the progress into 3rd place. Zach David into 4th, but here, once again, comes Nikita Bedrin to the inside of Zach David. Bedrin just picking his moment, waiting for that point to get through. And Nikita Bedrin now on the shirt tails of Taylor Barnard. So Nikita Bedrin not in the championship hunt anymore. So maybe he'll cut a bit of slack for Taylor Barnard, oh, you think? These drivers want to win at any cost. Of course, a lot of people watching them in these junior categories. And this is where the talent gets spotted and they come up through the ranks. It's Rasmus Utsimiz leading, Nan-David Bernbakti in 2nd, Taylor Barnard in 3rd, Nikita Bedrin in 4th, Zach David in 5th, and Valentin Kloos. The very impressive Valentin Kloos, who is now attacking Zach David. Then Mikael Sauter working his way forwards from the back. Jonas Reed in 8th. Kasper Stuka having a fairly quiet race by his standards ahead of Samir Ben. Ricky Lee did make it back onto the grid, so he is now running in 11th place. So there is the number 37 of Kasper Stuka back in the traffic. He had a great race earlier on. He finished in 2nd place, but he's got his work cut out if he wants to get on the podium now. Rasmus Utsimiz, he's looking for that rookie title as Taylor Barnard moves to the inside of Nan-David Bernbakti. stealing away second place with relative ease, and it didn't really look like Biren Bakti had put up much of a fight at all. So Taylor Barnard now through into second place. He's got one more car between him and the top step of the podium. It will be a maximum score today if he can catch and pass Rasmus Utsimi's, but he cannot afford a non-finish, so he cannot afford to lose a front wing or end up in a gravel trap. And Taylor Barnard, a massively skilled driver from the UK, who is showing the other drivers a good, clean pair of heels here at the Lausitzring this weekend. Now he sets after Rasmus Utsimi's. It was 1.329 seconds between Utsimi's and Biren Bakti last time around. We shall see what the gap is when they cross the line next time. The rest of the cars filing past in single file at the moment, but still plenty more to come. We're not even at the halfway stage yet on this race 15 of an 18-race season for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. Michael Sauter is just slowly picking him off as he goes forwards. So Michael Sauter pushing, and Zach David is the next victim for Michael Sauter. Right, Rasmus Utsimi's crosses the line. 1.092 seconds is the gap between first and second. And yet more challenges further back. That's Zach David. Nobody told him he had to give way, did they? He's come back, and now Michael Sauter is mugged by two other cars. Zach David, what a great debut for him in this, the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. He fights back and he takes the position back with great style. Rasmus Utsimi's can see Taylor Barnard in his rearview mirror. There's a great fight going on. That's Kasper Stuka to the inside of Jonas Reed. Into the turn they come. And Reed just holding on to that position at the moment. Kasper Stuka, a real talented driver, fighting to take that position away for us racing. To the outside he comes. Into the corner, the car in front. Now Zach David just locking up a brake. That was still holding on to it though. And now here comes Kasper Stuka again on Jonas Reed. The two cars running side by side through the corner, giving each other space. Michael Sauter's back in it again. He's to the side of Kasper Stuka. The car's running absolutely side by side out of the corner. Avoid that concrete wall, please. Sauter steals that position back again, and out onto the pit straight they come. Great stuff here, but look at this battle for the lead. Rasmus Utsimi's has Taylor Barnard. This is Nandavid Biren Bakti, and he's got Valentin Kloos for company. That is for fourth place. Valentin Kloos, we said that he was going to be good. Everybody warned us when he joined ADAC Formula 4. He was a talent on the way up, and he has proven that to be the case. Valentin Kloos, very impressive indeed, but look at this for the lead. Less than half a second, much less than half a second. Rasmus Utsimi's has Taylor Barnard challenging him. Nandavid Biren Bakti has Valentin Kloos challenging him. Two great battles continuing around this racetrack. This is for the lead. You see it now. First and second in the background, Nikita Bedrin. He is willing these two cars in front of him to get together. Taylor Barnard cuts to the inside of Rasmus Utsimi's. That looked very easy indeed. Rasmus Utsimi's not really putting up much of a fight. Taylor Barnard taking the lead of this race with just a little over half of it remaining. Taylor Barnard looking to repeat his success from this morning. He was a little bit frustrated yesterday in the greasy conditions. He couldn't really take the fight to Nikita Bedrin. Was looking to make it a hat-trick, but second place was what he had to settle for yesterday. But a couple of firsts today would do just nicely as he closes in on the lead of the championship. Nandavid Biren Bakti into turn one. Valentin Kloos on the inside. Kloos is through into fourth place, relegating Nandavid Biren Bakti. Great driving from the young German. So now Biren Bakti has Zach David behind him. And Zach David just keeping Biren Bakti very much in sight, and he is not done yet. Taylor Barnard leading this race from Rasmus Utsimi's. Nikita Bedrin would say having a fairly quiet weekend by his standards, certainly a quiet day today. He took that win yesterday, but today doesn't seem to have been quite as scrappy as he might have been. But now he is turning the heat up on Rasmus Utsimi. So Utsimi is getting fed up. He is the meat in a PHM sandwich. One in front and one behind Nikita Bedrin. Just following him at the moment. To remind you, Rasmus Utsimi is very much in the fight for the Rookie Championship, and his main challenger in that championship, Rafael Camara, is not here coming into this weekend. He was 42 points adrift of that. He is going to be potentially at the top of the Rookie Championship once this race is over, as long as he can bring it home. Nikita Bedrin moves to the inside of Rasmus Utsimi and steals away second place, but Utsimi is still the leader in the rookie standings here and in the rookie category within this race. There is Rasmus Utsimi in the number 24 car. At front, Taylor Barnard stretches his legs. I'm not sure Nikita Bedrin has got anything that he can bring to the table to steal that lead away, and it would be cruel when his teammate is still in the championship hunt to take those valuable points away from him. Now David Bernbachti is getting fed up with Zach David filling his mirrors, because Zach David is like the proverbial dog with the bone, matching everything that Bernbachti does. Meanwhile, Valentin Kloos has moved away from Bernbachti in that fourth place. So now David Bernbachti, just going through your picture there. Mikael Sauter still very much fighting. Here's a replay of that move that we saw for second place. It was Nikita Bedrin who came through. We expected Barnard and Bedrin to be very strong here this weekend, and that's exactly what has proven to be the case. Taylor Barnard, I interrupted him playing football on Friday and regretted that. He was not impressed, but he was expecting a big haul of points this weekend, and with the Prema cars not here, this was a gift. And as they go into the last round of this championship, there will be 3 races in October at the Nürburgring. There is the potential for Taylor Barnard to close in and indeed overtake Andrea Kimi Antonelli at the top of the points, and nobody thought that was going to happen during the middle part of this season, because at one point it looked like Antonelli was going to have it sewn up by now. We look again at a replay of Bernbachti going through the picture there, and that is Kasper Stuka along with Jonas Reed in there as well. Mikael Sauter just going deep into the corner. There is our race leader, Taylor Barnard, 1.187 seconds ahead of Nikita Bedrin. Rasmus Utsimi, and then the ongoing fight between Zach David and David Bernbachti. Here they come again. Zach David, look at them bumping across the track. And it's quite bumpy out of turn 12, isn't it? And here they come again. And the fight side by side into turn 1. Zach David to the outside, David Bernbachti to the inside. Here the squeal of the tyres under braking. And still Bernbachti holding on. But Zach David, he's not giving up, is he? Still the 26 car in front of the number 30 car. This is for 5th place. A great battle between these two young stars as we approach the final third of the race. What can Bernbachti do? What can Zach David do? I'll tell you what he can do. He can look to the inside. That's exactly what he's doing. Bernbachti sweeps across. Zach David has to back out of it. He does not want to lose that front wing. And Bernbachti holds on to 5th place for the time being. But Zach David, once again, looking to challenge. He goes to the inside. Bernbachti once again sweeps across. And still holding on to that position in the background. Jonas Reed and Kasper Stuka are closing in on this fight. So David Bernbachti not enjoying the counter pace that he is hoping for. It's allowing the others to catch up, but now Zach David looks to the inside. He's surely got the move, but Bernbachti has a much faster line around the top part of the corner. And out onto the pit straight, he still holds on to that 5th place. Again, along the pit straight towards turn 1, ducking to the inside. Here comes Zach David, the squeal of the tyres, and finally he outbrakes him, the dive bomb maneuver into turn 1. And Zach David has that 5th place. Now it's Jonas Reed who's lining up Nandavid Burimbakti. Suddenly he's got his mirrors full of another car. And Zach David continuing to impress, and he is into 5th place. Ahead of him, Valentin Kloos. Nandavid Burimbakti now with Jonas Reed challenging, and Kasper Stuka, who's looking to leapfrog both of them. If you're wondering what's happening at the front, Taylor Barnard still leading Nikita Bedren by a fraction over 1 second. We'll keep an eye on that and let you know if it changes. This fight, though, very exciting indeed. And Zach David just locking up a wheel into the corner. He keeps it all on the grey stuff. And David Burimbakti now with Jonas Reed. Kasper Stuka taking a little look as well. He finished 2nd yesterday. He would like some more points today. Thank you very much. And Jonas Reed not letting him part at the moment. And there in the background, Mikael Sauter in 9th place. Samir Ben circulating behind them in 10th. Ruiki Lee on the same lap, but a little way back. Right, another move now to the inside. And Jonas Reed holding on to that position. Kasper Stuka very much getting stuck in. Mikael Sauter there as well, just waiting in case those 2 cars get together. 7 3/4 minutes remaining of this race. Race 15 of the 18 race season for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. We are at the Lausitzring. It's Taylor Barnard who's leading from Nikita Bedrin. Rasmus Utsimies is the leading rookie. He's 3rd on the track. He's 1st in the rookie category. Valentin Kloos is 2nd in the rookie category, and he has caught up with Rasmus Utsimies. So Valentin Kloos is now looking to make a challenge not only for the top of the rookie standings in this race, but also for a podium position overall in this race. Valentin Kloos challenging hard as we look down on the epic turn 11 and turn 12. Back out onto the tri-oval for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany along the pit straight. Rasmus Utsimies in the black and blue car, and the car with the halo that is coloured yellow is Valentin Kloos. Valentin Kloos just turning the heat up, and this is the fight further back. There is Nandavid Burimbakti. Ahead of him, Zach David. Behind him is Jonas Reed. And then behind them is Kasper Stuka. And even at the back of the pack, there is fighting. And that is Ruiki Lee, who tries to take Samir Ben. Samir Ben losing it completely. Spins the car around. Keeps it onto the track. But has he lost the engine? No, he's got it going again. The Genza Motorsport car rejoins, but Samir Ben, he's not had the best of days here at the Lausitzring. He finished 10th in race 2, which was this morning. He finished 8th yesterday, and he is now going to be stone last. Ruiki Lee, great challenge from him. We look again, he found the space on the inside. Samir Ben just going wide on the corner. He gets a rear wheel onto the dirt, no grip to be had there. The car spins around. Looks like he loses the engine briefly, but he keeps going and rejoins the race at the very back. Now, Nikita Bedrin at the front has closed in on Taylor Barnard. It is 0.8 of a second, so any thoughts that he might be letting his teammate just walk away with it? Think again. We've got 5 minutes of this race remaining as we look again at that Samir Ben spin. The Swiss driver for Genza Motorsport rejoining. So here is our leader. Taylor Barnard has been honed in on by Nikita Bedrin. So you can see the evolution of the gap between them. And Bedrin has been closing in on that gap. It was 0.863 last time around. So Bedrin keeping the heat on. He would love to take his second win of the weekend as well. Rasmus Utsimis in the background has Valentin Kloos, and I think Valentin Kloos has his eyes on his first ever podium in ADAC Formula 4 Germany as he hassles that car. So now Bedrin not really close enough as they head into turn 11 and then up onto the tri-oval. Not close enough to make a move. I think Valentin Kloos has got ideas on third place though. Out of turn 12 they come onto the pit straight. There is a slipstream to be gained as they race towards turn 1. First and second looks solid, but look at this. Valentin Kloos goes to the inside. Utsimis squeezes him towards the wall and then ducks across to try and shut the door. Valentin Kloos, you can see the rear tyres squealing and the back end stepping out into turn 1. That was very defensive driving from Rasmus Utsimis, but he still holds on to that podium position. And still, it is Valentin Kloos in 4th place. Now, what can he do? 3.5 minutes this race remaining, and it's not out of the question for Valentin Kloos to earn his first podium in the overall race here in the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. Taylor Barnard, well, he's lost another 10th to Nikita Bedrin, but Bedrin, there's one thing catching him. He's still got to pass him, and it might just be that Barnard is looking after the tyres and bringing the thing home. No such fortunes happening here in 3rd place. Rasmus Utsimis now. He's got Valentin Kloos behind once again. Now, will they try the same thing? Where will Valentin Kloos go? He is once again tucked up behind the number 24 car. Out of turn 12 they come, onto the pit straight. What will Valentin Kloos try as he looks to get past Utsimis? Here they come along the straight. That's our first and second going into turn 1. And now, this time, Kloos looks to the outside. He sells the dummy, goes back to the inside, back to the outside. Utsimis has him covered off. Into turn 1, into turn 2, it's still Rasmus Utsimis. Valentin Kloos is going to be running out of time before too long to get past. You don't normally find overtaking opportunities in this, the back section of the circuit, back onto the tri-oval briefly, but Valentin Kloos has proven to be very eager indeed. And again, he challenges, but this is a challenge for the lead. Taylor Barnard now under immense pressure from Nikita Bedrin. This is critical for the championship for Taylor Barnard. He really needs to stay in front, but Nikita Bedrin looking to the outside. Taylor Barnard's going to have to call on everything he knows. Bedrin locking up a wheel into the corner, side by side, and still Taylor Barnard holding on to that lead. Nikita Bedrin looking very eager. 90 seconds of this race remaining. Taylor Barnard just holding on. The two teammates must not make contact with each other. That is first and foremost in any team briefing. But Taylor Barnard now under pressure from Nikita Bedrin. Does he hold on to this lead? He needs the points urgently because he is challenging for the lead of the point standings. Nikita Bedrin on the outside under braking. Still Taylor Barnard holds on to the lead. Bedrin running out of time in the background. Utsimis coming under pressure from Valentin Kloos. Taylor Barnard on the final lap of this race, holding on from Nikita Bedrin. Bedrin running out of times now. Surely Barnard is going to be as defensive as he can be. Into turn 6 they go. Oh, as you were. And Rasmus Utsimis under pressure again from Valentin Kloos. We don't know where to look. It's still Taylor Barnard leading Nikita Bedrin. We told you didn't need many cars for a good race. This is fantastic stuff from the ADAC Formula 4 Germany. We're on the final lap of the race. Taylor Barnard looked like he was walking away with victory. Nikita Bedrin, though, other plans. He locks up into the corner. Valentin Kloos also challenging Rasmus Utsimis into the final few corners. It's Taylor Barnard. He just needs to hold it together to keep Nikita Bedrin behind him, but Bedrin to the inside. And just holding on, Taylor Barnard out out into turn 12. How did he hold on to that one? Onto the pit straight. It is going to be the second win of the weekend for Taylor Barnard. He weaves in front of Nikita Bedrin. Valentin Kloos has made it past Rasmus Ute-Simmies to take third place, but Ute-Simmies gets him in a drag race to the line. Incredible stuff. Valentin Kloos, he came so close. He lost that position by 0.003 of a second. That was close. He got past, looked like he had nailed his first podium, and Ute-Simmies had that high line at a turn 12. It was a drag race to the line, and Ute-Simmies launches himself. Look at Taylor Barnard weaving as he crosses the line in celebration, and also making sure that there was no drag race with Nikita Bedrin, who comes home in second place. It's a great haul of points for Taylor Barnard, and he closes in on Andrea Kimi Antonelli in the championship hunt. There are just 2 drivers left in the championship race for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany, and one of them has just won race 15 of the season. It's Taylor Barnard, who completed 19 laps ahead of Nikita Bedrin, Rasmus Ute-Simmies, Valentin Kloos, and then Zach David, David Birnbachty, Jonas Reed, and Kasper Stuka rounding out the top 8. Rasmus Ute-Simmies is the leading rookie driver as well. Valentin Kloos second in the rookies. Zach David, what a great showing from him. 5th overall, and he gets a podium in the rookies. So, real entertainment. Always that third race of the weekend where the top 8 finishes from race 1 are reversed. Always provides us with great action. Good job by these 2 drivers, especially Taylor Barnard, who came from 8th on the grid. Boy, did he have to work hard to keep hold of that lead, though. Nikita Bedrin, a real talent. A driver running under the Italian flag this year, putting the pressure on his teammate for PHM Racing. All credit to them. They didn't make contact with each other. There were no front wings swept off. Taylor Barnard gets to celebrate as he jumps from the cockpit of his car. He's listening in. A driver from Norwich, scoring his 2nd win of the season. Not of the season, of the weekend. And that would be his 4th win of the season. Of course, he took 2 at the Nürburgring last time out, and anyone would say he's only won because Andrea Kimi Antonelli's not here. Well, look at that. At the Nürburgring, he beat Kimi Antonelli to take those wins. So the talent is there. Taylor Barnard winning absolutely on merit and closing in on that points championship, which will go to the wire at the Nürburgring. 3rd is Rasmus Ute-Simmies. 2nd is Nikita Bedrin. And taking the win, Taylor Barnard. I'm just hesitating because our timing screens have updated to say that Valentin Kloos has taken 3rd place. There is the winner. It is Taylor Barnard. So, the timing screens have changed. I've seen nothing to indicate any kind of penalty, but the timing screens are now showing Valentin Kloos in 3rd place instead of Rasmus Ute-Simmies. But I have no explanation as to why that might have happened. We do know who the 1-2 are, though. Kind of an air of tension as we look to the podium now. Originally, the timing screen said Ute Simmies had that third place. Now they're saying that he is fourth. So the two PHM drivers just chatting to the team in Parc Fermé. So car 24 was under investigation for more than one change of direction, and although no penalty has been flagged up on our screens, I believe he may have received a penalty because it is Valentin Kloos who is in Parc Fermé, and I believe that the number 24 car, Rasmus Ute Simmies, we saw him making that really defensive move, taking Kloos out to the wall. Now, it looked like a dead heat on the line. So I'm not entirely sure. The timing screens registered Ute Simmies as third place. And Ute Simmies has had a warning, but there's no penalty being flashed up. And then suddenly it's changed to Valentin Kloos. And the timing screens, they're not manually operated, they're done by a computer. So you'd think that if it's flashed up one way, then that is it. But no doubt time will tell. We'll find out shortly. But newsflash, Valentin Kloos is the driver who gets third place and not Rasmus Ute Simmies. And Valentin Kloos will get two trophies for his trouble because he will also win in the rookie category. And Rasmus Ute Simmies will get a trophy for second in the rookie category. Zach David, great job from him. Third in the rookies, fifth overall. A wonderful debut in ADAC Formula 4 Germany. No doubt about the first and second, though, is there? Taylor Barnard. My maths, notoriously dodgy, but I believe he is about... Here we go, I've got my shoes and socks off here. Is it 34 points behind Andrea Kimi Antonelli in the point standings? There are still 75 points available in the final three races of the season. There's the three PHM drivers comparing notes. And of course, Valentin Kloos makes it a PHM lockout on the podium. A very good day for PHM Racing, the team that rose from the ashes of Muka Motorsport. Legendary name in the world of motorsport. There is the very tall Valentin Kloos on the left. It's Nikita Bedrin in the middle. And Taylor Barnard was on the right. Here comes Valentin Kloos. Get used to that name and get used to that face on the podium, because this is the first of many. Nikita Bedrin, another superstar in Formula 4 racing. But watch out, Taylor Barnard is on the ascendancy, taking the win in race 15 of the season, and a clean sweep for PHM Racing. Are we on the eve of the biggest shock in the history of the ADAC Formula 4 Germany history? Because Andrea Kimi Antonelli was leading the championship by 100 points at one point. But now Taylor Barnard is closing in. He's shown that he can beat Antonelli on the track. He's been gifted the opportunity to close on him in the point standings this weekend when they head to the Nürburgring on the 14th to the 16th of October. the championship will go down to the wire. The 3 PHM drivers receiving their trophies. PHM receiving another trophy for their trouble. The celebrations will start. We've got a bit of a break now as we wait until the middle of October. Look at that, 34 points in it. It's a 2-horse race for the championship with 75 points remaining. Antonelli and Barnard are going to go head-to-head at the Nürburgring for round 6. There will be 3 races, races 16, 17 and 18 of the season for the ADAC Formula 4 Germany season. It ain't all over. The fat lady isn't even starting to think about singing yet, because Taylor Barnard is on the ascendancy. He has got his eyes on the title. He wants to follow in the tracks of Johnny Edgar, of Ollie Bierman, 2 other British drivers that have come through and won the title in the last couple of years. There is your confirmation, and it was Valentin Kloos who came home in 3rd place. The remaining positions through till 11th place. We're done and dusted for this round 5 of the ADAC Formula 4 Germany here at the Lausitzring. It's all to play for. Join us at the Nürburgring the 14th to the 16th of October for the championship decider. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Race 2 of the weekend for the Prototype Cup Germany is about to get underway. It will be a second 55-minute race for the cars and drivers. It'll be a second race of the day for this man, Marvin Dienst, on pole position. Took part earlier on, of course, in the ADAC GT Masters race, his first appearance in that championship this season. He has been dominating the ADAC Prototype Cup Germany along with Berkay Bessler. Maximilian Hacklander will be the closest challenger to Dienst in the early going in the Konrad Ginetta, and making it 3 different chassis manufacturers in the top 3. Gary Hauser in the racing experience Duquesne DO8, third in the standings for this one, at least as they get underway, but there will be a long way to go once we are racing in a few moments' time. If you were tuning in yesterday, you'll know that we had 2 formation laps owing to the conditions. We should have just the 1 formation lap this time here at the Lausitzring. This sprint circuit configuration, a little under 3.5 kilometers of circuit to play with for the drivers here. Of course, taking in sections of the tri-oval. Plenty of braking zones, sharp braking zones here at this circuit means that overtaking certainly is possible. We saw plenty of it yesterday from that number 7 car on pole in particular. Berkay Bessler suffered a little bit in qualifying yesterday. Ended up qualifying 8th on the grid, worked his way into the top 3 before too long, with some great moves for TalkSport WRT in their Ligier, and it is that Ligier on pole position. Maximilian Hacklander in 2nd place. He did safety car driving duties at Nürburgring 2 weeks ago in something a bit quicker now. Hauser and Danny Sufi on row 2. Matteo Villagomez and Torsten Kratz on row 3. Matthias Luton on the 4th row alongside Jesse Salmonauscio, and Michael Lyons, the highly experienced historic and contemporary racer, starting 9th on the grid for this one. He reckons he's going to make up some places from that position, so keep an eye on Michael Lyons. So there you see the championship situation. Marvin Dienst and Berkay Bessler with a perfect 100 points so far. They have taken 4 race wins from 5 races. They retired, DNF'd at Nürburgring in race number 1 last month at the Truck Festival at Nürburgring. But that aside, it has been all about TalkSport WRT, the only other team that have taken a win this year, Reiter Engineering, and they're not here this weekend. Axel Jeffries, as you saw on your graphics a few moments ago, is 2nd in the standings. He's in that number 2 car alongside Maximilian Hacklander, so he could do with scoring some good points here today to have a shot at the championship at the season finale at Hockenheim in October. For the 2nd and final time this weekend, Prototype Cup Germany from ADAC and Creventic is go, and it's a good start by the looks of it from the RTM racing car. That's a little further down in the pack, but Marvin Dienst doing what he needs to do into turn 1. That's hold the inside line. However, Hacklander on the offensive, trying to get around the outside at turn 1. That became the inside at turn 2, but he has to settle for 2nd, at least in the early going. Danny Sufi trying to get up into 3rd place to make it a Konrad 2-3, and he does so at the expense of Gary Hauser. Nice driving there in the early stages. I think Leonard Wiese, rather Torsten Kratz, has got the 11 car up the order a bit there as well. He's in 5th place, albeit under a lot of pressure from the Corin and Kempe car of Salmonauscio. He's up to 6th place, the distinctive 6th backed car. It is Marvin Dienst in the lead of this race then. Had a good run earlier on in GT Masters as Salmonauscio goes for 5th place and claims 5th place. Torsten Kratz run a little bit wide there by the orange car, but completely missing the braking zone into the first run through turn 10 and 11, and it was very odd indeed. He shed some bodywork in the process there too. Now, is that a damaged car? You can see a puncture, actually. Look at that. The tyres very, very low indeed on the right rear. What a bizarre... It was as if it just had a slow puncture. And he only found out about it in the braking zone for turn 10. Yeah, you can see there that the tyre was already going down at that point, and an unfortunate start then for Salman Alcio. The start of this race is under investigation, but that is often par for the course anyway. That said, a lot of cars seem to be out of formation as the race got underway, so we'll have to wait and see what is decided there, if anything is decided there. So Salman Alcio still in the pit lane. Hopefully he can rejoin the race, but that car looking worse for wear, and I'm not even sure if he's still in the car. We get another replay of that moment, just braking for turn 10. Car would not stop. As it transpired, the tyre was going down. Marvin Dienst bringing the gap between himself and Hacklander up. It was 0.8 of a second last time by. We'll see as they cross the line momentarily exactly what the gap is this time. It's definitely more than 8/10. It's 1.3 seconds. So, as with yesterday's race, Marvin Dienst is using his stint to systematically gain his, grow his advantage. Villagomez side by side with Michael Lyons. Villagomez profiting up to 7th place there with a nice tidy move at turn 1. Michael Lyons down to 8th place then. Talking to Lyons earlier today, acknowledged that there's still some learning to do, I think, between the Gebhardt team and their Ginetta G61 LTP3. But they are improving and learning more about the car each time they come out, and hopefully we see them again at the season finale. Hopefully we see them move up the order again before the end of this race. For now, they are in 8th place. Still no sign of a pit lane departure, unfortunately, for Corridon Kempen Motorsport. Still no sign of a fourth wheel on the car either, so that may go no further. Battle for 6th then, with Matthias Luton forging the path. Car that was 2nd in the championship coming into this weekend in the hands of Luton and Donar Munding. Hasn't been the best of weekends for the team and their Duqueine D08. Hasn't quite looked like it has the edge compared to some of the other cars that we'd expect at the sharp end. It was Donar Munding in the wet conditions yesterday, really did struggle. Had 2 or 3 offs. Out onto the oval briefly again at turn 5 and 6 goes this battle for 6th position. And Luton maintaining that place well at the moment. The start has been confirmed to be okay after a brief investigation. Marvin Dienst continues to build his lead at the front of the order. It's 1.7 seconds that Dienst has over Hacklander at the front of the order. No such luxuries, though, for this man, Matthias Luton, who continues to watch Villagomez lurk in the mirrors. It's been a good week for Rinaldi Racing here at the Lausitzring circuit. Both Oscar Tunio and Mateo Villagomez looked fast yesterday. Not the best of qualifyings from Villagomez this morning, but we'll see if they can work their way up the order. Late on the brakes there, Villagomez didn't quite get to the inside, though, of Matthias Luton, who resolutely takes the apex for turn 1. Villagomez wasn't quite alongside him. Watching brief being kept by Elbacker. We thought it was Michael Lyons taking the start in the number 70 Gebhardt car, but I now see that's been updated to say Jakob Erlbacher. So Erlbacher it is that takes the start for Gebhardt Motorsport. Michael Lyons, the classic Group C and Formula One expert, is yet to take the wheel of the car running in 8th place then. I know that he's racing a Lola LMP2 car next week at the Silverstone Classic, getting his eye in with a run in an LMP3 this weekend. Marvin Dienst continues on at the head of the order. Let's see what the gap is this time. Keep a watching brief on that. It's gone up again to 3.6 seconds. Good run out of the final corner, I think, there for Villa Gomez. But I'm not sure that 33 car is going to be close enough before they get to turn 1. No, not quite. Of course, there's not really much to give between these two. They're both in Duquesne chassis. Since they're LMP3 cars, they can only have one engine. That's the thunderous Nissan 5.6-litre V8. Taking a look back to lap 1 of the race and the moment for Salman Alcio. Now, was there contact here that led to the slow puncture? Yes, there was. Okay, that's clarifying then. Just clipped the front of Torsten Kratz, trying to squeeze him out on the exit of turn 8, and that is what caused the slow puncture. That it wasn't even that slow of a puncture, really, because just 2 corners later, the tyre was down. Big shame for Salman Alcio, who was looking racy on that first lap of the race. Unfortunately, ended that first lap in the pit lane, and I can confirm that that car is in the garage now as well and likely going no further. Conrad Motorsport will be fairly happy with the sight they see on screen at the moment. 2nd and 3rd place for the 2 and 22 cars respectively. Hacklander doing nicely there in 2nd place. He will hand over to Axel Jeffries later. Here comes Villa Gomez up the inside of Matthias Luton, and contact at turn 1. It's such a pinch point at that corner. Matthias Luton is sent spinning. Villa Gomez has continued on his way. Erlbacher now stalking the number 33 car of Villa Gomez. Let's take a look at that again. Villa Gomez thought he had the corner. Matthias Luton disagreed. And unfortunately, it was Luton that was the main loser in that one. Spins around, has now rejoined the circuit, but does so many, many seconds back from the battle for 6th place he was once a part of. Painful stuff for Malna Motorsport, who have had a rough go of things this weekend, and you'll be unsurprised to know that that move is under investigation. Was certainly not quite side by side as the contact was made. We'll have to see how that one is decided. So then it's now the time for Jakob Erlbacher to have a go at Villa Gomez. Question is, can he hang with the pace of Villa Gomez now that they are free from Matthias Luton, who was doing a good defensive job prior to that incident? Mateo Villa Gomez, the Ecuadorian driver, has certainly been entertaining this weekend. Oscar Tunio, who looked very fast in qualifying and indeed the race, both in the wet conditions yesterday. Be intrigued to see what his performance looks like in today's slightly drier, more befitting of August weather conditions that we have this weekend. At least on this Sunday. Of course, yesterday looked more like March. Danny Sufi there in 3rd place ahead of Gary Hauser, the Racing Experience number 12 car, looking rather Batmobile-esque in its bare carbon fibre. Hauser, a driver with plentiful experience in LMP3 chassis, if memory serves me correctly, in the various different championships and throughout the various different seasons that Racing Experience has competed in. They've always used Duquesne chassis, or the predecessor to that, which of course was the Norma. Norma rebranded to Duquesne in 2020. So they've worked with this car, this chassis, for a long time. And Hauser, before LMP3, was running in single-seater competition, driving GP2 cars in Boss GP to lots of success. Also fired the car up a hill climb every now and then. It takes all types, folks. And be it on the hill climbs or indeed on the circuits, he's always had pace. Danny Sufi, in his first weekend with Conrad Motorsport in the Ginetta, though, is proving more than capable of holding off Gary Hauser. I'd say, as measuring sticks go, Gary is a good one. And Danny looks like he is adapting to that car nicely, the American-flagged driver. Marvin Dienst into turn one then for the 10th time in this race. And he does so 6.6 seconds clear of Hacklander. Drive-through penalty has been given to car number 33. You will likely be unsurprised to hear, causing a collision. So Villa Gomez is judged to have been the guilty party in that contact with Matthias Luton. Rinaldi Racing crew will be watching on with long faces as their car trundles past the pits. Immediately served that drive-through penalty at the first opportunity he could. Comes out, ironically, still ahead of Matthias Luton, the driver that he tagged into a spin in the first place, but nonetheless, still a very costly drive-through penalty for Villa Gomez. Safety car, however, has been deployed. Safety car is out on the circuit. Not seeing an obvious reason why, however, either on the live pictures or out of our commentary box windows. Perhaps there is some stricken carbon fibre around the circuit, some bodywork down. Doesn't appear that anyone has gone missing on the timing screen. Of course, we are missing one car, but that's Salman Alshio, and that car is in the garage. Everyone else is still circulating, so we'll have to see if we can pick up the exact reason why the safety car is out. But out it is. And that's going to be a kick in the teeth for Marvin Dienst, who had been building a very healthy cushion to pass over to Berkay Bessler. That's all been eroded away. It was 6.8 seconds before the safety car was deployed, and that's all gone in a flash. And we now have the bulletin on the screen that the safety car is in this lap. How bizarre. We're now getting a look at the marshals down in the pits. I don't know if that tells us anything in particular about the cause of the safety car. The field hasn't even fully caught up yet. Villa Gomez and Matthias Luton, I think, are both just still going to be a little way off the rest of the pack, but we are about to go back to racing conditions. Well, Marvin Dienst is going to have to worry about the two Conrad Ginettas behind him as they go back to green flag conditions. He has pulled the pin, and they are racing once more. A brief cameo then from the safety car has eradicated the lead of Marvin Dienst. Let's see how big of a lead he can pull before he hands over to Berkay Bessler. Bessler, who is Certainly looking at this season as an opportunity to establish his career and move onwards and upwards. He's driven all sorts of GT machinery over the years. And be it prototypes or GTs, I know that the Turkish racer is looking to get himself a nice full-time ride for 2023. Safety car is out again. And once more, I'm not seeing any particular reason for it, but the safety car is out a second time. Again, looking out of the windows and not seeing an obvious reason. The medical car is out on circuit. But no cars are off the track. Well, nonetheless, the safety car will once again pack up the field. Pit stop window will be postponed, says the timing screen. So they're going to shift the pit stop window back in order to give these drivers their allocated green flag time. Marvin Dientz there almost looked like he was going for the inside of the Audi R8 safety car there. Can't overtake that one, Marvin. Dientz will be pulling double duty again, more than likely, at Hockenheim in 2 months' time. Hope that we'll see him in that Drago Racing by ZVO car on many occasions in GT Masters. For the end of the year, he certainly is a driver that deserves his seat in the International German GT Championship. And he's been proving that in Prototype Cup Germany for TopSport WRT. The only Ligier here this weekend. We have had other Ligier teams represented on the grid this season, but not this weekend. Safety car remains out for a second lap then. And this time, the entire field has bunched itself together. So both Villa Gomez and Matthias Luton have rejoined the party. Of course, in due course, we can confirm when the pit window will open. Yet to get word on exactly when it will start. A second safety car in as many laps has really dented Marvin Dienst's gap. And safety car by pit lane, says the timing screen. So the field continues on around the circuit for now. But they will duck through the motorcycle chicane, which doubles as the pit entry in the final sector of the circuit. All drivers understanding the message and filing through the pit lane now behind the safety car. So rapidly approaching halfway distance in this race as well. We'll see just how long they feel they can or want to postpone the pit window by. Longer pit stops here in Prototype Cup Germany than the ADAC GT Masters. It's a 2-minute 10, or rather 2-minute 5-second pit stop. There is the 33 car. That is Villa Gomez. Of course, he will be, I think, somewhat relieved that his drive-through penalty has been nullified by the safety car periods. Has lost an on-track position as a result of it, but that's about it. And by the same token, Matthias Luton has also been freed of the gap that he had to the rest of the field after being tagged into that spin. You see the two Conrad Motorsport cars there in second and third place with their distinctive green motifs on the livery. That is the signature colour scheme for Conrad Motorsport. So the cars back around once more, still behind the safety car. Conrad Motorsport with such a huge history. Really is wonderful to see them in Prototype Cup Germany. Of course, they raced Salines in the American Le Mans Series, at the Le Mans 24 Hours itself, the FIA GT Championship, and plenty more besides in the 2000s. Prior to that, very much a Porsche GT2 team. Now making a return to prototype competition, which they have also done in the past in Lola LMP1 cars and such. They're now running LMP3 Ginettas here in Prototype Cup Germany. So safety car is confirmed to be in this lap. We will no doubt find out in short order when the pit window will open too. The safety car will now exit stage left, and we will go back to racing. Once more, Marvin Dienst again with all of the power in his hands, and more specifically under his foot, as to when we go racing once more. Looks like the pin has been pulled. Yes, out of turn 12 they go then, and Dienst leads them off once again. It is Marvin Dienst that leads the way. Second place then is still Maximilian Hacklander. So important to note as well. Oh, just hold on a second. Gary Hauser up the inside of Danny Sufi. I was about to mention that Danny has an extra 5 seconds in the pit lane during the pit window, and that is because he is a solo driver. And now he's also just lost third place, and he may well lose a lot of other positions in the pit window because, of course, the field is so tightly bunched together. He's under pressure now from Torsten Kratz. He looks to the inside. Oh, and a lock up there as they try to find the apex at turn 6. The WTM racing car of Torsten Kratz is through into 4th place. Gary Hauser has regained the third position that he had in the early stages as well. And here we see a bit of Ginetta warfare because Jakob Erlbacher is challenging Sufi. Meanwhile, pit window has been opened, so pit window now open and will run for the next 10 minutes. So the pit window will close with 19 minutes left to go. And the two Duquesnes at the back of the order have elected to pit at the first possible opportunity. Villagomez and Luton both in. It is a 1 minute 45 second pit stop, not 2 minutes and 5. My maths failed me a little bit there, but it is still a far longer pit stop than we see in GT3 competition. That's, I think, in no small part thanks to the fact that these cars are a little more physical to get in and out of. Oh, tried to throw the sweet insert out there and ended up hitting his own driver, but nonetheless, everyone continues on unabated. Villagomez removed from the car, inserted into this Rinaldi Racing entry is Oscar Tunyo. Now, he was quick yesterday. And of course, nullified is the gap that they had prior to the safety cars. I believe that was Axel Jeffries striding with purpose out of the Conrad garage as well. And his car is coming in. Maximilian Hacklander, the man who drove the medical car at the Nürburgring 2 weeks ago at the GT Masters event. He's got something a bit quicker and a bit more robust this weekend. However, the time to drive the car is over. He now moves on to hand over to Axel Jeffries. Axel, the Zimbabwean racer, a serial championship winner in GT cars. And as you can see there on the top of the door, Franz Conrad was meant to share that car with Axel Jeffries at one point this season at Spa. However, he has been suffering a few health complications this year as the legendary Franz Conrad. We do, however, expect to see him in a car before the end of the year, principally because I think quite a few people ask him about it. I think there's a lot of interest in having Franz Conrad racing again. We'll see if he comes out at Hockenheim. Certainly Franz, a driver and team manager with a wealth of experience, the Austrian competitor. And they are just taping up the car a little bit, so misadventures have clearly taken place somewhere along the line. Meanwhile, the leading cars are coming past the start-finish line and indeed the pit lane. None of the front runners have elected to pit this time by. Our pit window is set to run for another 6 minutes, so they've still got time to make the pit stop. Axel Jeffries only just set to leave the pits. Now, in fact, I do think that the pit window is longer than the graphics suggest on your screen, because these guys are kind of abiding to the 2 minute 5 pit window that I thought we had. Axel Jeffries, though, has been in the pit lane for a long, long time, and we saw him shaking his head several moments ago. What's going on? There seems to be confusion at the Conrad Motorsport pit. Either way, they've lost so much time already. I don't think Axel Jeffries has any power. You can hear that the car isn't running. Oh, such a shame for Axel Jeffries, second in the championship. Had a great teammate this weekend in Maximilian Hacklander. But it seems as though the car has cried enough. huge drama then for Axel Jeffries and Conrad Motorsport. The car still in the pit lane, the lights are off, and that's a telltale sign that that car does indeed have some issues at this stage. The other Conrad Motorsport car is in. That, of course, is Danny Sufi's 22 entry. Just understanding that the pit window, I think, is 1 minute 55 seconds. So 115-second pit stops seems to be the ruling. And unfortunately, the ruling for Axel Jeffries appears to be definitive. And that is that the car has cried enough. And that, unfortunately, could well spell the end of Axel Jeffries' chances at a championship here in Prototype Cup Germany. He'll be frustrated. He seemed positive about his chances this weekend, but the car is not wanting to play ball anymore. I think Danny Sufi will be off momentarily. Marvin Dienst, meanwhile, has regimentally been lapping quickly. When will he hand over to Berkay Bessler? There goes the number 11 car, rejoining the grid, or rejoining the race with Leonard Wies at the wheel. Also leaving the pit lane now is Danny Sufi with his longer pit stop owing to being a solo driver. In has come Marvin Dienst, in has come Gary Hauser as well, so the leading two are in, and that means, I believe, that everybody has now pitted. Yes, indeed, everyone has, so these will be our final pit stops. It'll be very intriguing to see where everyone filters out after this. As of now, the driver leading those that have pitted is Donar Munding for Molnar Motorsport. Donar Munding, who could well, along with Matthias Luton, be second in the championship again in 20 minutes' time, courtesy of Axel Jeffries' dramas. Oh look, Super Mario on the side of the car. Perhaps it's Super Marvin, given the efforts of TalkSport WRT so far this year. And Super Berkay as well. Bessler will rejoin the race in the Ligier shortly. And quite where that car will come out is yet to be seen. In theory, you'd think the car would come back out in the lead, but Donar Munding and Oscar Tunio have been setting good laps since they came out onto the circuit. Of course, those two cars pitted at the first possible opportunity, so let's see if they've managed to pull an undercut here. Oh, is the Ligier starting? We heard the call, push, push, push. They're hooking up a battery. Not again. Not a second car failing to get back underway after the pit stops. Surely no such issues for Von Gartzen, who takes over the 12 car from Gary Hauser. But finally, they have revived the Ligier. However, they have lost the lead. Berkay Bessler comes back out in 4th position. Our race leader will be this man, Donar Munding. Well, lots of dramas in the pit window today. Axel Jeffries going no further, and this man, Berkay Bessler, not getting the car underway. Michael Lyons has now taken over the number 70 car, the Ginetta from Gebhardt Motorsport. Don't know why I added a K there, but they run 5th overall now, albeit quite some way behind the top 4. They're all at quite close quarters. And look at Oscar Tunio. Tunio, the Colombian talent, is... Thankfully, I don't understand that language, but Franz Conrad giving his analysis, I imagine, of what happened to the number 2 car of Axel Jeffries, and a move for second place. Oscar Tunio has gotten past Von Gartzen. Sebastian Von Gartzen down to 3rd place then. In the Racing Experience Duquesne. So the order after the pit stops makes for good reading if you're a fan of Duquesne DO8s, because it is Donar Munding at the front of the order, Oscar Tunio 2nd, and Sebastian Von Gartzen in 3rd place. 4th place now is Michael Lyons. So what has happened to Berkay Bessler? Because Michael Lyons is now listed as 4th place. Bessler is still circulating, but I think he might have a transponder issue. Perhaps. Some pit stops are being noted by the stewards right now. Both the car 22 pit stop, that's Danny Sufi, and the number 7 car pit stop, that's Berkay Bessler, both noted for unstated reasons. Now, does that turn into an investigation? We'll have to see. But there's the confirmation that Lyons is in 5th place, because we saw Berkay Bessler through camera shot. It seems as though Bessler's not being picked up on our graphics here, but Michael Lyons is in 5th place behind Bessler. Bessler, who incidentally is catching Michael Lyons in a big way. Here is Danny Sufi. This is the 2nd car whose pit stop is under investigation, or at least I should say is being noted. Whether or not that note becomes an investigation, I'm uncertain. Do love this Ginetta G61 LTP3. Ginetta, who built the first ever LMP3 car, evolved it considerably when the new LMP3 regulations were rolled out several years ago. It's certainly a much more refined car than it was in 2015. Team manager of Car 22 is requested to the race director after the race. So we'll see quite what is decided there. The same has been applied to Car 7 as well. So both Berkay Bessler and Danny Sufi's cars are being pulled up for a indiscriminate issue during the pit stop, and we'll see whether that leads to a penalty in the postscript. Make sure you follow the Prototype Cup Germany socials, and I'm sure they'll update you on any decisions that are taken, but the race directors calling the team managers of Car 22 and Car 7 to the pits for a little chat a little later on. Donar Munding then continues to lead this race by 3.2 seconds, and he does so with perhaps the knowledge that Oscar Tunio is closing in. Tunio was 9/10 of a second quicker last time by than Donar Munding. Tunio is on a roll right now in the number 33 car, and Donar Munding, I think, is going to have to work particularly hard to hold off Tunio if he keeps charging in this fashion. Another 0.8 of a second taken out of the gap last time, or a little over 0.7 anyway. And lap on lap, that is quite a big chunk of time. Von Gartzen is also being closed in by Berkay Bessler for third place. So Berkay Bessler is on the move. Bessler, who of course took over the car that was leading, but it seemed as though that pit stop went wrong. We know that it's been noted by the stewards, but of course we saw the battery being hooked up to get the car ignited once more. You also heard the pit crew yelling, push, push, push. Clearly, the car would not play ball as the pit stop was meant to come to an end. Pit stop was rather elongated by the car's reluctance to move. Berkay Bessler all over the back of Sebastian von Gartzen for third place as we continue to follow this lead battle. Munding being closed in upon. And there is the battle for third place as they roll down the front straight. Bessler in fourth position. Just 0.7 back from our third place car, Sebastian von Gartzen. Bessler has been hunting. I don't think it'll be long before he makes a move for third place. I do wonder if time is against him in terms of trying to make any further progress up the podium. But certainly third place could be on the cards as von Gartzen comes under increasing pressure from the TalkSport WRT Ligier. Flashing of the headlights from Bessler. Just letting him know that he's in the vicinity. I'm sure that Sebastian von Gartzen is very much aware. Good run out of turn 11 into 12 for von Gartzen there. That'll do him some favours. Here comes Bessler, making a move now for third place. No, not quite able. Thought for a minute he was close enough, but not on this occasion. Von Gartzen going defensive into turn 4. Out of 5. Back on the power as they head out onto the oval once more. But only briefly because turn 6 comes next. This is the widest part of the circuit. A good thing it is as well, because it's quite the pinch point on the first lap of races here at the Lausitzring short road course. 3.4 kilometers, 2.1 miles of circuit. As you can see, particularly for LMP3 cars, it looks a bit bumpy. Great scrap this between von Gartzen and Bessler. Bessler will feel rather aggrieved that he even has to partake in the battle, given the car was in the lead prior to the pit stop, but something went awry ahead of the stop. Battle for the lead is now within a second too. We see them through the shot there. But von Gartzen still with Bessler for company. Gap hasn't registered on my timing screen that time. It does seem as though the transponder on the Ligier is rather askew, but I can confirm that the gap is 0.4 of a second across the line. It's all rather academic though, isn't it? Because the reality is that Berkay Bessler is right on the rear wing of Sebastian von Gartzen, courtesy of the rather wonderful panoramic view that we have out of this commentary box. I can tell you that I'm also keeping an eye on the lead battle. If anything happens, I'll shout. But this battle for third is currently closer, much closer, as Berkay Bessler continues to hound for a way onto the podium. Berkay Bessler then for TalkSport WRT. This car has won every time it's finished a race. That streak looks like it may come to an end today. Of course, they had a non-finish at the Nürburgring last month. But by and large, the TalkSport WRT LMP3 program has been a resounding success. Through the first corner they go for the 31st time in this race. And now that Bessler has closed in on von Gartzen, the move isn't quite as forthcoming as I imagine Bessler had hoped. Von Gartzen, the German racer, is doing a good job of holding off the young Turkish charger. Out of turn 7 they go, and here we see Michael Lyons under threat from Leonard Wies. Two very experienced drivers going head-to-head here, and Wies there with a masterful move at turn 6 made that look incredibly easy. Leonard Wies, who is experienced beyond his years, having raced in both LMP3s and GTs, at 24 years old at the moment, and Leonard Wies gets around Michael Lyons there rather comfortably. Here's the lead battle, Donar Munding with Oscar Tunjo looming large. It's Molnar Motorsport versus Rinaldi Racing. Meanwhile, Berkay Bessler also still very close in the battle for third place. We've got two fabulous scraps, one for the lead, one for third place here at the Lausitzring. These LMP3 cars often make for intriguing racing. And with the combined forces of ADAC and Creventic, hopefully the future is bright for Prototype Cup Germany. Has been a quality field all year long. Perhaps not quantity, but quality, absolutely. Just look at some of the names, not just in terms of the teams, Conrad and TalkSport and Racing Experience, Rinaldi, but also some of the incredible drivers we've had in the hot seats this year. Donar Munding, who appeared in ADAC GT4 2 weeks ago at the Nürburgring, could well find himself second in the championship along with Matthias Luton here in Prototype Cup Germany once this race is over. And will gain on the championship leaders Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst, particularly if Bessler can't find a way past von Gartzen. Of course, these cars rather more reliant on downforce than most of your GTs, and as such they do produce more dirty air. It does mean that overtaking is sometimes tricky. Both Tunjo and Bessler surged up to their respective opponents. Here is Tunjo and Donar Munding once more. And in both instances, the driver that's following closed in on the driver that's leading quite quickly, but now that they are line astern, the overtake is rather difficult to put together. Flash of the headlights there from Oscar Tunjo. Sure that Rinaldi Racing are willing on their man at the moment. Donar Munding will be driving through the mirrors in the Molnar Motorsport Duquesne. Just 4 minutes left for Munding. to hold off this pressure from Tunyo, who had a little look to the inside. Wasn't close enough for a move, but just keeping Munding on his toes. This would be a first win of the season for Molnar Motorsport, for Donar Munding. And of course, for Matthias Luton, who started the race. These two cars, of course, at one point were right at the back of the field after that collision at the first corner earlier on, when they were running 7th and 8th. I certainly didn't expect to see them fighting for the lead at the end of the race, but that's exactly what's happened. Motor racing always likes to provide shock and awe, and here comes Berkay Bessler. That's a very good run out of turn 11, and then around the back, turn 12, it's side by side. Bit of a wiggle on the bumps there for Berkay Bessler. He has the inside line, but the nose ahead belongs to Sebastian von Gartzen. Can Bessler do it? No, he backs out, but outbraking himself is von Gartzen, locks it up, trying to get to the apex at turn 1, and Berkay Bessler is through into 3rd place. And surely, now that Bessler has made that move, a response won't be forthcoming. He surged up to von Gartzen in short order. Did take quite a while to negotiate the move, but a good run out of turn 11 forced him side by side with von Gartzen, and von Gartzen just tried a bit too hard on the brakes. Here's a replay. Just a couple of meters too late on the brakes, or perhaps not quite enough pressure applied. Either way, von Gartzen didn't quite get the car stopped in time. This man, Berkay Bessler, has salvaged a podium for he and Marvin Dienst after those problems in the pit stop. The car would not fire back up. What could have been for the number 7 crew had the car played ball. Well, one would suggest a 5th win from 6 races. That seems unlikely now, though. It's more than likely that one of these two cars, one of these two Duqueine D08s, will take the win here today. The question is, which one will it be? Donar Munding or Oscar Tunyo, Molnar Motorsport or Rinaldi Racing? Certainly, as a rule of thumb, you tend to give the nod to the car in the lead, but as we just saw with Berkay Bessler, it only takes 1/2 slip-up for the move to be made. May not even need a slip-up. But certainly, it seems that these two have been equally matched for the last 15 or so minutes of racing, and Donar Munding just has to withstand the pressure for 2 more laps. We are now on to the penultimate lap of the race. The clock will tick down to 0 this time, and then we will add 1 lap to the end of the race distance. Bouncing towards turn 1 goes Berkay Bessler, and oh, I thought Tunyo was going for it there. I think he's been told 2 to go. Let's go for the win. And Oscar Tunyo is doing just that. Certainly, that's the most ambitious that Tunyo has looked into turn 6 all race long. If cars could have body language, Oscar Tunyo would be on the attack. The number 33 car, the Rinaldi Racing machine, is certainly causing Matthias Luton, who we saw in the garage a moment ago, looking very nervous. Mateo Villagomez looking rather more sedate. But certainly Matthias Luton would love to see a victory It's all in the hands of his teammate Donar Munding, though, as they start the final lap of the race. Munding versus Tunio. There is once again tense scenes at Molnar Motorsport. Munding goes defensive into turn 4 and 5. Now he's got to be careful for the move at turn 6 because Tunio's got a good run once again there, and we know he likes to go for the lunge. Is he going to try it again? He's made his intent very clear indeed. He looks to the inside, but no, he doesn't quite draw alongside Donar Munding. Donar Munding still leads, and Oscar Tunio is running out of braking zones. He's running out of overtaking opportunities, and he seems to be ever so slightly running out of grip. That was a poor run through turn 7. Can Donar Munding hold on? Can Oscar Tunio find a way by in the closing stages? It doesn't look to me like he's close enough through turn 9 into turn 10. Just 2 corners left to go, 11, and then the bank turn 12. And I think Donar Munding has done enough. Yes, surely, Munding has done it. Matthias Luton is starting to believe. He does believe. It's a race victory for Donar Munding, Matthias Luton, and Molnar Motorsport. Oscar Tunio taking 2nd place, and now Matthias Luton feels free to celebrate, and celebrate he does in style. Great result for Donar Munding. 3rd place will go to Berkay Bessler, who crosses the line now on your screen. 3rd place to Von Gartzen, who held on admirably against Berkay Bessler, but eventually comes home 4th. 5th place will go to Leonard Wies. Michael Lyons and Danny Sufi rounding out our finishing order. Celebrations also at Rinaldi Racing. They seem fairly happy with their weekend's work. Villa Gomez not quite taking the top step today, but nonetheless seeming content with his finishing position. Donar Munding certainly earned that victory. Well, the 2 cars that finished in the top 2 collided earlier on. I wasn't necessarily expecting them to fight for the win, but what a fight it was. Oscar Tunio taking 2nd behind Munding, Berkay Bessler 3rd, Von Gartzen in 4th place, Leonard Wies in 5th, Michael Lyons and Danny Sufi rounding out the finishing order. Danny Sufi, of course, a solo driver, the American competitor in his first race weekend with Conrad here in Prototype Cup Germany. I think the best is yet to come from him. He looked strong at times this weekend, but a long pit stop hampered his day. Cars then streaming back toward pit lane at the end of what has been a fabulous DECRA Family and Friends Festival. An event headlined by the best and brightest of the ADAC and the best and brightest in Prototype Cup Germany on Sunday, Donar Munding, and his co-driver, the insatiable Matthias Luton, who was very, very happy indeed with his result. And good to see that Rinaldi Racing were just as happy with their spoils too. Here comes Donar Munding. And a reserved celebration. I get the feeling that once Donar's on the scene, it might get a bit more intense.
Aber ernsthaft, richtig gut gemacht,
There you go. Donar and Matthias celebrating their win. And glad to see that Matthias Luton is lapping up the spoils as they discuss matters in German. Of course, Matthias Luton ended up backwards at one point. Could that win have happened without those safety cars in the first stint of the race? Certainly, I think not. I think the podium would have looked very different if that hadn't happened.
Was soll ich denn machen? Soll ich mich in Luft auflösen, da? Ja, ja, ja. Soll ich denn machen? Soll ich mich in Luft auflösen, da? Ja, ja. 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 Ja
The two cars that finished first and second were at one point 7th and 8th. Of course, Oscar Tunio's teammate, Mateo Villagomez, had a drive-through penalty owing to his contact with Matthias Luton. There are the point standings. Munding and Luton are still in it, certainly. It'd be a brave man who bets against Dienst and Bessler going into the final two races at the Hockenheimring. But you can't rule out a sensational turn of events in the final two races of the year in ADAC Prototype Cup Germany. Of course, Prototype Cup Germany, a joint venture between ADAC and Creventic, the creators of the 24-hour series. And big thumbs up there from Berkay. In fact, my apologies, that's Oscar Tunio, of course. That's Berkay Bessler.
I think it was you in the first stint.
Huh? Wishing well.
Yes, I'm sorry for the... Can happen, don't worry. Yeah, I went way too deep in. Yeah, can happen, can happen. We are 1-2, so...
Yeah. They heard Don Armunding summing it up nicely there. We had Villagomez there apologising to Matthias.
Congratulations. Yeah, can happen. Don't worry about that. Good job from you.
And that's nice to hear that both Villagomez was very apologetic
with the rubber from the enforcer,
and Matthias Luton was very forgiving.
I mean, to be honest, the track was, I mean, every single session this weekend, the track felt different. Every single session, all the time. It's plain slippery. And it was the first time for us to drive after the F4s. Before it always was after other cars, so...
There you go, Matthias Luton doing a very good job analysing the race there. We should get him up in the commentary box. Also, he didn't use any bad language, which makes him a doubly good candidate for commentary duties. Matthias Luton, as I said, great to hear the apologies and the respect between the drivers there. After that collision, quite a severe collision that we saw in the early stages between Matthias Luton and Mateo Villagomez.
Doesn't matter. Anyway.
And Berkay Bessler, I think, not terribly pleased with his third place. Of course, we saw what happened in the pit stop there. Could it have been a fifth win of the season for Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst without that last moment issue in the pit stop? We'll never know. I'm sure they'll be back to winning ways next time. Oscar Tunio and Mateo Villagomez taking second place for Rinaldi Racing. And though it was close, it was Molnar Motorsports that came out on top. Don Armunding, along with Matthias Luton. Molnar Motorsport, our victors in race 2 for Prototype Cup Germany. 2 rounds and 1 venue left to go. And there we go, a great day's action for the Prototype Cup Germany. We had thrills, spills, contact passes, and lots more besides. It will be Don Armunding and Matthias Luton that take to the top step of the podium, easy for me to say, in just a couple of minutes. Sounds like the podium ceremony is about to get started then. The incomparable Patrick Simon giving the presentation here for the live audience at the DECRA Family and Friends Festival. Of course, Patrick has seen and done most of it, if not all, in GT racing in particular. And is these days an integral part of the German language broadcast team at ADAC events. Here comes Berkay Bessler and Marvin Dienst. Dienst, whom, of course, also had a successful run in GT Masters today. They are the championship leaders. However, they are not quite champions yet. Mathematically speaking, they are very, very close indeed. But not quite champions yet. Tunio and Villa Gomez second. And here come the winners, Donar Munding and Matthias Luton. He looks happy with that. Great to see. Happy body language on that top step. And there's a representative from Molnar Motorsports. I'm sure he was in suspense in his suspenders, but ultimately Molnar Motorsport came out on top. There you go. Congratulations to Molnar Motorsport, to Donar Munding and Matthias Luton on a good job. Well done. There is Benjamin Coit presenting the leading trophies. Ole Durleman for Prototype Cup, and Kreventic, the project leader, giving the second place trophies over. And rounding out the top three, the TalkSport WRT cars. Still on the podium in 5 of 6 races, but that streak of 5 wins, winning every time they finish, has now come to an end. Berkay Bessler, though, and Marvin Dientz will both be aware that the championship is theirs to lose now. And the junior trophy there going to Oscar Tunio. Or rather, sorry, to Donar Munding. Getting my wires a little bit crossed. And trophies all round for Molnar Motorsport then. It's been a big, successful day for Molnar Motorsport, a team we've seen in GT Masters, we've seen at the highest peaks of GT and Prototype racing. Great to have them with us in Prototype Cup Germany. And for the first time in Prototype Cup Germany, they're the team on the top step. Pictures are taken. I'm sure that'll end up on the office walls at Molnar Motorsport as soon as they've taken a trip to the printers. Congratulations once again to the team and to everyone in Prototype Cup Germany. The series continues to show the potential of LMP3 cars. And I'm sure the season finale at Hockenheim will be one to remember. That takes place on the 22nd and 23rd of October as part of the ADAC GT Masters finale weekend. Join us there if you can. Watch along if you can't. No matter what, make sure you don't miss the season finale for Prototype Cup Germany. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you very soon.